Yokoso, Japanese Quest to it. Welcome to Japanese Quest. Today the journey continues. And today is going to be a little strange because right now we are in the year 1858. Last time on Japanese Quest there was an anomaly. Game-san, konnichiwa. Genki desu yo. I'm doing well, other than the fact that we are now in 1858. Let me explain what today's going to look like. So really quickly, let me have a look at our Twitter. We can see the rules of our game today. Last stream, Fudo Force, Ohio. Last stream, I said something at the end of our marathon that I didn't really expect to say, but it turned out being predictive. Take a look. So we are traveling quickly through time with the power of language. Imagine a time machine. We have this time machine. It's got cats in it. It's powered by all these words we're putting into it. It's powered by language. So later, throughout this holiday break, we will continue to fuel this time machine with words. We are traveling through time. We're traveling through language. So this is the situation. Why do we travel in time? I'll tell you, but first I'll show you the rules of our game today. I did a write-up. So introducing a new Wikipedia-based game. I'm a Japanese teacher. By the way, my name is Akira Sensei. Today, my classroom's a time machine. Someone in the comments said I didn't know Twitter existed in 1858. It doesn't. That's why we need to get back to the present. This is all stuff uploaded into our time machine. So anything in the overlay here is part of the time machine. Wherever you are too with your computer, that's part of the time machine too. You are also in 1858. You might look out the window. Holograms, as far as the eye can see. It's all part of the time machine, part of the illusion. So we have to work together today to get back to the present so we can play video games in the real world. So we can get to 2020. That's the goal today. And this is how we'll do it. It's called a time machine powered by language. That's what we're all in right now. If you're watching this, whether now or on YouTube, right now, you're inside this time machine too. So join live as we learn 162 words and travel 162 years learning history and language along the way. So this is the time machine powered by language. So it's a new Wikipedia game for history and vocab learning. The rules. We are stuck in the year 1858. In other words, our power levels. Look at the bottom right. That's how many words we've learned so far. I'll explain why this happened in a little bit. We can only travel forward through time by learning Japanese words related to events in 1858 using Wikipedia, which, again, is uploaded into our time machine. It's part of it. So we're in 1858. We're in these events, but we can learn about them from our YouTube, from our Wikipedia that's uploaded into our time machine as well. And using that knowledge, we can power the time machine with language, with history, and move forward back toward the present. So as we learn new words in history, I'm still reading here, we can travel forward through time. 1 word equals 1 year. The goal? To travel forward in time to the year 2020. So we can do things like play video games again, and maybe play video games in 2020 that are not yet released, which should be good. And why? By the end of this stream, or video if you're watching on YouTube later, we will have learned 162 words and 162 years of history. So you can't see the end, but history learning, language learning, time travel, win, win, win. So that's the basic rules. Any other teachers out there, you can try this in a classroom. I'd love to hear how it goes. We're going to try it on the stream. This overlay that you see is the time machine. Heuristics, you like it? I'm glad it's interesting. But it's also a bit of a problem. We're stuck in the year 1858. I'm not that good at history. I need the help of chat to figure out how we can get through all of this. So really quickly, let me tell you what happened. So last stream, we learned all these words off this kanji. Check it out. So the kanji for power, chikara. So we learned about 50 kanji related to this. So we unlocked in the world of Japanese Quest all of these different strange powers. Check it out. NetForce, yokoso, Japanese Quest toy, welcome. So we unlocked, what did we unlock? We're not going to say all of them, but just a few. Electric power we unlocked. Gravity we unlocked. Another word for gravity we unlocked. Violence. All these things combined. Political power, stress, ability, cooperation, buoyancy, furyoku, buoyancy. All of this. Vitality, eyesight, atomic energy, atoms, output, input. You can see how things got twisted in our space-time kind of Japanese Quest situation. So in the world of Japanese Quest, all of these power vectors collided. And what that did is created kind of a singularity. This is the world of Japanese Quest. Take a look. So all of those things get unlocked in this world. For example, earlier we unlocked things like umi, the sea, neko, cat. All the words we learn are unlocked in the world of Japanese Quest. So all of these new chikara words. So here's the kanji for chikara. And then what happened was it created this kind of singularity. And I don't know if you know this word in Japanese, but it made us learn another word automatically because it triggered, with all these different power words we learned, time slippi. Time slip, I should say. I completely changed it into English, but time slip. Time slip, it's called. I don't know if that's a word really used in English, but in Japanese it is. Let's go back here. So what it means is a time warp or time travel, to slip through time. So what happened was we slipped back through time, because this is what we do on Japanese Quest. We say, what's our power level? Current power level is 1858. But the problem, as we wrote that, with all that power that we generated, suddenly we now are in this year as well. So our power level and our year are one and the same. So we're currently in 1858. And we need to climb our way back, powering our time machine with language. Does that make sense? Yeah, that should be right, Games Fan. And the way we'll do that is by using this Wikipedia program that is uploaded into our time machine. Luckily, it triggered not just the time slip. Meiro, that's a question. We've got to be careful. We've got to travel back in time quickly before we find out what that monster in the background is. There's strange things lurking in time. So we did unlock another word. Check it out. Luckily, in addition to the time slip, we also unlocked mechanical power as one of our powers up there if you go up. And so we also now have Taimu Machine. We have a time machine. So that's how we have this time machine. So we have these two new words, time slip, we slipped back to the past, and now we have this time machine. So let's try it out. So this is the year 1858. When you're learning to read in Japanese, and you're reading native material like Wikipedia, Wikipedia is quite challenging actually. It really helps if you know the thing, if you know the history or whatever you're reading in your native language really well first. So much of our time travel we will do in English, and then we'll just switch it to Nihongo. And then the things we learned in English, we're learning history, we'll learn some of those key words in Japanese. And then using those words will power us up, we'll go further through time as our power level goes up. And chat, this is where I really need your help. I'm just our guide, but I'll be honest, I'm a Japanese teacher, but my knowledge of history is not great. So we need chat to help suggest words in Japanese and also suggest our path through time. Maybe the best path to take us safely back to the year and even to the future, 2020. And then after that, obviously, we'll be going further into the future in this time machine powered by language. Okay, first, shitsumon ga arimasu ka? Any questions about how this time machine works? So right now we're in the year 1858. Let's start to try to travel forward in time. I have no idea how long this will take. I've never done this before. I've never traveled in time before. So any suggestions will help. One thing that I noticed, you can look at the full decade in addition to the year. So we'll do some of looking at the full decade too to see the top events for each year. So for example, here's the 1850s. And if you look at the 1850s, interesting, it's laid out differently than the Japanese one. If you look at the Japanese 1850s, so notice nen means year, nendai means like the age, so the 50s in other words. And it's kind of laid out nicely in the Japanese one because you can look for each year, 1850, right down to 1858. And for the Japanese one, there's only ichi, ni, san, shi, go, roku, shichi, 6 events. And most of them are using this same word. Joyaku, treaty. And look, you've got a Nichibe Joyaku, so a Japan-America treaty. So this is probably a Japan-Netherlands treaty. Notice the lawn or orchid stands for the Netherlands. This one is for Russia. So all these different treaties. Pozar, yokoso. Japanese Questway, welcome. We could use all the party members we can get because we need everyone's language and history ability to work back to the present. We're still in 1858. We just started. But I'm thinking maybe we can use this power of treaties to at least get to 1859. What do you think? I'll be honest, my first thought with 1858 was to be a little selfish. So right now where I am I don't know where I am in time. I guess I'm in the past. But in space, I know where I am. I'm in Minnesota in the US. And Minnesota actually became a state in 1858. So I think this will be the first time we have a vote. Do you want to use treaty power? Because clearly there's a lot of treaties here. Or do you want to use Minnesota being the first state power? We'll have a vote in chat for which path we take through time. We'll go into a bit more detail with these treaties if that's your choice. So choice 1 is to use treaty power. Joyaku is the word in Japanese. Or option 2 is to use state power. Shu is the word for state in Japanese. And I'll just put my state name, MN, Minnesota. So what do you want to learn about? Treaties or states? So you can vote now in chat. What is our path through time? Ichi, ka, ni. So write 1 or 2 in chat. We can pick our path, either kind of going more the US path, and of course this will change later, or the more Japan path. But that's still a Japanese-America treaty. I don't know much about it, but apparently in 1858, there was this treaty. Let's see what kind of treaty it was. Let's go in a bit more detail here. So, Shuko, so a friendship treaty, and also commerce, Tsusho. Okay, so we have a couple votes. Pozar, konnichiwa. And it looks like we have 3 votes for 1, so it looks like we will go the route of the treaty route. So let's do that. This is an adventure. Traveling through time. Okay, so let's go in. Let's go into this, the first treaty here. Okay, so we have the translation right here. Treaty of Amity and Commerce between the United States and the Empire of Japan. So I didn't even know about this at all, but I guess here is what it looked like. That's pretty awesome. Check out the silver eagle there. So let's use this treaty to travel forward through time with the knowledge we're getting here. So let's look at some of these words. Quickly, let's change it to English to get a framework for what it is. This often helps when you're reading something difficult in another language. You can first get a framework of what it is in your native language. Also called the Harris Treaty between the United States and Japan, was signed on the deck of the USS Powhatan in Edo, which is now Tokyo, Edo Bay, on July 29th, 1858. So imagine we're there on that ship, the USS Powhatan, because we are in this year right now. We see this treaty. We're gathering some of what people are saying in English and in Japanese. So both are there. This is kind of the perfect one. I'm glad people voted for this because it's kind of uniting some different cultures here in a good way. So it opened up the ports of Kanagawa and four other Japanese cities to trade and granted extraterritoriality to foreigners, among a number of trading stipulations. And extraterritoriality is the state of being exempted from the jurisdiction of local law, usually as a result of diplomatic negotiations. Okay, so basically a treaty of friendship that opened up more trade between countries. So here's the timeline. So ratified by Japan early in the year, was amended, proclaimed by the president, ratified by the president of the United States, took about a month to be ratified in the US. Interesting. Anyone who knows anything about this, feel free to say in chat. Okay, well, why don't we switch it to Japanese and get you some of the keywords. We don't have to get every detail because we do need to move through time here. But let's take a look. So the basic thing we're looking at, so Nichibei is Japan America. So Bei by itself can mean America or American. And then Nichi, of course, is like from Nihon, Japan. So why don't we learn that as one word? We can add our power level there. Nichibei, Japan America. And then let's go and level up even more with the power of this treaty, which, by the way, both of those I'm picking partly because you see that P on Rikai-kun. P means it's a common word. We'll mostly try to use words that has that P next to it, so it's a common, useful word to learn. So Joyaku, treaty. I don't think we've learned this, so let's add that to our power level. We already have learned a lot of words from video games, but today we're trying to learn new words from history as we travel back through time. So now already we're back in the year 1860. Let's try to get one more so we can get to 1861, which I believe is when the Civil War started, which might have some good events to go to. The American Civil War, I should say. I'm based in America, so that's where some of my knowledge comes from. Any other suggestions of words we can get here? What do we have here? Maybe the old name of Tokyo. We probably have the new word for Tokyo. But we saw that word, the old word for Tokyo, didn't we? Because they were in the Bay of Edo. So the old name of Tokyo. Why don't we learn that? Because that's where we are right now. We're in the Bay of Edo, the old name of Tokyo. Seems like a good place to start. Let's add that word. And let's just make 100% sure we have the new name of Tokyo, even though we're not quite there yet. If we didn't have it, that would be kind of foolish. Huh. We don't have it. Let's maybe remember that for later, because still, it's not, we haven't learned Tokyo yet. Like, what year did it become Tokyo? I don't actually know. Maybe we shouldn't learn that yet. But we really should learn them in a set. So why don't we just go to the year 1862. Okay, let's now travel in time. As we travel in time, I'm going to play some music. See if anyone recognizes it. So right now, traveling in time. Can you feel it? Can you feel the years changing? Oh yeah, Games Fan. Good comment there. Okay, we can't see 1863 yet. Right now we're in 1862. Let's change our power level. Have we learned the Japanese word for history yet? We almost certainly have. But yeah, that's a good one to check actually to make sure. So you can see our power level is now 1862. We're now in the year 1862. So let's stop our music for now, because our time travel has stopped. Anyone know where that song is from? So now we're in the year 1862 in Japan. These were the main 5 events. Ichi, ni, san, shi, go. 5 events. And these events I'm not aware of. Look at 2 of them use the same noun. Jiken, event. Or like usually a bad event. And then jiken. Interesting. This one's like the Namamugi Jiken. Namamugi is actually a tongue twister. Namamugi namagome namatamago. If you heard that tongue twister, try saying it. Namamugi namagome namatamago. It's a good one. And I'm going to just make a choice. We're going to this event because I've said this tongue twister many times in my life. I never knew there was a Namamugi Jiken. So let's see what this is. We're in 1962. So Namamugi, again, is raw wheat. The raw wheat incident. Let's switch this to English, get a framework for it, and let's see what we have. So the Namamugi incident, Namamugi Jiken, also known sometimes as the Kanagawa incident, and as the Richardson affair, was an assault on British subjects by an armed retinue of Shimazu Hisamitsu in Japan on September 14th, 1862. So imagine we were there and we see this assault. It occurred 6 days after Ernest Satow set foot on Japanese soil for the first time. Interesting. So it's a clash between British and Japanese forces in Kanagawa, which we know was opened up to the US just 3 years before because we traveled from there, right? So it makes sense. All those treaties, 3 years later, there's some problems with them. So failure by the Satsuma clan to respond to British demands for compensation resulted in the August 1869 or 63 bombardment of Kagoshima during the late Tokugawa shogunate. In Japanese, the bombardment is named as a war between the United Kingdom and Satsuma domain. Interesting. So this looks pretty complicated, actually. How have I never heard of this? This incident is the basis of James Clavell's novel, Gaijin. Gaijin, of course, means foreigner. Interesting. Well, let's just not read all this, obviously, but let's look at some of the highlights. So 4 British subjects, a Shanghai merchant, 2 Yokohama-based merchants, and Charles Clark and William Mischel, and Margaret Watson were traveling for a jaunt on the Tokaido Road through the village of Namamugi. Ah, so it's a village. Okay. And then Tokaido, of course, is part of Yokohama. Okay. So they're en route to the temple. As they passed through the North Namamugi village, they encountered a large armed retinue of Shimazu Hisamitsu, the regent and father of Shimazu Tadayoshi, sorry my reading, the daimyo of Satsuma, heading in the other direction. The party continued to ride alongside the road without dismounting until they reached the main body of the procession, which occupied the entire width of the road. In Japan, samurai had a legal right to strike anyone who showed disrespect. See Kirisute Gomen. However, and keep in mind, this article might be different in the Japanese, a different perspective. However, British nationals were protected by extraterritoriality in these treaties that we just saw 3 years ago. So that's actually good that we saw that treaty because now we understand what this means. They weren't subject to the laws there because they were British, just like the Americans. So Richardson, leading the Britons, rode close to the procession and did not dismount, despite being gestured repeatedly to do so, and was slashed at by one of the guards. The other 2 men were seriously wounded as they rode away as fast as they could. Richardson eventually fell from his horse and was mortally wounded. Okay, so one British person, I guess, was killed. Hisamitsu gave the order for Todome, the coup de grace, to be given. Several samurai proceeded to hack and stab at Richardson with swords and lances. A post-mortem examination of his body showed 10 mortal wounds. すごい. Richardson's grave is to be found in the Yokohama Foreign General Cemetery, between the later graves of Marshall and Clark. Japanese reports later accused Richardson of continuing to ride in the middle of the road, even trying to get between Hisamitsu's litter and his bodyguards. So litter is a class of wheelless vehicles that you can kind of see in the picture there. Richardson's uncle was reportedly not surprised about his uncle's demise, but blamed him for being reckless and stubborn. So it kind of seems he was remembered as an arrogant adventurer, maybe pushing his luck and pushing this treaty of extraterritoriality and being kind of disrespectful. But it seems like a situation of overreactions probably on both sides, which often seems the case in history that leads to violence. Interesting. So again, it's the Namamugi Jiken, the raw wheat incident. It's also the name of this town. So this word mugi, wheat, I'm pretty sure we have learned. Let's make sure on that. The word wheat, you can see it's green, so we have learned that already. Sips tea nervously, GameSpan says over there. So we have learned wheat. But have we learned the word for raw, like raw wheat? We've definitely learned the word for incident, but let's make sure we have. So jiken, incident, affair. Really? We have not learned that. So now the Namamugi Jiken has got us at least 1 year further. But let's go a bit deeper. Let's change this to Japanese. And we're not going to go through all of it. But I recommend reading through Wikipedia if you are interested in different topics. You can go deeper, obviously, and learn something you're really into, and then learn it in Japanese too. It's something I used to do a lot when I was learning Japanese for movies and things that I liked, like Shawshank Redemption, for example. So again, we see Edo, the Edo period. And now we see Edo Jidai. It's the period of Edo. And here we have the title of the incident, the Namamugi Jiken. So Nama means raw. Why don't we learn the word for raw from this incident? I don't think we have that yet. So now we do. So we have Nama Jiken. Let's put that here. So now we're up to the year 1864. I think we can go a bit further. So let's see what we have here. So at the end of the Edo period, Makki means the closing years. Namamugi Mura, so in the village of Namamugi. Fukin ni oite, so in the surrounding neighborhood. So some of these people involved, people's names are quite tricky in Japanese. So that's one tricky thing, is proper names in Wikipedia. So gyoryatsu ni ranryu shita. So ranryu is to trespass, to barge into. So basically you can see this picture here. So people barged into their procession. You can see a very different kind of perspective on this versus the English version. A different telling of the events. So this procession was barged into. Let's see if that's a common word, to barge into. Ranryu. It's not, so let's maybe not learn it. What about gyoretsu? Gyoretsu, the line of procession. So this procession of these people here was barged into. This word, I'm quite sure we have not learned, so let's copy that. This procession that was barged into, we can learn that. Because it is marked as a common word there with that P. And ranryu shita kiba, so horse riding. So they're on a horse, and who is on a horse? Igudisujin, an Englishman. So Igidisu is England, and Igudisujin is an English person. Why don't we learn both of those, actually? Because we haven't learned the word for England yet. But that's actually a useful word. So Great Britain, England. Let's copy that. Add that to our power level. And let's actually, it does have a kanji version as you can see, but let's do the katakana version, which is more common. Igirisu. Okay, and let's remind ourselves of who's involved in the incident as well. An English person, which is actually a word marked here too. So we can see how a person from a certain country is called. So we have an English person, and what happened to them? Let's see. So Englishijin tachi, so we know it's multiple English people. And then tomomowari, so along with them, hanshi tachi ga sassho. So they were killed and wounded by the retainers there. And then this is the result. Ichime shibo. So one person died and two people jusho. Serious wounds. Why don't we learn both of those words? Because this is what happened in this event. Shibo, death. These are both words you see in the news all the time. But we've never really dealt with news on this channel, just video games. You don't see these words as much in games, but in the news and things like Wikipedia, historical type things, you see them all the time. So let's shibo, death, and then jusho, serious injury. You can see they're marked with a P as common words as well. So we're going deeper in history. Already we're to 1869, just with this one incident, the Namamugi Jiken. And then Jiken de yatta. So it was this incident where these people were injured and died after barging into this procession that you can see in this picture. Okay, why don't we leave it there for now? And why don't we continue to travel through time? Again, you're going to hear this music now. We're traveling through time to the year 1869. We are going to the year 1869. So we're leaving this event, the roads in Japan. We are now going to the year 1869. So we can scroll through 1863, 64, all these years we could now learn from, but let's go to the year 1869. Well, check it out. There were a lot of wars in 1868. Senso, war. Senso, war. So what else was happening here? Another incident, this time the Kobe incident. But we do have a lot of these wars. So we have Battle of Ueno. And that's actually a word in our dictionary. So why don't we go there? The Battle of Ueno. So we're now in the Battle of Ueno. It's a significant enough war that it has its own word in Rikkai-kun. So this is where we are. Let's think about what is happening here. This is a technique for teaching reading in general. You look at the pictures first, you get a mind of the basic framework. So it looks like a battle. Who do you think is involved? I don't know. Maybe if you know, you can tell me. It looks like you have a lot of samurai battling other samurai, it looks like. I don't know what this, help me out, what do you think? I see some kind of like, is someone firing possibly a Kamehameha wave of some sort? Something's going on. You've got a number of nice looking houses, a palace perhaps is invaded, it's looking like. Huh. Okay. So let's go back. Let's first read about it again in English and then continue to travel through time. So the Battle of Ueno. Ueno Senso. So Senso is war, a word we've already learned. And Ueno is a section of Tokyo. So it was a battle of the Boshin War, which occurred in July 4th, 1868. between the troops of Shogitai under Shibusawa Seiichiro and Amado Hachiro and Imperial Kangun troops. Okay, so you see a couple drawings of this. This one we didn't see. Interesting. So let's learn what we can about this event so we can keep traveling forward through time. Let's see. So there's a prelude. Let's look at the... So for battles, they have a thing on the right where you can look at the overall details. So what were the sides? Who were the belligerents? So we have the Satsuma, who I think was involved in that other event, were they not, that we saw before? The Namamugi Jiken, weren't they involved in that as well? And then also we have former Bafuku troops, Shogitai. So again, I don't really know much about Japanese history, so I'm learning here too. So we have commanders and leaders. We have the strength of both sides, so under 2,000, and then 2,000 combatants. So heavy casualties among Satsuma troops and 300 losses among the former Bufaku troops. Or Bakufu troops, sorry. So prelude. Oh, it might help to look at the Boshin War, which occurred the year before, because this seems like the war underlying this battle. And if you look at the whole war, total people killed was over 8,000. And the people fighting was the Empire of Japan and the Republic of Ezo. So let's take a look at that. Sometimes known as the Japanese Revolution, a civil war in Japan fought from 1868 to 1869 between the forces of the ruling Tokugawa shogunate and those seeking to return political power to the imperial court. I forgot, we're not traveling in time anymore, so I'll turn off the music. And our year again is 1869, so let me update that. So current year, 1869, we're making progress. And you can see our song is Chrono Trigger. So the Japanese Revolution. Imagine we're there in this Japanese Revolution. A civil war in Japan, seeking to return to political power in or to the imperial court. The war found its origins in dissatisfaction among many nobles and young samurai with the shogunate's handling of foreigners following the opening of Japan during the prior decade. So we were there when we started in 1858. They opened up Japan at that time, and this is a war that seemed to happen because of that. So it links well to that last 10 years ago. Increasing Western influence in the economy led to a decline similar to other Asian countries at the time. An alliance of Western samurai, particularly the domains of Choshu, Satsuma, and Tosa, and court officials secured control of the imperial court and influenced the young Emperor Meiji. So the sitting shogun, you can see the name there, realizing the futility of the situation, abdicated political power to the emperor. However, military movements by imperial forces, partisan violence in Edo, and an imperial decree promoted by Satsuma and Choshu, abolishing the house of Tokugawa, led Yoshinobu to launch the military campaign to seize the emperor's court in Kyoto. The military tide rapidly turned in favor of the smaller but relatively modernized imperial faction, and after a series of battles culminating in the surrender of Edo, Yoshinobu personally surrendered. Interesting. So defeat at the Battle of Hakodate brought this last holdout and left the imperial rule supreme throughout the whole of Japan. completing the military phase of the Meiji Restoration. So about over 100,000 men were mobilized during this conflict. About 3,500 were killed. In the end, the victorious imperial faction abandoned its objective to expel foreigners from Japan and instead adopted a policy of continued modernization with an eye to eventual renegotiation of the unequal treaties. So those treaties we saw at first when we started this journey today were unequal or seen as unequal. And that's part of why this battle happened, it looks like. You can see a map of the conflict. Hakodate was the end of it there. That's in Hokkaido, or I went a couple of years ago. I recommend going to Hakodate. They have one of the 3 best views in Japan if you climb the mountain there. You can also take a gondola up to the mountain. It's interesting, this has such a long intro for this war. Normally you have a shorter intro. So when the Boshin War began, Japan was already modernizing, following the same course of advancement as that of industrialized Western nations. Since Western nations, especially the UK and France, were deeply involved in the country's politics, the installation of imperial power added more turbulence to the conflict. Over time, the war has been romanticized as the bloodless revolution because of the small number of casualties. I guess relatively small, but if you look, still over 8,000 people killed. Okay, let's see what words we might find here, and then we can continue our journey through time. Again, the current year is 1869. So let's see where we are. Let's go to the Japanese version of this page. Again, we see that map. Okay, so some words we saw before, like Joyaku, treaty. So this is why this conflict broke out. And I was thinking we'd learn this word with the American Civil War, but actually we're learning this word with this Japanese Civil War. So sen by itself means war, or ikusa usually if it's just that kanji, but for senso it means war. And if you use this kanji with it, which means inside, it's the word for civil war, an inside war, naisen, civil war. So let's first learn that word because that's the key of what is even happening here. A civil war brought about by those treaties from before. And I'm pretty sure we've not learned this word yet. I could be wrong. Good. So new word. We're now in 1870. We just traveled 1 year in time. Let's keep it up. So let's look at this event here. So Nihon no Naisen, a Japanese civil war. So Meiji Shinseifu, so the new Meiji government, Dosenso ni Shorishi, so it won this war. Kokunai ni, so inside this country, Hokano Kosen Dantai ga, so different battling groups, Shometsu shita koto ni yori, so because they were, well, this is the word, terminated or defeated, Rekkyo ga joyaku ni yoru naisen e no kyokugai churitsu o kaijou shi. Okay, so neutrality towards this civil war was canceled. Kore iko, so, and then after that, Doseifu ga Nihon o tochi suru. So then they ruled Japan as a legitimate government. Goho Seifu. So Goho means legal. Seifu means government. Together, Goho Seifu toshite kokusai teki ni, and they were internationally recognized. Kokusai teki means international. So they're able to unite Japan and be internationally recognized. So a couple of these keywords are also words you see in the news all the time. Words like government, you see all the time. Seifu, goho, legal, and then kokusaiteki, international. So a couple of these keywords, why don't we learn, if we haven't yet? Seifu, government, we may have learned this already. I hope we have, but we have not. If you're not doing much of political stuff in games, it looks like. And then also internationally. So they're internationally recognized as a legitimate government. So kokusaiteki, international. So we're now in 1872. So that's 3 years. Maybe let's go a little bit further. How about this word? Mitomeru, to be recognized. So they were recognized as a legitimate government. And this word I think we probably have learned, but again, maybe not. So let's check. Yeah, we have learned this word. Okay. By the way, I see some people just joined here. If you want to check this list and help us out to find new words, you can find the link at the top of our Twitch page, or someone can do the power level command on Twitch to show a link right there. So mitomeru, to recognize, we did learn that, so let's not do that right now. Let's see if in the overall arc of events, if we can find any keywords on the right side here. So we have shidosha, the leaders, or shikikan, the commanders. Those aren't labeled as common words, so let's not learn those maybe right now. So kosen seiryoku. So this is the battle powers for each side. So we have Shinsei Fugun, the new government army, and we have the Kyubaku, the old feudal government. And of course we have the place, Japan. Let's make sure we've learned this word just for the heck of it. I'm sure we have, but let's power up with a... Yeah, we have learned Japan. Thank goodness. Any other suggestions of words we can learn right here? So these are all the different wars that happened within this war. Interesting for the map. Look at the map. So this is the map. And then the subtitle for the map is Battle Lines. Or you can see War Front there. So this is the word for line, sen. And again, the word for war. So sen is battle lines. And then henkan, or hensen rather, is change. So change of battle lines. Those aren't labeled common though, so why don't we keep going? So the year we are now, let's see where we are. We're now in 1872. And for 1872, why don't we try going to a different country for a change? So we're now in 1872. So let's turn on our time machine. You can hear the music. We're traveling in time. Look at the bottom right. Power level is going up. We're now in 1872. So let's travel in time here. We're now traveling in time to 1872. We've already traveled almost 15 years. Can you feel it? We're making progress. It's 1872. And why don't we switch this year to English? So year's 1872. Let's see some of the big events and let's vote on where to go this time. So what happened in 1872? So January to March, check it out. Any big events? Emperor of Ethiopia, first ruler crowned in over 500 years. Interesting. So government of the United Kingdom buys a number of forts on the Gold Coast from Netherlands. A great solar flare. The most famous parade on Mardi Gras is held for the first time in New Orleans. Really? So Rex, it's called. Rex is a New Orleans carnival which stages one of the city's most celebrated parades on Mardi Gras Day. Oh, interesting. Do you know about that? I actually didn't know about that. This is a stream to learn a lot about history and language. So let's keep going. So there's a mutiny in the Philippines. In New York City, the Met, or the Metropolitan Museum of Art, is that called the Met? No, MMA, opens in New York. So Tokyo Nichi Nichi Shimbun and his predecessor Mainichi Shimbun, first issued in Tokyo. So Tokyo, for the first time, has this famous newspaper that's still there today. Huh. The magazine Popular Science is first published in the United States. So a lot of things are published for the first time. Reconstruction, U.S. President Ulysses S. Grant, so this is after the Civil War in the U.S. now, signs the Amnesty Act of 1872 into law, restoring full civil rights to all but 500 Confederate sympathizers. Interesting. I'm wondering if we get a pared down list if we look at just the 70s, the 1870s, so we can see the overall historical events for that time. If you look at some of the events, we've got conflict erupting in the French Empire. We've got Claude Monet's impression on the right there. We can see the Battle of Little Bighorn. That's a big one for history buffs in the US. But we're not there yet. That's in 1876. Yeah, this one's not organized by year. I kind of like how the Japanese one is organized. Let's go into Japanese here. So let's look at 1872. There's only 3 events for the Japanese historical timeline for 1872. So we have the Gakusei Happu, the school system proclamation that year. We have Shinbashi Yokohama. And so Kaigyo, starting business that year. So what's starting business? Tetsudo. So it looks like it's a railroad company. And we also have Chohei no Choku, so an imperial decree about like military recruitment. The draft system, Chohei Seido. Interesting. Okay, why don't we go back to, so we've kind of done war. We're in 1872. So let's see what happened in 1872. So again, we're in this time machine. This is uploaded into our time machine. Which event do you think we should go to? Any suggestions in chat? We've got trade unions. So let's go into later in the year. The Society of Jesus. Interesting. Maru, konnichiwa. We have the Australian Overland Telegraph Line. Maybe something science-based would be cool, because we're getting some good science at this time. So Virginia Tech was founded. Ulysses S. Grant defeats Horace Greeley to become president in the U.S. The Great Boston Fire. A large fire begins to burn 65 acres of the city. That's a huge fire, a 2-day disaster. Destroys 776 buildings, much of the financial district. US 60 million in damage. Why don't we go to this fire, the Great Boston Fire of 1872. Actually, I don't know if I want to unilaterally decide we're going to a fire in our time machine. Why don't we vote between this fire and something else? How about we'll vote between two things. I mentioned science, so let's do something somewhat scientific. Again, we still have the sound because we're traveling here. Why don't we vote in chat? We can go either to the Great Boston Fire, write 1 for that, or we can go to a meteor shower is seen over France. We can learn about science and meteors and vocab about meteors and things. So pick 1 or 2. You're picking our path through time. So we can learn things about astrology, or we can learn things about fire. Probably be somewhat of a sadder path. So Ozzy says 2. We're going to the meteor shower in France. We could go to France in 1872. That sounds pretty good to me. Also, you can see there's the American Indian Wars at that time, if you go a bit further. The Modoc War begins with the Battle of Lost River. So we have a couple of votes to go to this meteor shower. Let's do that. I did mention science, and we are, of course, in a science fiction kind of situation, so we're in a time machine. By the way, anyone who's just joining right now, I'm a Japanese teacher. Right now, we're in a time machine. Currently, the year is 1872. We started in 1858, so we've made some progress. Now we're going to go to a meteor shower seen over France. The Andromedas, a meteor shower associated with a comet, the Bellows Comet. Showers occurring as the Earth passes through old streams left by the comet's tail. Okay, and we're looking at 1872, so it was spectacular showers in these 2 years, 1872 and 1885. Interesting. So imagine we're in France, we're seeing this meteor shower in 1872. This is a painting someone made of it, it looks like. すごい。綺麗. So imagine we're here, we're watching this meteor shower in France. Let's get some of the keywords in Japanese too. Let's look at some of the details on the right. So you see the constellation. You see some details about its position. The date of peak. The velocity. So all these things could be things we learn in Japanese. Let's go into Japanese. There must be Japanese here, come on. There's no Japanese for this one. 信じられない. There's Korean, there's Chinese, there's no Japanese. So let's go back. Let's go to the more general meteor shower and learn some meteor shower words. Because I guarantee you there's Japanese meteor showers. Okay, some of these words we have learned. So Ryusei is a falling star, and then Ryusei-gun is a meteoric swarm or like a larger meteor shower. So Ryusei is a meteor or falling star. Let's learn that word. Let's start with that, copy that. And we may have learned this because we recently did learn some words involving star, but we did not learn this one. Okay? So let's go back. So Ryusei-gun to wa. So as for what a meteoric swarm is, その奇跡が天球上のある. So above the earth. So ある一点. So in one point. So 10 is like a dot. So in one point in the sky, like in these pictures here, you can see this meteor shower. O chushin ni, so centered on one point. Hoshajou ni, so in kind of a radiating shape. Hirogaru you ni, shutsuken suru ichigo no ryusei no koto o yu. So basically it's like many meteors in a shower, and as one. Okay, that looks good. Let's make sure we have this word. Uchu, universe. I'm pretty certain we do, but let's just double check. What? We don't have the word for universe? Well, now we do. Uchu, universe. Knowing me, I can't believe we don't have that word, but I guess it's just the games we've been playing. I'm really into the universe. So, in the future, we don't know this year yet, but Uchu kara satsue sareta. So, picture taken from the universe. Or from the universe telescope. Or I guess taken from space. Uchu can mean space as well as the universe. Okay, so genin is the cause of meteor showers. So, well, it's actually sein. Usually you have genin for the cause, but here we have sein. So here we see genin, the cause. So ryusei gensho is the phenomenon. So we could learn that word for phenomenon as well, common word. So this is a phenomenon we're learning about. Let's see. Gensho o hikiokosu genin tonaru. So the cause of this phenomenon, bushitsu o ryusei bushitsu toiu. So it's falling meteor materials, basically, is what causes it. And then we learned this word before, I think, comet. So there's debris, basically, that come off of comets, creating these things that you see. Suisei, comet, we've not learned this. So how do we learn that too? Maybe one more word. This is kind of cool. The word for rain as well. A meteor shower, it's sometimes called as well. Ryuseu, that's the kanji for rain. Or also a meteor storm, the kanji for storm, arashi. Have we learned that word? Let's check. Yes, we have. Okay, let's travel in time to 1876 then. I will turn on our time travel music. I actually forgot to turn it off last time. So right now we're traveling in time. And as we travel in time, I think I'll put my standing desk down. Because I have a kitty down here that wants some cuddles in the time machine here. We have kitties in our time machine. So let's take a look at our kitties for a moment. And what's our current year? Let's update that. We're in 1876. Let's put our standing desk down for a moment. So bear with me here. Let's see if we can see this kitty for a minute. Bit of a break from our time travel for a moment. So in our time machine, we have this cat here. Aki is here. Also on this journey through time. So our current year is 1876, so we can draw that there. 1876, but we are still moving forward. The goal, of course, 2020. So here we have Aki. Say hello to Aki. He's been patiently, as I've been standing, just sitting between my legs as I'm standing the whole time. So I think he wanted to be with us here as we're streaming, traveling through time. Ray, konnichiwa. So we have this kitty here on this journey through time. So we just learned the word for comet. You can see there. And let's see, we can't, in my current layout, really see this, but I could get it back to the year 1976, I think. Let's go to the year 1976. let's go back to the 1870s. And now we're in 1876. Okay, the first thing that jumps out at me is a new word. Can you see that new word? I know we can't see that well in this version, but I want to be with the kitty for a minute. Hey, you know what I also see? The name of this cat. This cat's name is Aki. So this is fate. Because in 1876, we can see there was this, the Akitsuki no Ran. The Autumn Moon Rebellion. So this word here, Ran, means rebellion. So imagine this kitty rebelling. I'm sure it didn't have to do with cats, but this is fate. This kitty is here, joining us. Let's learn about that rebellion in Japan. That rebellion in 1876, and let's use that to travel further through time. I'll put Aki here on the smaller camera if I can.
Vegeta, what does the scouter say
See if I
about
can
his
get an angle
power
on
level?
Aki. That might work. Does that work? Let's try that. Can go a little higher maybe. Trying to work out my cat cam. Dekiru kana? So Aki is here. Let's look at the rebellion in his name. So check it out. So here's the word Ran, rebellion. Let's just copy that and learn that right off the bat. So Ran, rebellion, revolt, war. So let's find out what this war, what this rebellion was about. So again, Aki is autumn, Tsuki is moon. And let's check it out first in English. So the Akitsuki Rebellion, Akitsuki no Ran, was an uprising against the Meiji government of Japan that occurred in Akitsuki from October 27th, 1876 to November 1876. And we travel in time, so I can turn off the time travel music for now. We are currently in 1876. And that year we can see it there. Okay. So let's think about where we are. So we're in Japan again. So what happened? Former samurai of the Akizuki domain opposed the westernization of Japan. So again, we see conflicts about the westernization of Japan. And their loss of class privilege after the Meiji Restoration launched an uprising. Aratmasu, yokoso. Japanese Koto, welcome. And welcome to anyone else as well. I'm a Japanese teacher, not a history teacher, so I'm learning history too. In Chad, we need your help with history and Japanese, and we can learn and do that together. We've got a kitty here with us in this time machine with us as we travel through time. Our goal to get to 2020. Not sure how long it will take. So far, we've traveled almost 20 years. It's taken a little bit more than an hour. But I think we're getting better at time travel. So, class privileges were lost. So they launched an uprising inspired by the failed Shimpuren rebellion 3 days earlier. The Akitsuki rebels attacked local police before being suppressed by the Imperial Japanese Army. The leaders of this rebellion committed suicide or were executed. The Akitsuki Rebellion was one of the number of Shizoku uprisings. So these were uprisings by the Japanese warrior class that took place in Kyushu during the early days of the Meiji period. So these Shizoku uprisings I actually read about this one a little bit as I was researching this idea, the idea to do this travel through time. I happened to come across some of these rebellions. So basically, what happened, the samurai, who were a favored class in Japan, suddenly with the new laws were no longer a favored class. There were new laws, they couldn't carry a sword. They no longer received like a salary for their class, I believe. And because of this, there were various uprisings. NetForce? Yeah, I haven't heard of that one either. Let's change the language to Japanese and learn some of these keywords. I was hoping there'd be some images as well. So Shizoku, family or person with samurai ancestors. If you put that together, Zoku means tribe, and Shi can mean a warrior or a samurai. And let's go back. So here we have the Akitsuki Rebellion again. Let's look at it in Japanese. So Fukuoka Ken ni. So it happened in Fukuoka Prefecture. So Ken is a free prefecture. I actually don't think we've learned the word for prefecture. So if we haven't, let's learn that word. So we can place this event in a place. Ken, prefecture. And I was thinking before we'd learn the word for state. If we learned like a new state or a civil war. We didn't do that. But let's maybe just learn that word now. Because it's a similar idea to prefectures. Shu, state. We did talk about that earlier. And it is, again, all of Wikipedia is uploaded into our time machine so we can learn from that. Look at our kitty sleeping here. Kawaii. Good to see Aki live on stream and not be going crazy for a moment. Because he can be pretty wild. You might have seen him catch a mouse out of midair doing a flip last time. Okay, so what happened? So Meiji Seifu ni taisuru Shizoku Hanran no hitotsu de aru. So ni taisuru means toward. So toward the Meiji government. So the Meiji era, which is on between those years, 1868. So we're now in that era. We will be for a while. It's 1912. Since we're in this era, let's add this word to our power level. Very significant era in Japanese history. It's the Meiji era. So some more keywords here. Again, Seifu government we learned before. And then ni taisuru, regarding. Quite common, but we'll not learn that. It's not marked as common. It's more of a grammar piece. But it was a Shizoku Hanran. Hanran means rebellion. Another word for rebellion. So it's one of these rebellions. There were multiple. So as we saw, in this year, there were these 3 rebellions right after another. And I believe they were all in and around Fukuoka. This is just the second one. Hanran, rebellion, when we learned that word too. So that one we actually have learned, but if you look at it, it's almost the same as this word, just adding Han in front of it. It's overall probably a more common word. You can see it's marked with a P, unlike this one. So this is a shorter way to say rebellion. This can also be a verb with a suru. So to revolt, hanran suru. So a more useful word overall. So we are making progress. Let's see, any other words we can pick up here to travel further in time? What year are we in now? 1880? So we have gone 4 years already. Let's maybe go a bit further. Let's look at the details of the rebellion again. The sides were the Empire of Japan, the Imperial Japanese Army. So they were the winners. And the insurrection was from the Akitsuki party or clan. So Senryoku means the war potential who they had. So we have about 200 to 400 people on the Akitsuki side, and then these different units from Kumamoto Prefecture on the Japanese side. And who died? So Songai is damage. That's actually a useful word. Why don't we learn that? Because there's going to be a lot of damage in a lot of these events we look at. So damage, injury, loss, and let's see what the damage was in that. So it looks like Shibo 17 died on the side of the Akatsuki clan, and then Taiho, arrest. So about 150, so Yaku means about 150 were arrested. Taiho, to arrest. Also a word I don't think we've learned. Could be a good one if you ever play like Ace Attorney later. So we're up to 1882. And check it out. This is the general, a bunch of different Shizoku Hanman. So many different samurai rebellions during this time. This is just one of many if you want to look at more of these. And on the Japanese army side, only 3 deaths, or 2 deaths actually, of soldiers. So Senshi killed in action. Hey, you know what? We could learn that too, because shi means death. Senshi, being killed in action. And what else do we have here happening? So Keikon is a policeman. So a policeman is getting killed. 1 policeman died as well. Again, Shibo, death we learned before. Earlier today, what? Yeah, that was in the incident, the Namamugi Chiken. We learned about that word, Shibo, because 1 Englishman died. And then Kanli, government official, 1 government official died as well. Okay, let's see what year we're traveling to then. 1883. Let's travel in time now. Let's turn the time travel music back on. We're activating our time machine. (1883). Anyone know what happened in 1883? We will find out. Let's try to jump to 1883 in English again this time. Since we just did one in Japanese. We could still go to a Japanese event, but let's see them written about in English. Let's back up. So we need to go to the 80s, 1880s now. 1883. So this is in Japan. You can see a number of events by month in the Japanese version. Let's check the English version. So we're in 1883. So the first part of the year, Life magazine was founded in LA. A fire in Milwaukee kills 73 people. Wow. I just went near Milwaukee. I went to Chicago last week. Did not know that happened in 1883. What else happened? I'm not going to read all of them. The first electric lighting system employing overhead wires in New Jersey, installed by Thomas Edison. Well, I was thinking something about Thomas Edison would be cool. Let's make that one of the options, maybe. The Adventures of Pinocchio was first published in book form in Italy. Interesting. The first state to enact an antitrust law, which is a law to promotes or seeks to maintain market competition. The first vaudeville theater opened in Boston, Massachusetts. Hong Kong Observatory, the Paris Convention, protection of industry. Oxygen is liquefied. Wow, this seems like a good year. What's the name of this song? Let's check. This is our time travel song. It's from Chrono Trigger. It's called The End of Time. I think I've seen a different name. The Edge of Time or something too. Seemed appropriate as we're traveling through time here. We haven't picked yet where we're going for this year. But yeah, thanks for the question, Spence. Yeah, this is an intense stream today. We're traveling through time. Good to see you, Unboxious. So what we're doing right now is choosing how we'll travel through time. The goal is to get back to 2020 so we can play video games again. Right now, video games do not exist. Wherever you are, it's part of the time machine. Everything you see right there where you are, your computer screen, even if you look out the window, it's all holograms. We're all in this time machine together today. So let's help guide ourselves out. The Brooklyn Bridge is open to traffic. So the world is really developing now in 1883. Huh. Oh yes, this kitty cam is live. We've got Aki here for the moment. For once he's calmed down, so we can be live. So we are live. It's a bit dark because he's on my side of me here, but we are live right here. He's with us on this journey. But we actually just went to an event named after him, the Akitsuki Uprising. His name is Aki. It was the Autumn Moon Uprising in Japan. Autumn Moon Rebellion of samurai against the Empire of Japan. So interesting, you can look at births as well. Who is this? So Ichiro Hatoyama, a Japanese politician who was Prime Minister of Japan from 1954 to 1956. Huh. So he was really old then when he was Prime Minister. If you do the math, he would have been in his 70s. Interesting. Okay, so let's vote on where our path through time will take us. So I like this one up here, so let's use things on this screen. So we can do something about Thomas Edison, perhaps, in Japanese. We can vote. And again, in chat, you can suggest things too. But let's look here. So vote 1 for Thomas Edison. How about... two for something else down here that catches our eye. So what do you vote for, 1 or 2? Any other suggestion in chat, that could be number 2. So what is your vote? Should we go figure out about science and Thomas Edison in Japanese? Or should we find another event, perhaps related to Japan, perhaps related to something else? So Unboxious goes for number 1. That would be a bit faster. I'll give it a few more seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay, it's locked in. Let's learn about Thomas Edison in Japanese, because actually, a lot of these years we've been going through, Thomas Edison has been active. So we are now in 1883 talking to this individual, Thomas Edison. Let's learn a little bit today. We've traveled in time, so the music will stop now. Okay. Thomas Edison, I actually don't know that much about him. An American inventor from 1847 to 1931. So he'll be with us for a long time on this journey, for still 50 more years. And the first 20 years he's already been here. Described as America's greatest inventor. I actually had no idea how he looked. Developed many devices in fields such as electric power generation, mass communication, sound recording, motion pictures. These inventions, which include the phonograph, motion picture camera, the long-lasting practical light bulb. I think electricity, the light bulb was kind of the biggest one, right? Would have a widespread impact on the modern industrialized world. One of the first inventors to apply the principles of organized science and teamwork. So keep reading that. I got my water, but I think I forgot to bring it down here. Let me bring it back. Hopefully the kitty won't leave, but let me get my water quickly. When you're traveling in time, water is important. You gotta keep moving, you gotta keep drinking your water. Time travel is tiring. Good, the kitty's still there. Okay. So let's switch it back into Japanese. He died in 1931 of diabetes. We'll get there eventually. Maybe we'll see him again. Married twice, fathered 6 children, holding over 1,000 patents in his name. Sugoi. See, now this is a signature. You want to do a signature? That's a good one. Interesting. So let's switch into Japanese. So his name, of course, is in katakana, Thomas Edison. We got the same picture. Good comment from Unboxes there. So here we see Gyoseki, achievements. Ooh, we should definitely learn some of these. But let's quick look at the very brief intro here. So again, we see the years. Years, months, days. When he was born, when he died. So America, Gashukoku, the United States of America. And what was he? Hatsumeka, inventor. So Hatsume is invention. And then Hatsumeka is inventor. So let's learn that word first. And make sure we haven't learned it. We probably have learned invention. Let's just make sure. So Hatsume we actually have not learned either. So let's learn that too. Huh, why can't I undo changing this? There we go. So let's learn the word for invention as well. After all, we are in a time machine. Something that hasn't been invented yet, but on Japanese Quest, it kind of just happened. I don't know if you were here at the beginning, but we learned so many words up here for power. All these strange power vectors like gravity, buoyancy, political power, atomic energy, all these combined and made us time slip back to the year 1858. Luckily, it also created a time machine. You can see those words here. Time slip. So we time slipped back, but now we have this time machine as well. So far, we made it back to 1885 now. So let's look at his inventions. So he was also Kigyoka, an entrepreneur. So Kigyo means to start a business. Huh, interesting. There's a character named Hatsume invention in Boku no Hero Academia. Hey, that's cool. So sponsor no JP Morgan. So his sponsor was JP Morgan. America no Dennyoku Keito. So the electric power system. Kasenshita. They had an oligopoly of that power system. So let's look at some of the inventions here under Gyoseki, achievements. So we have Denki Kigu, electric appliance. So Kigu, utensil, Denki, electric. So Kairyo, improvement. So we have improvement of electric appliances. We have Hatsume, invention also of those appliances. That dot means both of these things happened. Oyobi, so Oyobi means as well as Sore no Fukyu. So Fukyu means the spread, so the spread of these electric devices. This is actually a very useful word, Fukyu, spread. So let's learn that word too. As you can see, it is marked common there. So the spread of these inventions, as well as these inventions. Fukyu ni hitsuyo na dennyoku sangyo. So electric industry. And then jigyo-ka, industrialization. So jigyo is industry, jigyo-ka, industrialization. Since we're kind of in the era now of industrialization, it kind of makes sense to learn that. So why don't we learn the word jigyo? As we get further into the future, we are unlocking these new concepts, these new inventions, as we travel further through time. So jigyo, enterprise, business. Let's copy that. And then let's use the word from what was caused by Thomas Edison. Jigyo-ka, industrialization he contributed to with his inventions. Again, ka, that last kanji means change. So it's a change bringing about industry. So we're now in 1888. I'm thinking we can change, this can be how far we go with this entry. So let's go to 1888. That's, what, 5 more years with Thomas Edison? That seems good. So let's make our power level go up to 1888. We're now traveling through time. So because we're traveling through time, let's do our time travel song here. And take a look, because we have another kitty here. Let's go to our cat cam momentarily. Say hello to Aki. The song you can see is Chrono Trigger up there. But Haru has joined us too right now. Hi Haru. Konnichiwa. So we're now going to the year 1888. Anyone know what happened in 1888? Because we're now there, we will find out what is there. Kawaii. By the way, I'm wearing a shirt appropriate for the occasion. Let's say you've gone back in time. Don't worry. Your clothing has this one covered. So all the science that you need to create modern society is printed on this shirt. The problem is it's kind of an old shirt, so it's faded. So we need to do it a different way. We're doing it with our time machine and Wikipedia uploaded into our time machine. Normally, I could just use this shirt to do this, but the shirt is faded. Kawaii ne. Let's see here. Do we have the angle? Huh, I feel like the other angle works better with it low. Then we can see it bigger. So let's go back to our smaller
What does the scouter say about his power level?
Yeah, so that would work. That's basically what we have. We have a time machine with all of Wikipedia uploaded onto it. So that's what's happening right now. Here we go. Okay, so let's go back now to the year. Let's just double check where we are. We're now in 1888. So let's now go to the year 1888. Let's actually go to the 1880s. In Japanese this time, and we'll go down to 1888. We can see there were 3 events in 1888 that are significant enough to be on here. In Japan, anyway. Huh. Louis Le Purance ga eiga o hatsume. So movies were invented in this year. Interesting. I've never heard of that. And since I'm really into movies, I'm curious. So Louis Ami Augustin Le Prince. He lived only a little bit more until 1890. He died 2 years after inventing movies. Huh. Let's first look at this in English. Have you ever heard of this? A French artist and inventor of an early motion picture camera, possibly being the first person to shoot a moving picture sequence using a single lens camera and a strip of paper film. Huh. Although some have credited him as the father of cinematography, his work did not influence the commercial development of cinema, owing at least in part the great secrecy surrounding it. So he died at only 49. Artist, art teacher, inventor. Sugoi. Has anyone ever heard of this person? I love movies. I should have heard of this person before. A Frenchman who also worked in the United Kingdom and the United States. Motion picture experiments culminated in 1888, the year we're in right now, in the city of Leeds, England. So imagine we're in England. In October of that year, he filmed moving picture sequences in Roundhay Garden, Leeds Bridge, and his brother playing the accordion, using a single lens camera and Eastman's paper negative film. Huh. I'm curious, they must show that video. You'd think they have like a GIF of it here. Interesting. Edison's mentioned lower in the article, you said? Yeah, feel free to read along. You can give us more detail. Anyone else who's watching can have more details. Some good comments here by chat helping us move through time. So yeah, Edison. Interesting. At the start of 1890, the Edison workers had begun experimenting with the use of strip celluloid film to capture moving images. So they're kind of... The last person we looked at is kind of battling with this guy. In 1898, Adolf, his widow and son, his son Adolf appeared as a witness for defense in court brought by Edison. Huh. So they battled it out in court who invented cinematography. Because Edison claimed he was the first and sole inventor. And of course, this guy wasn't alive to defend himself anymore. So it's all about the royalties for the process. Interesting. So this one actually is very appropriate for the last one we looked at. Sugoi. I'm learning a lot today, more than any other Japanese quest stream. I kind of like this format, even though I realize it's probably pretty strange for watching. I just feel like this way, normally we're learning a video game in Japanese. This way we can learn history in Japanese, which in a way, once in a while, is kind of cooler. If you're a curious person anyway, in the way that I am. So let's go and change this into Japanese and learn some keywords so we can travel further in time. It's interesting, as we travel in time forward, we're seeing all these connections. We saw this connection with these different revolts in Japan with a treaty to open up Japan. Those were all connected. We're seeing these two inventors connected as well. So we saw some of these words before. So here we have shokugyo, so business, occupation. We probably haven't learned this word, shokugyo, occupation, but it is a common word, as you can see. So let's learn those words. His occupations can take us further in time. So shokugyo, occupation. So what were his occupations? Kagakusha. Chemist, so kagaku, chemistry. If you had sha, chemist, we also have Gijutsusha, an engineer. We have Hatsumeka, the same as Edison. And Eiga Seisakusha, a movie manufacturer. So let's learn some of these occupations, why don't we? So he was a chemist. We've already learned the word for chemistry. but not a chemist. Kogakusha, chemist. He's also an engineer, and I recall we could have learned this one a couple days ago as we streamed from this kanji, the kanji for technology or skill. But we did not learn it, I don't think. Hijutsusha. So let's learn that. Engineer or inventor. I am wrong, we did learn that, so let's not do that. That's a duplicate. So it turned up green, but good review. And Hatsumeka, inventor, we just did learn that. And Eiga, the word for film, I'm pretty sure we learned that actually. Because I got bit by a cat, we learned some N5 words, and I think this is one of them. Yep, we did learn that. The word for film is Eiga. And then Seisaku, to manufacture. Seisakusha, producer. And I don't think we've learned the word for France, though. We learned the word for England earlier. Why don't we learn the word for France as well? He is from France, of course. Usually it's in katakana, so let's write in katakana. So we're now in the year 1891. We're almost to the 1900s. Let's go a bit further. Huh. 列車の中から君の子孫を遂げたため、アメリカで計画していた一般向けデモンストレーションを実施できなかった。So we had a strange disappearance from a train. What? We didn't see what happened to him on the English version. Let's check that too. The prince was never able to perform in a planned public demonstration in the US because he mysteriously vanished. He was last known to be boarding a train on September 16th, 1890. What? Of course, we're now in the year almost 1890. The reason for his disappearance is not known, and his family and his supporters invented a series of conspiracy theories, including a murder set up by Edison, secret homosexuality, intentional disappearing in order to start a new life, and a murder by his brother over their mother's will. Eh? 信じられない. Pretty crazy. How did I not know about this? So no evidence exists for any of these. The most likely explanation remains that he committed suicide, overcome by the shame of heavy debts and the failure of his experiments. Can you imagine that? The creator of motion pictures, of movies as we know it, might have been in such debt that he committed suicide. In 2004, the French police archive found a photograph of a drowned man bearing a strong resemblance to Le Prince, who was discovered in the Seine in Paris just after the time of his disappearance. Huh. So let's learn maybe one more word then. Oh no, my current year got too low. Let's do that. Okay. So he disappeared. Let's learn the word for disappearance and possibly train. I think the word for train, Lesha, we may not have learned. So, Lesha no naka kara kimyo na shiso. A strange disappearance from a train. So, Lesha, train. And then kimyo, strange. We learned that. Strange disappearance from a train. Kimyo, we've not learned either. Good. Also a common word. And then, so from this train, kimyo na shiso. Shiso, disappearance. That's not marked common, but I can tell you from my reading experience that it is actually fairly common. So why don't we actually add that too? Unboxia says, important word for JoJo's Bizarre Adventure fans. Ah, very true. Kimiona Boken, I believe. Bizarre Adventure in JoJo. So yeah, you're right. In this case, instead of a Kimiona Boken, we have a Kimiona Shiso, a strange disappearance, rather than a strange adventure. Although, if the conspiracy is true that he wanted to live a life hidden from people and he lived another life after that, perhaps he had a strange adventure, we don't know. So now we're in the year 1894. Let's change our time. Look at the bottom right. Timeline is now changing. You can hear the music of this time travel. 1894. We are now in 1894. Our power level is also 1894. So we're still inside this time machine in the world of Japanese Quest. You can see this time machine, all of us were inside it. And our current power level is 1894. So our power level and our year are one and the same. We're almost to the 1900s. Okay, so let's travel to this new year. You can see that kitty, very sleepy right there. Let's quick jump to the kitty for a second before we travel in time. You can see Aki there. Haru is here as well on my lap here. Kawaii. So say hello to Haru. Say hello to Aki as we travel in time. So I think I'm going to take a quick break, but as I do, on the board, I'm going to show the next year. I'm going to show, what is the year we're in? Let's go back and find out.
Vegeta, what does the scouter say
Okay,
about
so
his
the year
power
we are in
level?
right now is 1894. So let's travel to 1894. It's 1890s, and now we are in 1894. We're almost up to the 1900s. So a couple events we're seeing in Japan. We have another senso, another war. We have another treaty that we learned before, this word, Joyaku. This time it must be a revised treaty, Japanese-English treaty. We saw from before that they wanted this treaty, so it looks like they finally got it. We have the Sino-Japanese War, the first Sino-Japanese War. That could be a good one to go to. We have another Jiken incident. So what incident is this? The Dorefusu incident. So yeah, busy year. Let's go to this year maybe in English too. And so you can go to this year on your Wikipedia. You have the time machine where you are too. But why don't you look at this list? I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back, and suggest where you want to go next. So where should our path in time go? Should it be the Sino-Japanese War like we saw? Should it be some other event? Should it be this military alliance we see? Should it be Coca-Cola sold in bottles for the first time? We could do that. Should it be the Manchester City Football Club for the first time? These are all options. So write down in chat where you want to go next. I'll leave these kitties here, and I'll be right back. Itekimasu. Tadaima. So I'm back. Any suggestions of where we go next? Let's get the camera back on Aki Kitty here. Because he's still being a good boy and sitting here. Thank you, Aki, for being such a good boy today. Japan-China war might be a good destination. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking you're right. Let's see if we can find it. War is declared between the Qing Empire in China and the Empire of Japan over their rival claims of influence on their common ally, the Joseon dynasty of Korea. The event marks the start of the First Sino-Japanese War. So, 1894, the First Sino-Japanese War. Let's go there. So we can see how the war looks roughly here. And let's stop this music for now. Since we traveled in time now. We are now in the midst of this war. So we can see Chinese movements, Japanese movements, a lot of movements. I do not know much about this war, so let's learn something when travel in time as we learn about it. A conflict between China and Japan over influence in Korea. After more than 6 months of unbroken successes by Japanese land and naval forces, and the loss of the port of Wang Hai Wei, the Qing government sued for peace in February 1895. The war demonstrated the failure of the Qing dynasty's attempts to modernize its military and fend off threats to its sovereignty. Sovereignty? Sorry, I can't say sovereign. Sovereignty. I don't know why I couldn't speak right there. Sometimes English is hard. Okay, especially when compared with Japan's successful Meiji restoration. For the first time, dominance in East Asia shifted from China to Japan. The prestige of the Qing dynasty, along with the classical tradition in China, suffered a major blow. The humiliating loss of Korea as a tributary state sparked an unprecedented public outcry. Within China, the defeat was a catalyst for a series of political upheavals led by Sun Yat-sen and Kang Youwei, culminating in the 1911 Yanghe Revolution. We're of course not there yet. We're still in 1894 right now. Look at this kitty sleeping here. So the war is commonly known in China as the War of Jiawu, referring to the year 1894. So it seems like a good year we chose. In Japan, it's called the Japanese Qing War. I could be saying that wrong. The Nishin Senso, the First Sino-Japanese War. In Korea, where much war took place, it's called the Qing-Japan War. So let's look again at the details on the right. So the belligerents are China and Japan. The commanders you can see here. Wow. Military strength was huge on both sides. Look, Japanese are outnumbered almost 3 to 1. 600,000 to 200,000, roughly. The casualties, however, are much higher on the Chinese side, 35,000 to 1,000 dead. Oh, that's dead and wounded, so I'm not sure about the casualties then. Dead and wounded was 5,000 roughly on the Japanese side. But then many died of disease as well, over 11,000. Okay, let's go to the Japanese page. Tazaria, thank you. Ching, thank you. I appreciate the comment there. So let's go to the Japanese version and see if we can't learn some words to continue traveling in time. So here we have a different image. So this, you have to imagine, is the Japanese side with their more modern arms, which is why they won the war. And of course, look, it's framed differently on the Japanese page, of course. This time you see Japan on the left and framed from the Japanese perspective. These casualties are listed the same. Here we see Byoshi, dying a natural death, or really it means dying from a sickness, because Byo means sickness. And again, Senshi, deaths in action. Shisho together means casualties, injuries, and deaths. So that's the overview of the conflict. Let's look at some keywords here. So again, we're still in the Meiji era, which we learned earlier. We're in the 27th year of the Meiji era in Japan. And that's when you have this Nishin Senso, the first Sino-Japanese War. So Nihon to Shinkoku, so China under the Manchus. And there was a war, Senso de aru. So Seishiki ni Sensen Fukoku. So the official proclamation of war was 1894 Hachigatsu Tsuitachi. So the first day of August. So I don't think we've learned this word, this declaration of war. It's not labeled common, so let's maybe not learn it. But so Kanzen Shusen. So the end of the war was 1895. So Taiwan was involved too. Taiwan no heite o oeta. So when they were able to suppress Taiwan is when the war ended. Some of these keywords, Shusen, the end of war, we can learn that and travel further in time to 1895. So that's a common word you can see with the P there. Let's see any other keywords here. So again, senso de aru, it's a war. So notice, reading Wikipedia in Japanese is challenging. Even for me as a Japanese teacher, it's challenging, especially because there's so many names of dynasties and things, and I simply do not know what these are. I mean, even for Japanese people reading, this is a challenging read. But the cool thing is you can click on all the different things and learn more about them and switch to different languages as needed. Okay, so what happened was there was a peace treaty at the end. Kowa, peace, and then Kowa Joyaku no choi ni yotte shuketsu shita. So it ended with the signing of this treaty. Yellow Ninja, konnichiwa. Welcome to our time machine. Today's a bit different. We're traveling through time and using Wikipedia to do it. Right now we're in the year 1894, but we're traveling forward in time. So it seems like there are a lot of deaths by disease in this. So why don't we learn this word? Byo by itself can mean sickness. So byoshi, a natural death or a death through sickness. So let's learn that word. And also, why don't we look at the main forces involved, see if we might find an interesting word there. So we have the Empire of Japan, Dai Nippon Teikoku. So we have learned this word, Teikoku, empire. But why do we learn that all together? Sometimes learning a long word can be helpful. The other side of the conflict was Shin, the dynasty in Japan. For, wow, look at that, 300 years, a dynasty in Japan. Or China. I can't believe I'm getting Japan and China mixed up as a teacher of Japanese. It's embarrassing. So the Empire of Japan, Dai Nippon Teikoku. Okay, so why don't we go to the year 1897 and see what happened in that year next. Let's make our power level go up to 1897. We're almost up to the 1900s now. And let's turn on our time machine so we can travel to that year, 1897. Here's the music for our time machine. We are now traveling through time. Let's go to the year 1897. So here's 1897. So two events of note in the Japanese page for 1897 when you look at the decade overall of the 1890s. Let's look at these two main events. So this is the event, Soritsu, establishment of something. What was established? Kyoto Daigaku. So the University of Kyoto was established. So that's a big one because it's one of the most major universities in Japan. I happen to know during the student demonstrations in the 60s, 1960s, Kyoto University was kind of at the center of that, as I recall. Hi, Aki. Give Aki a pet, but he's kind of stretching out. Take a look at Aki down there. He's live in our time machine here. And the other thing in 1897 was what? Kote ni Sokui. So a new emperor was enthroned during that year. And that was in Korea, Chosen. Interesting. So who is the emperor? Anyway, I'm not sure who the emperor is. How about we vote? Since there's only two, it makes it pretty simple. We can vote to find out who this emperor is. It looks like they kind of reformed Korea. We can learn more about that. Or we can learn more about Kyoto University. So let's vote on those two. We can vote 1 for Kyoto University. That will be our path through time. Learning about this famous Japanese university a little bit. And just university in general. Or this Emperor of Korea. Number 2. So we have 1 vote for 2. That Emperor in Korea. This one I don't know anything about, really. I know a little bit about Kyoto University, because actually I remember I had to write... oh no, I didn't write, but I corrected the college essays of a student when I lived in Japan who tried to get into Kyoto University, and his mom was really, really, really happy. He did get in the end. So we have 2 votes for the second one. Okay, so let's see what we have there. So the keywords that we can click on are Chosen, Korea, and then we have the king in Korea. Probably we should click on that. And let's look at that in English first to get a framework off of when you're reading something. If you know it well in English first, it will help. Okay. So again, we're in the year 1897. So Emperor Gwangmu was the last king of Joseon. I can turn off our time machine song, because we have traveled in time now. We're now in Korea. So the last king of Joseon and the first emperor of Korea. Huh, so that does seem pretty significant. The first emperor of Korea here. Here, this kitty just moved, so let's see if I can get him looking at my lap here. Aki's currently in my lap here, you can see. So the first emperor of Korea. And his reign was from 1897 to 1907, so 10 years, starting the year we're in right now. And so he died in Japanese Korea. So Japanese Korea refers to the period when Korea was under Japanese rule between 1910 and 1945. So he must have had a storied life, considering when he started, he was not under Japanese rule, but when he died, he was. Let's look at a bit more details here. So he took the throne as still a child. Huh. Let's look at the year we're in now, 1897. So this is linked to the first Sino-Japanese War that we just looked at. Much of the war was fought on Korean soil, so this links directly to that. Good suggestion to go here. So I'm kind of reading through some of this, looking for our current year. Peasant revolts. Assassination of Queen Min. In 1895, the empress known as Queen Min in Korea was assassinated by Japanese agents. The Japanese minister to Korea orchestrated the plot against her. Interesting. They entered must be the palace in Seoul, which is under guard by Korean troops sympathetic to the Japanese. The queen was killed in the palace. The queen had attempted to counter the Japanese interference in Korea and was considering turning to Russia or China for support. So anti-Japanese sentiments in Korea. Now we're almost to the current year, 1897. And then there was a proclamation of empire. In 1897, King Gojong, yielding to rising pressure from overseas and the demands of the Independence Association led by public opinion, returned here. I'm not going to try to pronounce that. He proclaimed the founding of the Empire of Korea. In a new era name, Gwangmu. This effectively ended Korea's historic subordination to the Qing Empire of China, right? Interesting. Yellen just says, I think Emperor Meiji was in 1886. Yeah, I think that sounds about right. We looked some about the Meiji Emperor earlier. We learned the word for the Meiji era. Adopting the status of empire meant that Korea was declaring itself co-equal of Qing China. That it was independent of it, and at least nominally, it implemented the full and complete independence of Korea as recognized in 1895. So this is a big movement for an independent Korea, but it sounds like it wasn't for long because Japan would take over Korea until World War II, I believe. Okay, let's read about this in Japanese and see some keywords so we can travel further in time, because our time machine is for whatever reason, it's powered by Japanese words, not English words. So this is about this king. We can see his birth year, Seinen, the year of one's birth. Botsunen, the year of his death. So 1919 was the year of his death. So you can see he died at around age 70. You can see his father, Chichi, Haha, mother. Okay, let's read some of his details. So Teikoku, again we see empire. So the Korean Empire was founded. Wow, so this is some intense stuff because this looks like it's pretty much all Chinese. You can see it's all Chinese characters. So this must be like the name. The posthumous name is this super long thing. I'll be honest, I've never seen anything like this, so I'm not totally sure what this is even about. If anyone in chat knows what this long name is about. But it's saying it's taking this as the name of an era, this very long thing. And it was called this era. Or this is his emperor name. So the main thing here is they're talking about independence. Dokuritsu. Independence from China, independence from all foreign powers. So if you haven't learned this word, this could be one word we learn here. Dokuritsu, independence. You can see it's a common word. So Dokuritsu ato ni wa so Sensei Kunshu Kenpo. So Kenpo is a constitution. So they created a constitution. Let's see if we've learned the word constitution before. I think we have, but if not, all these nation states being created kind of requires a constitution. So it's a very important idea. Japan has one too. You can look it up and get it for free, actually. I think on Amazon. So Kenpo, constitution. So Kenpo o kofu shitari, so official proclamation of this constitution. Seisaku o tottari, so shinro, I would think would be like a new, like a Russian political measures, because you can see ro here refers to Russia usually. Kokusai josei ni hansuru kodo o shita tame Nichibei, so or Abe. So Britain and America, Fushi no Maneki. So they got suspicion from Britain and America, and as a result, Kekka Nihon ni heigo sareta. So as a result, they merged with Japan, or was annexed by Japan. So this result, Japan says, led to kind of Japan taking over Korea for a while. It's just this word result. If we haven't learned, we could learn that word. That would take us up to 1900. Let's find one more word to take us up to 1900. What will that word be? Any suggestions? We can use that word. Let's go up to so this is his life. Shogai, lifetime. We could use that word. But we've learned that word as well. Not surprising. Yeah, I think we talked about that one time. It's a famous line in Fist of the North Star. Waga shogai ni ippen no kui nashi. In my life, I have not one regret. We played that video once, I think at the end of Breath of the Wild, possibly. So this is a word that we saw recently with a new emperor in Japan, so this could be a good word. Sokui, enthronement. I think this kitty just kind of bit my arm. That's not so good. I think he's waking up. Let's see where we are. So this is clearly a lot of reading material if you want to get deeper into this issue. Kankoku Heigo, the annexation of Korea. So Heigo, annexation by Japan from 1910 to 1945. So this seemed to lead to that, and the other war that we saw led to that. Yep, we have a new kitty. By the way, the kitty here is Aki. There's another kitty running around somewhere named Haru. So yeah, 戦闘力は1897ですね。Yep, current power level is 1897 and we are traveling in time. So let's see how we do that. So how about this word for Korea? Have we learned that word yet? Because that's what this is all about. Kankoku. So today we're traveling in time. Right now we are stuck in the 1800s, but soon we'll be in the 1900s. We're traveling in time. As we learn new words, we travel in each one word equals 1 year. So Kankoku did a different variant here. Korea. I don't know why it says China and Korea. It normally is Korea. Kankoku. Korea. So currently we are traveling in time now to the year 1900. You can see 1900 there on our power level list. So our power level in Japanese is going up and our year is going up too. The goal is 2020. The year 2200. And yeah, China is obviously Chugoku. If we haven't learned that, let's learn that too. We can travel in time one more year. Because we did just look at the Chinese-Japanese war that led into this. So let's write that too. See, people in chat, you can help us travel in time with your suggestions. These are things we have looked about. This word we probably haven't learned yet either. So we're now in the year 1901. Chugoku. So let's now travel in time. Let's turn on our music to show that we're traveling through time. Chrono Trigger, which of course involves time travel. And now let's go to the year 1901, or finally in the 1900s. We started in the year 1858 today. We must go deeper. Let's see where we are. Now to the 1900s. And we keep seeing this word, Nendai, the age or era. Why don't we learn that word too? We're now in the 1900s. So, 1900 Nendai. Yeah, this is the end of time. Right now, we are in our time machine at the end of time. We are going deeper. Nendai. So now we're actually in 1902. Let's change the year down there. Look at our power level, it's now rising. So 1902. We are now in 1902. We have a little over 100 years to go, but we're making progress. So in chat, the way you can help is you can suggest words to make our power level go up. You can suggest the path we take. Let's take a look at the 1900s. Usually they had a big thing we can look at. So finally we're getting into some more advanced technology like airplanes. We're seeing the first airplanes there. Let's see if I can get a better angle on Aki. He's sitting down here again. So look at Aki Kitty live down here. Bear with me as I set the camera up. There's Aki Kitty. Alright, so where were we? So we're right now in the 1900s. 1902. So 1902, really? Huh. According to this, in the Japanese Chronicle of Events, for these 10 years, there's only one event of note in 1902. And what was it? So Nichie Dome. the Japanese English, probably England, alliance. So there was alliance and Teiketsu, so it was concluded that treaty was entered into. So this word treaty, dome, I don't think we have learned. We learned a different word for treaty earlier, an earlier historical event, but this one I don't think we have learned. So how about just dome? We learned that there. So now we're in 1903, so we can go deeper. Let's now go to 1903. So for 1903, there's 3 events of note here. Let's see what they are. Ooh, we gotta do this one, I think. We have a couple big ones. We can see Panama Unga, the Panama Canal. So Unga is a canal. Why don't we first power up with this canal? Because the Panama Canal was created in 1903. That seems significant. Let's power up with a canal. We have now unlocked a canal in the world of Japanese Quest. Yeah, it's lighter on some of these years, but that kind of helps narrow it down from the Japanese perspective. What are the big events? So we have that Panama Canal. Now let's go to the world of Japanese Quest. So in the world of Japanese Quest here, you can see we've got this canal now that's unlocked. As well as these other words like Ken, sword, we unlocked in previous games we played. Kawa, river. Now we have this word, Unga, canal. But let's go deeper into this year, 1903. So we have Raito Kyodai. You know what that means? The Wright brothers. What do they do? Jinrui Hatsu no Doryoku Hiko. So the first the first air flight. So we have the Wright brothers, you can see them there. So we'll look at this in Japanese and power up. And so just like they created the first plane, we've created, I don't know, one of the first time machines. We're traveling in time. All of us were in this time machine. And it's powered by language. So we're also inventors here. Let's first go to English. Yone, yokoso. Japanese Quest, welcome. So as we learn history, as we learn Japanese, we'll travel further in time. Oh no, I knocked the camera over. Here we go. So the Wright brothers, Orville and Wilbur, born in 1871 and at 67. So we started this journey before they were even born. 2 American aviation pioneers generally credited with inventing, building, and flying the world's first successful airplane. So they traveled through the air, and they can help us travel in time, so they're also contributing to that. We can add that to the Wikipedia. Probably will be edited away, but... Anyway, so they created the first airplane at Kitty Hawk. Let's read a bit more about it, then switch to Japanese. They made the first controlled, sustained flight of a powered, heavier-than-air aircraft with the Wright Flyer on December 13th, 1903. So we're in 1903. Let's change our power level to show that. And let's get some more words too. In 1904-05, the brothers developed their flying machine into the first practical fixed-wing aircraft, the Wright Flyer 3. We've made a lot of progress on this journey so far. We're already flying in the air. That's quite impressive. Let's switch this into Japanese. Nihongo. And really a big reason we're doing this Wikipedia game. Wikipedia games are fun. They're good ways to learn. And learning this skill to switch between languages can really help to learn a language you're learning. You can switch around languages and learn things that you're passionate about. Okay, this word, let's see about these brothers. So, Kyodai, brothers. I think we've learned that. Let's just double check. So, Kyodai, we have learned. Siblings. So, they are brothers. And let's see some more details. America Shushin no Doryoku Hikoki. So, this is what they created, an airplane Have we learned that word? If we haven't, that's the keyword here. Again, we see Hatsumesha, the same word we saw for Edison, the same word we saw for that French inventor who invented motion pictures. So let's check this word, airplane, hikoki. So the first part of it, hiko means aviation, and then ki means machine, put them together, aircraft. Konnichiwa. Darionator, good to see you. Welcome to our time machine. We're traveling in time today. Right now we're traveling to the year 1905. No, we're not. False alarm. Because that word we already learned. Let's find some new words. Our time machine's only powered with new words. Let's see. Sekkai Hatsu, the world's first. Hikoki Pilot. Ooh, so the word for pilot. They were the first pilot as well as the inventor of airplanes. When do we learn that word pilot? So let's copy that. Add that to our power level here. Pilot. So power level is increasing, and now we're in 1905. We're not currently traveling in time though, so I'll pause this time travel music for now. Let's see. Jitenshaya. So they had a bicycle shop. So as they were doing this bicycle shop, Jitenshaya o shinagara kyodai de kenkyu o suzuke. So they continued research as they ran this bicycle shop. And then in 1903, they made the first manned aircraft. So Yujin manned, and then Doryoku powered, so first man-powered aircraft. And then Seiko shita, so they were successful. So I see a comment there by Chow. I'm moving to Japan in 2 weeks. Any tips or suggestions on starting a new life in the country? That's a good question. Yeah, let's take a quick break. People in chat can answer that question. Let's look at this kitty for a minute. We'll travel in time a bit in a second. So we got this kitty here. Our current year is about 1904. So I lived in Japan for 2 years. I'd say just in Japan, as much as possible, try to speak Japanese and make Japanese friends. It's easy to just hang out with foreigners. Go to Japanese restaurants where there's only Japanese people. Go to Japanese groups where there's only Japanese people. Try to get out there and push yourself to use Japanese, push yourself to make Japanese friends that can possibly last a lifetime. It's one thing I regret. I have Japanese friends, but none that I'm really in touch with after leaving Japan. So I'd say that's my suggestion. And then just get out of your house, go to the restaurants go to the places that seem a little bit scary, mysterious, meaning that not just places like McDonald's, which you know, but maybe the door that you can't totally read it, but you know it's a restaurant. Just go in there. You'll meet more people, you'll talk more, it'll be more interesting. So my advice is open the doors that seem a bit more confusing. That's where the adventures are going to be. And yeah, Genki books are a great first start too. Okay, I think I'm going to put my standing desk up actually because I've been sitting for a while. I feel like I should mix things up. Time travel's hard work. You got to keep moving. Let's see if the kitty stays here. He may, even as I put it up. We'll see. So I'm going to get up here. Let's see if he goes. He's looking up at the standing desk as it goes up here. Let's see if he's cool with that. I'm going to stretch a bit here. It's okay, kitty. You're still there. You can stay there. Yeah, I've had a good Christmas. How about you? All right, let's go back then to where were we?
What does the
We
scouter
were
say
here again, the
about
Wright
its power
brothers.
level?
So what about the word for bike? Jitensha. Have we learned that word? I think maybe we have not. So they ran a bicycle shop and that led to making an airplane. Often one interest can lead to another. So bicycle, common word, N5 word. Let's copy that. Nice, we have not learned that. So G10 shop. So we're now in 1906. Can we level up even more? Let's find out some other words here. Ah, so there is a point that someone else was the first. So Tadashi. So however, the world's first might be this person. And that might have been in 1901, a year we already went to. So let's check this person out. And let's see where he was. Let's look at that in English too. So Gustav Albin Whitehead, an aviation pioneer who emigrated from Germany to the US, where he designed and built gliders, flying machines, and engines. Controversy surrounds published accounts in Whitebeard's own claims that he flew a powered machine successfully several times in 1901 and 1902, predating the Wright brothers. So possibly this is the name we should all know. I don't know about you in chat, but I don't know his name. I know the Wright brothers. Growing up in America, everyone pretty much knows the Wright brothers. No one knows this guy. So it could be that he was kind of forgotten unfairly by history. So much of his reputation rests in a newspaper article which was written as an eyewitness report and describes his powered and sustained flight in 1901. Sounds legit then, don't you think? The article also includes a drawing of the aircraft in flight. Huh. Hundreds of newspapers then repeated the information. So why is it not legit then? Strange. His public profile faded after about 1915, however, and he died in relative obscurity in 1927. I wonder why. It's very strange. It makes you wonder about history, how many stories you know, like the inventor of something, but someone actually invented it that just no one remembers. Must happen all the time. Let's look at his article in Japanese too. So obviously not as much as the Wright brothers. Umbaksha says, I had a nice Christmas, got some luxurious slippers. Ooh, nice. Ate dinner with my family. So again, we see in bold, Sekkai Hatsu, the world first. So what's the world first? So Yujin Doryoku Hiko, the first manned air flight. Ni seiko shita. So seiko to success. So why don't this word aviation? We could learn that word. Hikosuru can be a verb as well. And since for both of these, the issue is really world's first, why don't we put in world's first? Sekkai Hatsu. You can see it's not a common word, but really it's common for a lot of these entries. So world's first. Aviation, bicycle, pilot. That kind of covers the Wright brothers. Let's go to 1908 now. Let's make our power level go up. 1908. Let's find out. Let's now travel in time. Let's turn back our time travel music on. We are now traveling through time. Let's go to 1908. Let's see what they have in. Interesting. Only one event in 1908 in the Japanese Wikipedia. And this is the decade. Keep in mind this is the decade we're looking at. If you look at the year, there will be more than one event. But I like looking at the decade one because then it pares it down to the one most important event in the Japanese cultural memory. So all these events are boiled down to just one when you look at it for the decade. Let's look at that event. So, Osman Teikoku. Seinen Toruko Kakume. So the Turkish Revolution, the youth revolution in Turkey. Okay, so there's a revolution in Turkey, and it's the one thing listed for this year. So I say we click on it. I don't know much about this revolution. And today what we're doing first to get more of a context, we look at it in English, then some keywords in Japanese. So the Young Turk Revolution of the Ottoman Empire was when the Young Turks movement restored the Ottoman Constitution of 1876 and ushered in multi-party politics in a two-stage electoral system under the Ottoman Parliament. More than 3 decades earlier, they had a constitutional monarchy. This might be tricky for people not familiar with Turkish politics, but it sounds like a very big deal. Let's look at the result. So it's in 1908, our current year, and we're not traveling in time right now, so I'll turn off the music for now. Location, Ottoman Empire. Result, Young Turks' victory. So Young Turks is a political reform movement of the early 20th century that favored replacement of Ottoman Empire's absolute monarchy with a what? Constitutional government. Okay. So result, second constitutional era begins with the reinstation of Parliament and the reinstatement of the 1876 Constitution. So again, the word constitution comes up, kempo in Japanese. Don't just have to say it once, kempo. So the belligerents, again, we see the Young Turks versus the Ottoman imperial government. Moya Boya, or Moya Baya. Yokoso, Japanese Quest. Welcome to Japanese Quest. Interesting. Anyone know anything about this moment in history? Because it does seem like probably one of the biggest things that happened in 1908. And I don't really know much about it. I really should know more about history. So members of the military tradition. Sensei Sei, also another party member joining us in our time machine. We'll go further in time as we power our time machine with more Japanese words. I'm going to switch to our other cat cam here. The kitties have moved on to other parts of the time machine. By the way, I'm a Japanese teacher. My name is Akira. And what we do, we learn Japanese from Japanese games normally. Today we're making our own game. We're making a Wikipedia game, learning Japanese and history, and traveling in time while doing it. So it's a 3-pronged educational journey today. Even the kitty's learning, looking at the screen right now. Ooh, check this out, actually. I'm going to go to our cat cam for a second. So here's our cat cam. Can you see that kitty over there? So this kitty is looking at the screen, and he's following my cursor. He's reading about this revolution right here. Can you see that kitty reading about the revolution? So we're traveling in time. The kitties are learning history as well, reading from the TV, just so you know. Let's go back to the other view.
Vegeta, what does the scouter say about his power level?
So members of the military tradition, military officers among the Young Turks revolted. The defense of their shrinking state had become a matter of intense political pride or professional pride, which caused them to raise arms against their state. The event that triggered the revolution was a meeting in the Baltic port of Reval between Edward VII of the United Kingdom and Nicholas II of Russia in June 1908. So again, we're in the year 1908. You can imagine us at this meeting. Though these imperial powers had experienced relatively few major conflicts between them over the previous 100 years, an underlying rivalry, otherwise known as the Great Game, had exacerbated the situation to such an extent resolution was sought. So this convention brought shaky British-Russian relations to the forefront by solidifying boundaries that identified their respective control in Persia. So again, we're kind of getting into things about colonialism and other countries wanting to reform with constitutions, like happened in Korea earlier on our journey. Okay. We're not going to go too deep into it, but again, if you're curious, you can look at this in English, you can look at it in Japanese or wherever your native language may be. Let's look at this in Japanese and look at some keywords. Perhaps this word. Seinen, youth, young people. Toruko is a Turkey. Torukojin is a Turkish person or a Turk. And then kakume, revolution. So let's look at some of these words. Let's level up with some of these words here. So seinen, youth, young man. I thought we have learned that, and we did. So that's not powering our time machine. The word for Turkey. I'm not sure if we need to add that for we don't need to add. Don't know if you need to add more than a few countries. But how about kakume, revolution? I think we've probably learned this too. Maybe not though. We've not. So kakume, revolution, and earlier we saw some revolutions in Japan or some rebellions in Japan. Where was that? Yeah, way back in 18... What year was it? We learned the word Ron in 1877. You might have heard of this word Ron. It's a famous movie by Akira Kurosawa, this famous Japanese director. It means rebellion or war. And so I thought we might have learned it, but this is the word for revolution, a little bit different, but also an important word for history. So let's keep going. We're now in 1909. Let's keep going further though. So in this youth revolt in Turkey, happened in 1908. So Osman Tekoku, so Ottoman Empire is where it happened. And it was a senhen, a coup. Seihen. I even said it wrong. It's not that common of a word. So sei means like government, that first kanji, sei, government. And then hen means change. Okay, so what they wanted was Osman Teikoku Kempo. Again, Kempo, keyword we've been seeing, constitution. We're around a time where a lot of different constitutions are being ratified and written. So they wanted this constitution back. We learned this word before with this constitution in Korea. Kempo no Fukatsu. So they wanted the revival of this constitution. So they wanted revival. So Fukatsu, I think we have learned. Let's double check that we have. We have. So any more words we can add to our power level? Let's check. Seinen undo. So motion or movement. So undo no ketsujitsu. So they were successful with this movement, and that's what happened with all of this. Okay, well, we can go back because we did learn one word. So let's move down to 1909. And we have one event for 1909 as well. So, event in some station. Huh. So in Manchuria, there's an inspection ansatsu. So someone was assassinated. Someone who visited Manchuria for inspection, it looks like. I wonder who this person is. So this person was assassinated in 1909, the year that we're now in. Let me update the power level to 1909. The first Prime Minister of Japan. Thank you, Goldie, for the comments. Yeah, anyone who's a historian of Japan, you can help me a lot, because I'm a Japanese teacher. But I'll be honest, my knowledge of Japanese history and world history in general is not great. It's never been something I've been more into, like a futurism type of. I've been more of a futurist and creative types of things. So this is a good place for me to learn some history. So yeah, I think we saw this guy earlier in our journey. Let's read a bit about him in English, and we can power up learning more about the first Prime Minister of Japan. So Prince Ito Hirobumi, born Hayashi Risuke. So a lot of names. Japanese politician, prime minister, and preeminent member of the Meiji oligarchy. A London-educated samurai. He's got quite a look. Sugoi hito desu ne. A London-educated samurai of the Chushu domain and leader of the early Meiji Restoration government. He chaired the bureau which drafted the Meiji Constitution in the 1880s. So we read some about that earlier. Yeah, quite the background indeed. I wonder how his English was. Having been educated in London, probably quite good. Looking to the West for inspiration, Ito rejected the United States Constitution as too liberal and the Spanish Restoration as too despotic, before ultimately drawing on the British and German models, particularly the Prussian Constitution of 1850. Interesting. Dissatisfied with the prominent role of Christianity in European legal traditions, he substituted references to the more traditionally Japanese concept of kokutai, or natural polity, which became the constitutional justification for imperial authority. Omoshiroi. I feel like today, more than any other stream we've had, I've had the most moments of being like, that's really interesting. In 1855, he became Japan's first prime minister, so thank you again for mentioning that. Oh, someone said hi, Eves. Is Eves here? I thought he was still streaming. Anyway, he went on to hold the position 4 times, becoming the longest serving PM in Japanese history, and wielded considerable power even out of office. Yves is watching your stream on stream. Streamception. Sugoi. Hello, Game Grammar. Welcome. I heard you guys are leveling up today in grammar. We're leveling up today in vocab and history. So, good to see you. Today we are in a time machine. So if you're here, you're in that time machine too. Game Grammar's also in this time machine. By the way, this time machine is powered by language. Each Japanese word we put into it, we can travel in time by 1 year. Our goal is to get back to the present and back and all the way to 2020. We still have 100 years to go. You can see our power level down here, 1909. But that power level will go up. We will make it back to the present and beyond. We can start playing some games from 2020 as well. So the first prime minister we're learning about now, soon we'll learn about him in Japanese too, and learn some words related to his life. So Ito's foreign policy was ambitious. He strengthened ties with Western powers, including Germany, the US, and especially the United Kingdom. He oversaw the first Sino-Japanese War. So we read about that already. You can see the link is already used with that darker color. So we went here earlier. So we read about him then. But he's still an important player in Japan, even on to 1909. Negotiated Chinese surrender on terms aggressively favorable to Japan, including the annexation of Taiwan and the release of Korea from Chinese imperial tribute system, which then led to Japan ruling Korea later on. He sought to avoid a Russo-Japanese war. Interesting. Surrendering Manchuria to the Russian sphere of influence in exchange for the acceptance of Japanese rule in Korea. Interesting. So this man clearly had a very interesting life. Can you imagine going to London as a samurai, going on to be the first prime minister of Japan, Ito Horobumi, and then later leading Japan in this war against China, winning that war, then eventually taking a part of China, and then part of Korea. Quite a life. Let's switch to Japanese and find some keywords so we can travel beyond 1909. We're now traveling in time. All right. So we can see this is much longer of an article in Japanese, obviously. Sugoi. It's quite a picture. Migi kara. So is that him then? Okay, let's look at some of these details on the right. So Shijo, you can see his children. Looks like he had 5 children. Shinzoku, relatives. Again, we can see his signature, very different from Thomas Edison's signature we saw earlier. But equally as cool, I think. Edison's signature is pretty cool. And what do we see? We see Shashinko, his university. Remember, he went to London as well as some others. Zenshoku, previous job. So Bushi, he was a samurai. So that word I don't think we have learned, Bushi. Samurai or warrior. So that can be a first word because that was his occupation before becoming prime minister. If you break down those kanji, the first is the kanji for warrior or military. The second for gentleman or samurai. So let's break this down a bit more. So Shozoku Seito. So Seito is political party. Seito, political party. Okay, let's read a bit of this. So we can see he actually died in this year, 1909, is when he died at age 68. 68 歳. Have we learned the word for age even? If we haven't, we should learn that one. So sai, you can say how old you are. For example, 20 歳. Be 20 years old. A lot of little words like this we never had. So Seijika, he's a politician. So Seiji is politics, Seijika, politician. Those could be some good words to add. Obviously, he's one of the most important politicians in Japanese history. How about just Seiji? Have we learned that word? Politics, we have not. So let's do undo. We can put that there. And Seiji, politics. Seems a fitting word, since we're looking at the first politician in Japan, or the first prime minister anyway. Okay, so Nihon no Bushi, so he's a Japanese warrior, Japanese politician. I'm looking for words that would be good for us to learn here. A lot of this stuff, you can probably tell, is kind of on the tricky side. I think what I kind of want to look at actually is the word for prime minister, since he's the first prime minister of Japan. I don't think we've learned the word for prime minister. And I don't see the word here, but let's find the word used for prime minister here in the dictionary. Is that how you spell prime minister? Yeah, this is the word you normally see in the news. There's a couple. Shusho, prime minister. Also, you do see Sori Daijin. You sometimes see this one as well. Sori, prime minister. And to be honest, I'm not completely sure with all the subtleties between the different words. This is the one I see the most. So let's learn this one at least. It looks like this one probably has a wider meaning to it. For example, Chancellor of Germany, Austria, etc. Where this one says just Prime Minister. Okay, we're 5 years on. So let's go to 1914. That seems like a good year to go to. Let's turn on our time machine. As we continue traveling through time, let's make our power level go up to 1914. The year now we're in is 1914. So what happened in 1914? Let's go to the English entry for 1914. How about this time? We can vote on where to go on our path through 1914. So let's go into the next decade. 1914. And let's switch it into English this time. So here we go. So we're in 1914. Where should we go next? So a lot more seems to be happening now. We're doing month by month. There's more events overall as we're getting closer to our current date. Let's look if we can't see some highlights. Maybe we can see highlights better looking at the decade. But no, it's still kind of all over the place. Let's look at 1914. So anyone in chat, feel free to suggest where we should go next. So starting in January 1. So we're starting services between St. Petersburg and Tampa, an airboat line. So World War I. Is that one? Yeah, good suggestion, NetForest. Did World War I start in 1914? Ooh, check it out. Charlie Chaplin makes his film debut. So that's one option. Japan declaring war on Germany was pretty big. So I feel like people are getting more knowledge about where we are in history now. Let me do a find. World War One. This year saw the beginning of what became World War One. So that's big. I guess... Yeah, this overview is kind of nice, actually. So this year saw the beginning of what became World War One. After Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria, heir to the Austrian throne, was assassinated by Serbian nationalist Gavrilo Princip. I'm sorry if I said that wrong. It also saw the first airline to provide scheduled regular commercial passenger flights with heavier-than-air aircraft with the St. Petersburg-Tampa airboat line. Ah, airboat line. So that's what that was. Okay, let's vote on where we go next. And I think I know we'll win, but still, I think we can vote. We've been doing a lot of wars. We should vote and have options, I think, of where to go. Let's do a few options. Let's do... So number one option, World War One. You can write 1 in chat for that. Number two option, this first airboat line, although I guess we did just kind of do airlines. We've done a lot of wars too, though. Third option can be Charlie Chaplin. His first movie was this year as well. So Charlie Chaplin is 3, the third option. So Ichi, Ni, Sun. Where will we go next? I'll be right back and check the votes and make a quick drink of water. So vote 1 for World War One. Vote 2 for this first commercial airline. Vote 3 for Charlie Chaplin, which is of course this silent movie star. Okay, what do we vote for? It looks like Unboxes voted for Charlie Chaplin. Okay. That sounds good to me. I was fine with any of those. Although I guess I wasn't as hyped about the middle one, because we did just look at airplanes recently. So where was Charlie Chaplin? Here we go. February 7th. February 2nd makes his film debut in the comedy short Making a Living. And the 7th, Charlie Chaplin's second film, the Keystone comedy Kid Auto Races at Venice, is released, in which his character, the Tramp, is introduced to audiences, although first filmed in Mabel's Strange Predicament. Huh. So this is kind of nice, because we saw the beginning of the film industry earlier with a creator in France, and then Edison, who also claimed to have invented it. And now we're seeing the result of that. Thank you for Moyabaya. So Sori Daijin is names in Japanese law, whereas Shusho means prime minister. Right, that's kind of the sense that I had, but thanks for writing it there. Arigato. Oshiete kurete. Arigato. That was my sense as well. And since you mentioned it, and since you wrote it there, why don't we write that one down too? So Sori Daijin, the prime minister in Japanese law, whereas Shusho just means the prime minister. Anyway, since we learned about the first Japanese prime minister, we can put both of those. Okay, but now let's go to Charlie Chaplin. You can just go in his name. So this is Charlie Chaplin as a young man, 1920. So a bit after where we are in 1914 currently. But usually he's famous for having that mustache, right? So, young Charlie Chaplin. Teenage Chaplin in the play Sherlock Holmes. Huh. Which he appeared 1903 to 1906. I'm actually curious if we look Charlie Chaplin in Japanese, if we might find something. I think I might have seen a video before that I'm just curious. So let's put this name in and do a quick search with it. And let's see if we can find something. I'm curious if we put Charlie Chaplin into YouTube. So in Japanese, obviously. So what will come up? Yeah, this is what I kind of wanted to see. So his speech with Japanese subtitles. Have you seen this? It's from The Dictator. Dokusaisha is the word dictator in Japanese. We can learn that word right here. And then enzetsu is a speech or address. We can learn that word too. And then tokuya no enzetsu, so barbershop speech in Japanese. So I'm not sure why it's called the barbershop speech. Anyone know the story on that? But these words, let's add to our power level as we level up in Japanese. So dictator, 1916. Also, so we're actually getting into videos now. See, so soon in our time travel, like very recently, motion pictures were just created. Suddenly we have these videos already we can access. Like obviously this was a bit later in his career, but still. So enzetsu speech or address. So here he is playing the role as a kind of comic, satirical Hitler, I believe, in this movie that he made. So why don't we see a bit of it maybe? And let's add this word to our power level as well. Here, let me get my headphones on again so I can hear this. Let's turn off the music here, because we're not traveling in time at the moment. But let's take a look at this. There we go. So this is the man we're currently being helped by traveling in time, Charlie Chaplin. Okay, I feel like that's way too quiet. Can you confirm that that's way too quiet? I think I can turn it up though. I'll just have to remember to turn it down again. Yeah, okay, let's see if we can make it louder.
Gentile, black man, white. We all want to help one another. Human beings are like that.
Huh, I wonder why it's so quiet. You'd think that one seems like it's filmed off a TV. You'd think there'd be a better version. Yeah, bear with me. I kind of wanted to see if that video is there. I don't know what the sound is like that. Make sure to turn it back down before clicking. Yeah, good point. Let's turn it back down again. Don't know why it's that quiet. Let's find out where we are. Okay, I think that is the same one. Perhaps this one will be louder. Let's try.
That's not my business.
Okay, seems a bit louder.
I don't want to be an emperor.
Let's turn it up.
I'm sorry. But I don't want to be an emperor. That's not my business. I don't want to rule or conquer anyone. I should like to help it.
Okay, so I don't want to rule or conquer anyone. We can look at a couple of these words. This word here, 支配するよりも人々を助けたい. So rather than ruling people, I want to save people. 助ける to save. 支配する to rule. Let's write that word 支配. This is one word that I believe was on our, if you remember, we had a bounty list of words we were looking for. This is one I think we didn't find. To rule over people. 支配 or 支配する, if you want to make it a verb. Okay, let's see if we can learn some more words from Charlie Chaplin here.
Everyone if possible. Jew, Gentile, black man, white. We all want to help one another. Human beings are like that.
Okay, we all want to help one another. Human beings are like that. And yeah, it is a good word for our channel too. To help each other. 助け合う. Unboxes, I'm not sure what you wrote there. 支配 is to rule over. 助け合う to help each other. It's not labeled common, so let's maybe not learn that, but this is a good word. 助ける by itself means to help.
We want to live by each other's happiness, not by each other's misery. We don't want to hate and despise one another. In this world, there's room for everyone, and the good earth is rich and can provide for everyone. The way of life can be free and beautiful, but we have lost the way. Greed has poisoned men's souls, has barricaded the world with hate, has goose-stepped us into misery and bloodshed. We have developed speed, but we have shut ourselves in. Machinery that gives abundance has left us in want. Our knowledge has made us cynical, our cleverness hard and unkind. We think too much and feel too little. More than machinery, we need humanity. More than cleverness, we need kindness and gentleness.
Okay, I kind of just want to let this go for a while because it's such a good speech, but this is a good line. So chishiki yori. So yori is showing some more than knowledge. Chishiki yori, so more than knowledge. What is important? 大切なのは思いやりと優しさ. So kindness and like tolerance. What did you say?
We need humanity. More than cleverness, we need kindness and gentleness.
Gentleness and kindness. So why don't we look at some of these words? Because you could say that the man we're researching right now, Charlie Chaplin, is teaching us omoiyari, which is a very important Japanese word. Yeah. Thanks, Unboxes, for writing that. Yeah, I know what you mean now. Tagai. So, like each other. Yeah, that is a good one. So, omoiyari. Consideration, thoughtfulness, sympathy, compassion. Very important idea in Japanese culture and also in this speech. So let's add that to our power level. Power level is rising with this speech here. And then yasashisa. We've probably learned yasashi, kind, already, so we can keep going.
Without these qualities, life will be violent, and all will be lost. The aeroplane and the radio have brought us closer together, and all will be lost.
Interesting. You'll notice the translation there is totally different. Let's listen again.
And gentleness. Without these qualities, life will be violent, and all will be lost.
Life will be violent and all will be lost. But what it says here is if you don't have that, you're the same. We are the same as machines. Kikai to onaji. Kikai means machine. Onaji, the same. It's a different translation there.
The aeroplane and the radio have brought us closer together.
So cool. He's bringing up stuff that we've already read about, like the airplane. So they brought us together, but
The very nature of these inventions cries out for the goodness in men, cries out for universal brotherhood, for the unity of us all. Even now, my voice is reaching millions throughout the world, millions of despairing men, women, and little
Through the world and through time, let's add that.
children, victims of a system that makes men torture and imprison innocent people. To those who can hear me, I say, do not despair.
Do not despair. In Japanese, do not throw away your hope. Notice that's written kind of differently. Kibo, hope. Kibo o suteru na. So don't throw away your hope.
The misery that is now upon us is but the passing of greed, the bitterness of men who fear the way of human progress. The hate of men will pass, and dictators die, and the power they took from the people will return to the people. And so long as men die, liberty will never perish. Soldiers, don't give yourselves to brutes, men who despise you, enslave you, who regiment your lives, tell you what to do, what to think, and what to feel, who drill you, diet you, treat you like cattle, use you as cannon fodder. Don't give yourselves to these unnatural men with machine minds and machine hearts. You are not machines, you are not cattle, you are men. You have the love of humanity in your hearts. You don't hate, only the unloved hate, the unloved and the unnatural. Soldiers, don't fight for slavery, fight for liberty. In the 17th chapter of St. Luke it is written, the kingdom of God is within man, not one man nor a group of men, but in all men, in you. You, the people, have the power. The power to of men, but in all men.
So in you is the power. I felt like we should go back to this because last time, the reason we're here is this kanji, chikara, power. Where is that power? Kimi no naka ni. Watashi no naka ni. So inside you, inside me, we all have that power.
In you, the people, have the power to create machines, the power to create happiness. You, the people, have the power to make this life free and beautiful, to make this life a wonderful adventure. Then in the name of democracy, let us use that power. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new world, a decent world, that will give men a chance to work, that will give youth a future and old age a security. By the promise of these things, brutes have risen to power, but they lie. They do not fulfill that promise. They never will. Dictators free themselves, but they enslave the people. Now let us fight to fulfill that promise. Let us fight to free the world, to do away with national barriers, to do away with greed, with hate and intolerance. Let us fight for a world of reason, a world where science and progress will lead to all men's happiness. Soldiers, in the name of democracy, let us all unite!
So imagine they all think he's Hitler and then giving this speech for everyone. I guess it's a scene in the movie. I haven't seen the movie.
Lead to all men's happiness. Soldiers, in the name of democracy, let us all unite!
Okay, so this is Charlie Chaplin. He's taught us a few words. I think the message of his speech is quite good and still holds true today, which is part of why I want to see it. Also, watching videos with Japanese subtitles of English movies can be a great way to get exposure to Japanese in a familiar context. So this word he mentioned a couple times, though, democracy. Why don't we learn that word? In the name of democracy, he said. So Minshu, the people. Minshu Shugi. I think I did extra ooh, actually. So Minshu Shugi, democracy. There we go. We can add democracy to our journey today. We're now to 1920. That's probably good enough for Charlie Chaplin. He's taken us, is that 6 years? Any other words we see here? So, Minshu Shugi no tame ni danketsu shiyou. So let's unite, let's come together. How about that word too? Danketsu, to unite. That's kind of also what we do on Japanese Quest, so let's learn that word. Let's unite. Danketsu. Solidarity. Teaming up. Common word. And one word, you can see. Okay, so we're now 1921. It feels about time to move on, so we'll close this for now. Thank you, Charlie Chaplin, for helping us travel further in time into the 20s. And let's continue time traveling. So let's turn this song back on. And I'll turn it down back to what it was. And so where were we? We're now in 1921. You can feel us traveling in time. 1921. So we're now within 100 years of where we need to go. So our goal, of course, is 2020. We're now within 100 years. We're making progress. Thank you, Charlie Chaplin, for the assist, and the first Prime Minister of Japan for helping us get here. Let's go to 1921. We are now traveling in time. The 1920s. So check out that 1920s. Looking a bit different. We're seeing baseball. So let's maybe go to 1921. Kind of like that overview actually for the full decade. The 1920s was a decade of this calendar. In North America, we've traveled in time, so I'll turn this music off for now. It's referred to as the Roaring Twenties, or the Jazz Age, while in Europe the period is sometimes referred to as the Golden Age 20s. Because of the economic boom following World War I, French speakers, by the way, thank you, Charlie Chaplin, for bringing us through World War I more peacefully. French speakers refer to the period as crazy years, emphasizing the era's social, artistic, and cultural dynamism. Interesting. So this Wall Street Journal crash is coming up in 1929, but not yet. The economic prosperity experienced by many countries during the 1920s, especially the US, was similar in nature to those experienced in the 50s and 90s. Each period of prosperity was the result of a paradigm shift in global affairs. These shifts in the 20s, 50s, and 90s occurred in part as the result of the conclusion of the World War I, the Spanish flu, World War II, and the Cold War, respectively. Interesting. So, foreign oil companies began throughout South America. Okay, let's go to 1921 and see what we find. So in American football, so we now have American football. The University of Berkeley defeats Ohio State in the Rose Bowl. So the first time I've really seen football, American football. We have football in Brazil as well. A new club is formed. Ooh, nice. The first full-length silent comedy drama, The Kid, written, produced, and directed by Charlie Chaplin, who we just saw, is released in the US. So he's still at the height of what he does. The movie we saw probably has not yet come out yet. So Red Army invasion of the Democratic Republic of Georgia. So any thoughts in chat of where we should go next? Any suggestions, we will go there. Chat can kind of pick our path through history. Ah, interesting. The city of Kiryu, located in Gunma Prefecture in Japan, is founded. Yeah, why don't we haven't done Japan for a little while, so why don't we do a search and I'll find where Japan is mentioned here. So Japan is mentioned there. I see 3 mentions of Japan. So Japanese Prime Minister Hara Takashi is assassinated in Tokyo in this year. Wow. Ooh, we see a speech by Adolf Hitler. Members of the brown shirts physically assault his opposition. So we start to see Hitler on the scene. Now, if you hear something, the kitties are going crazy right now. You might hear them running around. So treaty in Japan as well. A Japanese-American Nobel physicist was born. Japanese-American civil rights activist born as well. Japanese politician is assassinated. Let's maybe go there, because we've seen that a couple times. So here we have Hara Takashi. So in this year, he was assassinated, but wow. Yeah, he's only in office for 3 years. Born in the 1850s, right around when we started this time-traveling experience. It's about 65 years ago. So his name is Hara Takashi, a Japanese politician and Prime Minister of Japan from 1918 until he was assassinated. He's also called Hara Kei informally. He was the first commoner appointed to the office of Prime Minister of Japan, giving him the informal title of Commoner Prime Minister. Heimin Saisho. Interesting. Also the first Christian Prime Minister of Japan. Really? I would have thought there was never a Christian Prime Minister of Japan, because Christianity is not that common in Japan. Interesting. So he was born in a village in the feudal Morioka domain in Mutsu province, present Iwate prefecture. Yeah, Unboxes, I agree. It's honestly super surprising, especially so early in when there were even prime ministers. So he was the son of a samurai class family which resisted the Meiji Restoration. We saw some of those revolts and rebellions earlier, with samurai fighting against the Meiji Empire. Their swords were taken away, their status was taken away, so they fought and had many rebellions. Interesting, so he left home at the age of 15, went to Tokyo by boat. And another amazing journey. You can see his signature was very interesting. Quite a story. He failed the entrance examination of the prestigious Imperial Japanese Naval Academy, so don't feel bad if you ever fail a test. You can still be a prime minister somewhere. And here he learned to speak French fluently. Interesting. Joining this Marin seminary. That must be where he became Christian, possibly. Soon after, he joined the law school. That was before he was even 17? Huh. Beginning in 1879, he worked as a newspaper reporter for 3 years. Interesting. Wow, there were 8 Christian prime ministers? NetForce, thank you. This is the kind of trivia we need in chat. That's a great, great comment. Really? That's incredibly surprising. I didn't even know there were 8 Christians in Japan hardly at that time. I'm joking, but I didn't think it was common enough for them to be a prime minister, honestly. I would think that that would be a reason to not allow them or vote for them to be prime minister, but apparently not. I'm learning a lot today. Okay, so check it out. This is connected to the first prime minister of Japan we saw earlier. So in 1900, where we recently were, Hara returned to politics and joined Ito Hirobumi, the first prime minister of Japan that we saw earlier. See him? And founded new founded party Rikken Seiyukai became the first Secretary General of the party. Interesting. So first, he became the representative of Iwate Prefecture. So let's kind of, this is long, and clearly people with interest can keep reading a lot more, but let's try to figure out the reason we're here, his assassination, what happened there. In 1921, Hara was stabbed to death by a right-wing railroad switchman at Tokyo Station. So the person who did the stabbing, Nakaoka, was released only 13 years later after committing the murder. After killing the prime minister, only 13 years? What? Naze? Can you imagine that happening in, like, the US, for example? Like the person who killed Kennedy or something being released in 13 years? They're locked up forever. There must have been reasons. He wrote, "After a period of some years, my diary must be made public. It is the most valuable of all my possessions, so it must be protected." According to the will, it was made public in what came to be called the Hara Diary. Hara Nikki. So this word right here, Hara, field, since that's his name and he was known by that, let's learn that first. Hara, field. I don't think we've learned that. Hara, field. It's a useful word, not just a name, by the way. And then Nikki, diary. I'm pretty sure we've learned that, but let's just check. Yep, buddy. We have learned it. The diary itself is thousands of pages long. Interesting. So he provided that Koreans remain under Japanese control, but encouraged limited self-rule in Korea. His overtures, however, won few supporters either among Koreans or Japanese. The former considered them inadequate, the latter considered them excessive. Interesting. Perhaps that's why he was stabbed. Okay, let's see if there's any more keywords we can find and can travel further in time. Again, Hara Takashi. Let's switch to Japanese here. And as we've been seeing, Japanese politicians have a pretty tricky reading challenge because there's so many names in different political parties and things like that. But let's look at some of the key details. So one word we kept seeing is political party because these are now becoming quite important in politics. So Shozoku Seito. So attached to or member of political party. Both of these words, why don't we learn? So to belong to something, to be a member. Shozoku. We can start there. And then Seito, political party. Which you still, in the news today, by the way, you see this word all the time with political parties in Japan and in the US or wherever else. So a useful word. And the party here was Rikken Seiyukai. So constitutionalist, political friend party, something like that. What else do we see? So one thing we keep seeing is Botsunen, the age of one's death, or the time of one's death. I don't know if we need to add that. Have we learned this before? Shinzoku, relatives. We keep seeing these same words repeated for all these different people. It makes me want to learn more of them. Shinzoku, relatives, is a good word to know anyway. and sign, actually, like an autograph or signature. We've been seeing so many. Not something I thought about, but it's been cool to see. Let's learn that word too. This word can be used for like autographs in Japan too, like asking for an autograph. You can see quite a long entry here. But let's look at the end, the reason we were here. Ansatsujiken, an assassination incident. Interesting, so he must have fallen here. This is not a kanji variant you really see now. So Tokyo Station. I remember now. When we were still in the Edo period, I think now we're beyond the Edo period. We learned the word Edo for Tokyo. Did we learn the word Tokyo yet, or did we keep it for later? I think we might have learned it then, but maybe not. Okay, we did. Just making sure. So Unboxia says, unfortunately, I've lost track. You added something like 500 words lately, and I haven't been able to go through on Anki yet. Crazy. Yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah, we had been slacking most of the year, so we've been learning way too many words way too quickly at the end of the year. I do apologize about that. I realize it's too fast, but it's been fun also to try something a bit different to accomplish that. Like this time machine idea wouldn't have happened without the pressure of wanting to learn all these words rather quickly. So it's been a fun challenge. Sometimes you have to get creative to level up in the way that you might want to. So he was assassinated at the subway or at the train station. The entrance to the station. Joshaguchi. Sugoi. And he was killed by a railroad worker, which is kind of amazing. Yeah, Shokuin, staff member. That's a common name, common word, so why don't we put that into... Is there any word that would... Like, the word assassination we have learned. Yeah, Unboxious, don't worry about it. But I can guarantee you the words you've been learning, they're good words to know. It's just that been at a faster, stranger pace. The journey's been a little strange. The words, though, are legit. Maybe something to indicate that this is about his death. Sogi, funeral service, and then Kokubetsu Shiki. This one I don't see so much. Funeral service. So let's try this one. We've probably not learned this word for funeral. So let's learn that and take us to 1928. I think it's time to travel in time some more, so let's turn this song back on. We're now going to 1928. Yeah, I don't know what the date is on that, but I don't think we're there yet. You were referencing the Nanking Massacre. Nanking Daigyakusatsu. Tell me what year we can do that. 1938, we're getting there. So we're 10 years away from that. So we're now going to 1928. Take a look at our power level. It's now going up. We're getting closer to the present age. We are now traveling in time. Can you feel it? Traveling to the year 1928. Look at all these people. They're being born now. Charles Bronson. Was he really born back then? Rafa, yokoso. Japanese Questへ. Let's look at this guy. So he was born in 1921. I'm actually biased because I'm kind of a fan of Charles Bronson. Don't know if you really know, but I'm really into movies. And he was in some really cool westerns, one of the best ever made. Once Upon a Time in the West. He was in that. Warlock, yokoso! Japanese quest away. So possibly let's level up a little bit with the powers of Charles Bronson. I'm curious if there's anything about him in the Japanese world, Charles Bronson. His picture when he's older there. Charles Bronson. So let's copy that. Let's check out the presence of Charles Bronson in YouTube. So he'd be just 9, or no, just 7 years old at this time, but let's check out Charles Bronson, born back then. Lily Heart, konnichiwa. So let's look at the key here. Often it helps to look at the gut. Okay, so interesting. Yeah, there's some CMs with Charles Bronson. That doesn't surprise me. Japanese commercials, because he was a big star in the 70s. So what else? A lot of different strange later movies of Bronson, it looks like. Here's this scene that I love from, I'm curious if they have Japanese for that. This is the famous scene from Once Upon a Time in the West. I want to show just a little bit of it. Legendary music. Legendary scene. Spaghetti Western. Morricone music. Here's Charles Bronson doing a stare down with Henry Fonda. If you haven't seen this movie, I highly recommend you do. Once Upon a Time in the West is this movie. Many say the best Western or best spaghetti Western of all time. This might be a spoiler, but there's always going to be a showdown at the end, right? Let's think about what words we might find from Charles Bronson that can move us forward through time. I'm not going to do this too long, don't worry. Oh no, I can't show you the spoiler. Just watch the movie. Anyway, there's a flashback here that might be a spoiler. I'm not going to show it. But legendary song there. You can probably guess what's going to happen. But anyway, let's go back to the world of Charles Bronson. So have we learned the word America? If we have not, we've learned France and England today. Let's learn America, too. Not sure that we have. Probably have. Let's see if we learned America in katakana. America. We have not. So we can first power up with the power of America. We've unlocked America now. And America no hayu. So he's an actor. Just like we saw Charlie Chaplin earlier as an actor. Let's learn that word. Hayu, actor. By the way, the breakout movie for Charles Bronson was, I believe, what was it? I forget the movie that was his breakout role. Someone in chat probably knows. Guitar, yokoso. Japanese quest away. Death Wish. Yeah, that was his big breakout role. Also, The Magnificent Seven, which is a Western that was based on The Seven Samurai in Japan. So check out this title. Koya no Shichinin. Which is basically it means like the seven samurai or the seven men of the field of the wasteland. Koya means wasteland or wilderness. He's also in The Great Escape. Dasso, to escape. This is the one that we just saw, Once Upon a Time in the West. Death Wish. Interesting, look at the title in Japanese. Okami. Okami yo saraba. So Farewell Wolf, very different title. And then, yeah, this one, Red Sun, Reddo Sun. He starred that movie with a Japanese actor. The most legendary Japanese actor ever, probably. Check it out. Hajimemashite. Yokoso, Japanese Quest Away. And Warlock, this is still in development. I'm not sure what you mean by that, but for the first time ever, we're doing a game that travels through time using Wikipedia. So in that sense, you could say this is in development. But we've been going for 2 years with Japanese Quest. So this movie, Red Sun, is very interesting. It's a Western with a samurai in it. And Charles Bronson. So the samurai is played by Toshiro Mifune, who is a very well-known actor who was in Seven Samurai and other movies like Yojimbo. And check out a bit of this movie. It's pretty tight. 1971 movie. We're not there yet. So we've got...
From my Imperial Majesty, the Mikado.
Oh, it's in Japanese. Nice. Anyway, it might not look good from here.
Hell, even if I do catch up with him, the trouble just begins.
That's Charles Bronson.
Each of these nuts represents a day. I have given him 7 days to recover the Mikado's sword. In 7 days, I will pass here again. The same train.
Suppose he doesn't make it in 7 days.
For the disgrace of failure, he will rip his abdomen.
Well, that's something I'd like to see. And you might as well do it now, because I'm not taking it.
I once watched this movie on Netflix. I'm not sure if it's on there anymore. Probably, maybe not. But I do recommend it. It's pretty good. It's not great, but it's, I think, pretty good if you're into westerns. Anyway, I'm going a bit deep into my movie stuff now. I won't just stay in movies, don't worry. But let's go back to Charles Bronson. Let's maybe jump from Charles Bronson to Toshiro Mifune. Reddo Sun. Yeah, this is Toshiro Mifune. Is he born yet? Let's hope he's born. Yeah, he was born in 1920, so he's fair game. And if you have not seen any movie with him, you really should see some. I highly recommend Seven Samurai or Yojimbo as a first movie with him. So he's a great, great actor, one of the best known actors in Japan. His name you can see here, Toshiro Mifune. Somewhat of not a super common name. So Mifune, Sun, 3 boats is, I guess, what the meaning of the name would be. And then Toshiro. Yeah, he played Miyamoto Musashi. What movie was that? I don't think I've seen that one. Yeah, this is some kind of game, Warlock. But this is the first time we've done this Wikipedia game. Normally what we do here, I'm a Japanese teacher. We teach Japanese through Japanese games. So right now we are in a time machine. We are traveling through time. So it's a bit different today. It's not a video game in development. What we're really doing, I think the category possibly confused you because I think I put us in, I don't know, science and technology. Noun proper, welcome. So I'm a Japanese teacher. Basically, we're doing a game, a Wikipedia game. So essentially, we're traveling through time using Wikipedia. Wikipedia is uploaded into our time machine. And we're trying to travel to 2020. Right now, you can see the power level at the bottom. It's a time machine powered by words. So we need to find Japanese words to power up our time machine. Basically, it's a way to both learn Japanese words and to learn history. So it's basically, I'm a Japanese teacher. Today we're learning history, we're learning Japanese, and we're also traveling through time. Arigato, glad you like it. So let's look at a couple of these. Again, Hayu, actor. We did learn that with Charles Bronson. Kantoku, director. We recently learned that too. Eiga, movie. We recently learned that as well. He's also a producer, you can see. Producer. And what else? So where is he from? Shimane. Or no, is that not Shimane? What is this place? I don't know this place. Huh, I didn't know he was born in China. I thought that was China, but yeah, I thought it was China. I just didn't think he was born in China, but apparently he was. Interesting. So he was born in China. I mean, Chugoku means China. If we have not learned that, let's learn that, because he was born in China. We learned Korea earlier. I think we might have learned China too, but okay, yeah, we did learn that. Just back here when we learned Korea. Because we learned it during the Sino-Japanese War back in the beginning of the 1900s. That green means it's a duplicate. So, what else? Let's look at some of the titles of his movies. See if we can maybe learn some movies from his titles. So, Shichinin no Samurai. That's the most famous movie he's in, Seven Samurai. How about that word samurai? We've probably learned it, but let's just double check. We can level up with the power of samurai if we haven't. We have learned that. Good review though. So some other titles. Ooh, this one's a legendary movie too. Rashomon. Another movie worth checking out if you've not seen it. It's very influential in that it told one story from, I think, like 5 perspectives. Kind of introduced the idea of the unreliable narrator. Each had a different perspective on it. I watched this in my Japanese film course, Rashomon. You can see this actor here on the poster. He kind of played this wild bandit samurai character. 1950 movie. Highly recommend that as well. And, Kumo. So the Spider's Web Castle. Kumo no Sujo. Interesting. Have we learned the word for spider? If we have not, this could be a random way to learn the word for spider. I'm sure we have learned it, actually. We don't miss things like spiders on Japanese quests. See, normally most of these words are from video games. Today, it's a bit different because we're learning these words from history. Interesting, that was based on Makubesu, Macbeth. I did not know that. And then Yojimbo. Oh, this is a cool word, though. The word for bodyguard. So this is the title of one of his movies, Yojimbo. This one might be a good first movie of his to watch. I'm kind of sad there's not a poster of it. But this movie was so influential that it started off the trilogy that's called the Man Without a Name trilogy, starring Clint Eastwood, one of which is The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. So this word is worth learning. Let's look at the images. I recommend checking out this movie, Yojimbo. There's a sequel to it as well. He plays this wandering samurai. He enters this village with 2 warring factions. Each of them want to employ him to help fight the other side. He keeps jumping back and forth, just taking the biggest check. In the end, everyone's destroyed. He walks away, a rich man. Yeah, Akira Kurosawa is an amazing director, and with him, Mifune, they were a dream team, and this is one great movie they did together, 1961. Check it out. Highly recommend this movie. So this word, Yojimbo, let's learn. It means bodyguard. By the way, the remake with Clint Eastwood was called Fistful of Dollars. Very similar story. Clint Eastwood was a gunslinger in this town, playing both factions. Are you kidding me? We know that word? I did not think we learned this word before, but I guess we did. Oh well. No matter. It's good we've learned it before. But it makes sense we've learned it, considering I do like that word. So where are we in words then? We are up to 1930, so we did go 2 years later. I feel like we could maybe go a couple more. for Mifune. Let's take a look at some of these other movie titles he was in. Because I just kind of like looking at movie titles. Tengoku to Jigoku, Heaven and Hell. One movie. I think we've learned both of those. Nihon no Ichiban Nagai Hi, The Longest Day in Japan. We have probably learned those. So here we have Kurobe no Taiyo, so black sun. So Taiyo sun might be a word we haven't learned. We probably have learned it though. Taiyo sun, that's a good word. So what else do we have here? So Daidaki, career. So Tanjo kara Chohei Shusen mare. So until the end of war. We actually learned this word earlier, the end of war. We saw this word at that time being drafted, basically. Chohei. So Chonan toshite umareta. So he's born as the oldest son. The eldest son. That's a common word, so we could learn that word. I did not know that Toshiro Mifune was the eldest son in his family. So as you can see, again, a lot of words, tricky to read. But with a tool like Rikaikun, you can pick it apart by looking at the different words, which helps a lot. I recommend doing it for things that you're really into. I'm actually not sure of the details of his death. Why don't we check that out? We did check out some of his movies. Wow, quite a long article. Interesting. They have articles on his thoughts. Shiso, you can see how influential he was. Seikaku, personality. Let's see if we have those words actually. Shiso, thought. These are again words that I think we probably have, but maybe not. That one we did not have. Shiso, thought. Seikaku, personality. So that one we do have. Interesting. So this is his main Ganrai Hayugyo Kaoreru beki de wa nai. Interesting. So Hayu wa ningen no kuzu de wa nai. So actors are not just human waste. Kuzu is waste. So kuzu is a word I actually don't think we've learned, and you can see it's common there. So ningen, human, we have learned. So we can power up with this word kuzu. And when again was the Nanking massacre someone posted? Because we could look at that next. It's an event of note, but also obvious controversy in Japan. That was 1938. So we're almost up to 1938. Let's not go beyond that. So ningen no hoseki ga haiyu ni naru no da. So actually, actors are not human garbage. Human jewels or a gem become actors. So nazenara, why? Okay. So 人間を創造するには so creating humans without God yeah 人間の崩れはできない so if you're a human garbage you're not able to do that 人間を創造するには神なくして人間を創造するには So creating humans without God, you could not do that if you're human garbage. So his seikaku, personality,あ、こんにちは。いいえ、今、タイムマシンで、日本語で、タイムトラベルしています。We're traveling in time using Japanese words. So right now, you are right. We are at the page of Toshido Mifune. But actually, we can move on now because we've learned... We're up to 1933 in words, so let's make that power level go up. We can now go to 1933. Let's make that power level go up. So it's kind of hard to explain. 英語でも説明できない。でも今日は Wikipedia のゲームをやっています。We're doing a game today, traveling in time using language. 日本語でタイムトラベルしています。今日は。現在まで。until the present。2020年までタイムトラベルしています。さあ、行きましょう。So now we're at 1933. So let's turn our time travel on. Oh no, I messed up our video. Here we go. So this is the sound of now we're traveling in time to 1933. So let's go back. Thank you, Mifune Toshido. Thank you, Charles Bronson. And now let's go to 1933. See, we were in 1921. We're going a bit further now to 1933. You can see some of the things happening that year. Wow, the Hindenburg. That one I recognize. The rise of the Nazi Party you can see. So a lot of history changing. You can see the rise of the Empire of Japan as well. Look at some of these images. So the Second Sino-Japanese War was there. We saw the first one earlier. It's one event we looked at. Here we see the Nazi Party coming to power. And bear with me for a second. I'm putting my standing desk down. そうですね。昔の情報から現在まで行きますよ。でも言語で行きます。こんにちは。みんなようこそジャパニーズクエストへ。このチャンネルでは日本語でレベルアップします。そして今日は特別に日本語でタイムトラベルしています。Today we're not only learning Japanese but also traveling with Japanese, traveling through time. It's a bit strange, but it's educational. And there are surprises. I've been learning a lot of history. We've been learning a lot of new words. We're so far at 1933. We've gone almost 100 years already. And we have less than 100 years left, but almost 100 years. So really quickly, Let me show you someone else who's with us in this time machine. So here, this is live. Here's Aki. He's also with us on this time machine. Aki, the cat. Aki means autumn in Japanese. So say hello to Aki. He's with us in 1933 right now. So let's go back.
Vegeta, what does the scouter say about his power level?
We are now in 1933. So let's find out, where should we go in 1933? Okay, why don't we vote on where we will go? These are the options. A few options this time. So we have the Hindenburg. This is number 1. We have the start of the Nazi Party. That's number 2. We have Amelia Earhart, I believe. That's number 3. We have the Second Sino-Japanese War. It's a war between Japan and China. That's number 4. And why don't we vote on those? So in chat, vote where our path through time will go. So vote in chat. Ichi, ni, san, shi, dochi. So we have 1 vote for Amelia Earhart. We have 1 vote for the Hindenburg disaster. Both interesting votes. So we have a vote for Ichi again with the Hindenburg disaster. Genki desu yo. I am doing well. Yeah, I think you're right. We'll have time to cover Hitler. We have a couple more for Amelia Earhart, actually. Okay, so we have a few different opinions. I'll close voting in 5 seconds. Go! I'll do my hand. Go! Yon. San. Ni. Kitty's getting my hand. Ichi. Zero. Okay. The Hindenburg is what made me want to decide I never want to work on aircraft, cars, anything with people. Well, you're lucky then, because we're not going there. I think you did vote for it, though. But we are going to a different aircraft-related point of history, aren't we? Let's click on Amelia Earhart. Born 1897. Disappeared 1837. Huh. So, we're actually a bit ahead in time, but she was alive during this time, so I think it's fair game. But she actually disappeared in 1937. Okay, aviation pioneer and author. Earhart was the first female aviator to fly solo across the Atlantic Ocean. This music, we did travel in time, so now let's stop here. We're in 1933. We're talking to Amelia Earhart before she disappeared. She's still around at this year, 4 years before she disappeared, by the way. I'll get a quick drink, so read this over and think about some words you might start learning about her in Japanese so we can travel through time. Huh. Wrote books. Started an organization. Born in Kansas. The first female passenger to cross the Atlantic, accompanied by Wilmer Stoltz. Then became a celebrity in 1932, piloting a Lockheed Vega 2B. She made a non-stop solo transatlantic flight, the first woman to achieve such a feat. So that's before this year, so she was active, obviously. In 1935, became a visiting faculty member at Purdue University. Early supporter of equal rights. During attempts to go around the globe in 1937 in a Purdue-funded plane, Earhart and navigator Fred Noonan disappeared. Kakakaki yokoso! Japanese Quest. Welcome to Japanese Quest. We've been going along today. We're going deep into history, through history. We're right now in 1933. So interesting. Let's change this into Japanese and find some keywords. for Amelia Earhart, this person. Let's look at some pictures quick just to get a sense. So as a child, on a stamp, and look how long this article is. I'm sure it'll be much shorter in Japanese. So in 1921, 12 years ago, based on where we are right now. Transatlantic flight in 1928. With President Hoover at the White House. Clearly quite a life. A lot of people here today that have had quite a life. Let's see how long our article is in Japanese. So the intro is much shorter. Interesting. So we learned this word today for America. America no Hikoshi, pilot. So we actually learned the word for pilot earlier in katakana. Since we're on another pilot here, by the vote of the people, how about we learn this word too? So hiko, aviation, we actually learned earlier. If you had shi to it, we saw shi earlier. It can mean samurai or gentleman. It can also mean pilot added to hiko. So let's add that to our power level. Hikoshi. Seems fitting for Amelia Earhart since it is in her very short biography at the top there. So she died at 39. Sanju Kyusai. Kanoshi desu ne. So again, she's from America. This Gashukoku, it's a federal state. You'll see a lot in articles like this. Okay, so chome na jiseki. So one thing we keep seeing is this jiseki, like accomplishments. So I'm thinking it's time to learn that. Add that to our power level. And what were her accomplishments? So chome means celebrated or famous or well known. Also a useful word. Let's add that to our power level. Chome na jiseki. So we can put them in that order. Let's find what her accomplishments were. So josei toshite. So as a woman, let's make sure we've learned woman. We have not. So josei toshite. So as a woman. Hatsu no, so the first. Hatsu by itself might be good to learn. So hatsu, first. Hatsu no Taiseiyo. So the Atlantic Ocean. Taiseiyo Tandoku, so means by yourself, solo. So first solo flight accomplished over the Atlantic. So hoka hiko kiroku, so lots of different records. Kiroku means records were established. Okay, good to know. Hatsune in chat was written by Johannes. Hatsune, the first warbling heard in a new year. Interesting word you put there. So Noun said I work on an aircraft, so I didn't vote for Hindenburg. Oh no, but you still got Amelia Earhart, which is also an aircraft that went down. Okay, so the current year then is 1938. Reos, yokoso. Japanese castaway. So let's travel through time again. Let's turn on that music for time travel. Ah, いいですね. You watch our Zelda video. Banjo says, very cool. Yokoso. Japanese castaway. 今日はちょっとおかしいですよ。今日はみんなタイムマシンにいます。We're on a time machine today. It's a bit strange today. We're traveling through time with the power of language. 日本語の力でタイムトラブルしています。 We're traveling through time with the power of language. You can hear the sound of that time travel right now. True, non-proper, good point. A huge blatant disaster. And yeah, this was suggested. So I think it is 1938, which is the year you mentioned. I'd like to use suggestions in chat, and that's one suggestion we got. So let's make our power level go up to 1938. So the year is now 1938. So let's go to that year. Travel to 1938. And see if we can't find what Johannes is talking about. Not sure of the date, but let's just do a find of Japan. And find events involving Japan. So here we have the... Here we can turn this off for now because we kind of have traveled through time now. We have the Tsuyama Massacre. The Matsuo Toy kills 30 people in a village in Okayama, Japan. Wow, I've not heard of that. The world's worst spree killing by an individual until 1982? Eh? A revenge spree killing that occurred in 1938 in a rural village in Japan. Wow, I've never heard of that. That sounds pretty interesting as well. And sad. Also, we see the Yellow River flood created by the nationalist government in China, breaching embankments during the early stage of the Second Sino-Japanese War. Okay. We have Chiang Kai-shek withdrawing. Yogatta. Watashi mo. Zelda daisuki. I like Zelda a lot as well. We had a lot of fun playing that. The Imperial Japanese armor overruns Canton. I don't think that's what we're looking for. A massive avalanche of snow in Japan, killing 87. Wow. Hidoi. A lot happened in Japan this year. The 50th Prime Minister of Japan. Wow, we're already at 50. We saw the first just a bit ago, it seems like. Japanese manga artist who died, wow, in 1998 was born. So a lot of different people. Interesting. So I'm not seeing this event that was mentioned in chat. Maybe let's just look for it directly. I want to see if where you found that year. Was this what you're looking for? The Nanjing Massacre? Or is it something else? Or Nanking, was it? This is what you're looking for? Oh, so do we... Oh, the date. 1937 to 1938. Ah, okay. So that's a different end. Okay, we can do this. And I am aware that this is a quite controversial event in Japan. That maybe has different perspectives on different sides. But I think for an event like this that happened before all of us currently are alive, I think just talking about it from all the different perspectives can be a useful thing to do. So let's take a look. We're in 1938. This is that event. And, did we not see that on that calendar for some reason? Anyway, the Nanking Massacre, or the Rape of Nanjing. So Nanjing, not Nanking. Or it can be Nanking. Okay. It was an episode of mass murder and mass rape committed by Imperial Japanese troops against the residents of Nanjing, then the capital of China, during the Second Sino-Japanese War. The massacre occurred over a period of 6 weeks starting on December 13th, 1937. During this period, soldiers of the Imperial Japanese Army murdered Chinese civilians and disarmed combatants who numbered an estimated 40,000 to over 300,000, and perpetuated widespread rape and looting. And again, like you can see, it's widely disputed exactly what, and the scale of what happened. What it seems like is clear, that something very not good happened. Since most Japanese military records on the killings were kept secret or destroyed shortly after the surrender of Japan in 1945, historians have been unable to accurately estimate the death toll of the massacre. So I actually think I went to Nanjing in China, and there's a memorial there that you can see that I think is worth seeing. It's the International Military Tribunal for the Far East in Tokyo estimated in 1946 that over 200,000 Chinese were killed in the incident. China's official estimate is more than 300,000. The event remains, like I said, a contentious political issue and stumbling block in Sino-Japanese relations. I see a comment on Super Mario Odyssey. Super Mario Odyssey 好きですよ。そのゲームもスーパーマリオオディシーで日本語を教えましたよ。So we did a stream with that game as well. マリオの配信もしました。Before we did Zelda, we did Mario. So this is the thing. The Chinese government has been accused of exaggerating aspects of the massacre, such as death toll by many Japanese, while historical negationists and Japanese nationalists go as far to claiming that the massacre was fabricated for propaganda purposes. It remains a controversial issue. In Japan, public opinion on the massacre varies, but few deny outright that the event occurred. And the government has admitted to killing non-combatants and looting. Well, let's see how different the Japanese Wikipedia is on this event. Again, we're not going to read all of it. We're not going to go into everything. We've got to keep traveling in time beyond 1938. And quite frankly, I don't want to just only spend our time on wars and death and the darker points of history. However, you can see there's a word for it that's in our dictionary. Nanking Jiken. The Nanking Incident. So we might as well just put that in as a word, because this is an important historical event, and it was mentioned in chat, so I feel like putting the word there makes sense, at the very least. So again, it happens in 1937, as you can see right there. So in this battle in Nanking, this city, interesting that the word Nanking is not in this dictionary, but this incident is. It shows you how important this incident was. Nihongun, the Japanese army. So gun means army, Nihon means Japanese. So Chuka Minkoku, the Republic of China. And this is the capital. Have we learned that word capital? Shuto, capital. The capital of Nanking. Oh, Senryo shitasai. So this word senryo, occupation. So while occupying and capturing that city, we can add that word occupation. Occupation of the city. Yaku 6週間. So for 6 weeks, もしくは最大2ヶ月 or up to 2 months, 日本軍が中国軍の捕虜. So 捕虜 is prisoners of war. So we're talking about prisoners of war. Do we have that word, prisoners of war? We do not. Good word, 捕虜. You can see it's a common word marked by the P there. So where were we? Prisoners of war. Also, remnants of a defeated army. This is a word you don't see that much, so we're not going to learn that. Haizan he. He again means soldier. And then haizan means defeated and left behind. And then also ben-ihe. So ordinary clothes soldiers. そして城内で庶民地域の一般市民. So this is the real problem. So just normal people. 市民 is citizens. 一般 means just regular people. I see a comment down there. Torpedo says, hey, checked out Japanese Quest channel on Twitch. Cool, good to see you. Right now, what's new is we're traveling in time. If you're here right now we're in the year 1938, but we're learning about this year through history. And we're traveling in time. There's a cat too with us in this time machine. So welcome. Right now we're still in we've actually made progress. We're now getting closer to the present day. We started in 1858. Right now we're in 1938. We are unfortunately overseeing some of the massacre in Nanking, China at this time. But using what we learn, we're able to travel further in time to hopefully happier times. And a kitty's on this journey too. If it gets too intense, just look at the kitty. We can relax. So shimin is so just normal townspeople were killed as well. That's the really sad part of this and just massacres in general. But seems to be unavoidable in war. Yeah, it's very important to learn about it. I agree. Guitar. Massist. What does that mean, by the way? に対して、殺傷. So 殺傷 is to kill and wound. And then 暴行. Assault, act of violence. But yeah, this is the word that you'll often hear for this kind of thing. Gyakusatsu. Or daigyakusatsu. Mass killing or genocide. So these words I feel like we should learn. So gyakusatsu, atrocity or massive killing. And let's even go further than that. And let's try to find some happier history after this. Daigyakusatsu. So dai means big. So a big mass killing is what? Genocide. And by learning these words, let's hope we never have to see them again. So now we've made it to 1945. So let's travel in time. I think it's time that I need to stand up again. I think this is pretty intense. Let's move on to 1945. We're now going to be in the 40s. So let's put the music. We're traveling in time. So let's go to the 40s. Check out the 40s here. A lot happening in the 40s. We're getting deep into a lot. Let's make our power level go up. We're now in 1945. As I recall, that's like in the middle of the World War II, is it not? So we're 1945. To be honest, I don't know where we should go next. It looks like a pretty bleak decade. So take a look at 1940s. I'm going to take a quick break, so I will be right back. In chat, you can suggest... Someone suggested the last thing that we did, going to the Nanking Massacre. Someone now can suggest the next thing to do, possibly the atom bomb. Possibly you can see... I'm not sure what all of this is. Maybe you know what this is. You can see Paris there being invaded, perhaps. So make suggestions. I will be right back. So I will say BRB, then we'll travel further in time. Make suggestions for 1945. You can all check Wikipedia yourself and find where to go next. Make suggestions in chat. I will be right back. In maybe a few minutes. Time travel is hard work. You gotta take rests. Itakimasu. I will be right back. We will make it. We will make it. To the present. Let's see if I can get the kitty in the camera, though. Does that work? That kind of works. Itakimasu. I will be back. So make suggestions in chat. Itakimasu. Tadaima. So it turns out I need a bit of a longer rest after that Nanjing massacre. Some good suggestions though. Let's see if this kitty wants to play a bit of a fetch. I feel like we need a bit of a rest after that. It's pretty intense. We'll put the table up, I think, for now. Thank you for welcoming me back. Let's see if this kitty wants to play fetch at all. Let's go to our bigger screen for a moment. Whoa. Hi, kitty. Want to get this? So I think we need to rest a bit with a kitty. So let's look at the suggestions, though. Focus on Allied victory in 1945. Hiroshima and Nagasaki was 1995. 1945, yeah, we should probably look at that. Wow, Nanking disaster right to Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Hitler killed himself that year as well. Much of the liberation of Europe was 1945. Thanks for the suggestions, everyone. This kitty got his mouse back. So another thing that happened in 1945 that you might not know about is this kitty ran and got a mouse. Because right now we're all in 1945 in this time machine. We're here, we're in the middle of it. So there were happy moments as well. May 15, first McDonald's. Ooh, that's a good one. Maybe we should just like avoid World War II and do the first McDonald's. But first we must have some fun with the kitty before we travel in time again. He's been waiting politely for so long. He deserves a little bit. So everyone listening, let's make a basic vote. Do one if you want to do something World War II related, which seems obvious for 1945. Do two if you want to do something not World War II related. Because I don't care either way, but honestly, after doing the rape of Nanjing, I'm okay with doing either. I'm really open to either. So type 1 if you want to do World War II related, type 2 if you want to do something related to something else, possibly positive. And either one is fine. So in a way, I feel like we should do Nagasaki and Hiroshima. But in another way, we could do this kind of thing again someday. So I have mixed feelings. And there must have been other stuff happening in the world at that time. Yeah, I won't be offended either way, either. In a way, it feels like we should do something World War II related. I don't think we have to. I feel like most people know some details about those issues, but we could find something that no one knows about, which would be kind of interesting. Okay, I see the votes. I'm gonna try now if this cat will let me. I think I'll go back to my other...
Vegeta, what does the scouter say about his power level?
Okay, I see 2 votes for non-World War II. So let's turn off our time travel music. We're now traveled all the way to 1945. And this kitty's still coming at me about a mouse, so bear with me. Ow. He just attacked my whole body because I had the mouse in my hand. Okay. So, we're in 1945. Let's go to that year. Yeah, I got him started on this mouse, so now he keeps wanting to attack. Let's look at the events. So either way, we're going to see things about World War II, so that's fine, but maybe we'll try to choose one in the end that's different. So the Allied advanced from Paris to the Rhine. So we're deep into World War II by this point. There's a massacre, a lot of massacres at this time, I bet. German prisoners are allegedly killed by American forces. And if anything catches anyone's eye, we could just go there. George H.W. Bush and future First Lady Barbara Bush marry. Okay. Did not know that. George H.W. Bush recently died, as I recall. What else? This is quite a year, 1945. Look at this, is just January. Still, we're here. Adolf Hitler takes residence in Führer Bunker in Berlin. Bear with me, I'm throwing a mouse at the moment. The Holocaust begins. Evacuation of Auschwitz. So we could learn about Auschwitz. If anyone wants to request that, you can in chat. If you want to try to top our last location. So F.D. Roosevelt sworn in as president. More about the Holocaust. So as you can see, it's hard to avoid World War II. Let's, like, honestly, we're getting enough World War II that why don't we just choose something? There must be something else, though. French writer is executed for collaboration with the Germans. Wow. The history is pretty much completely shaped by World War II at this time. Penicillin. Did someone say penicillin? Let's look it up. Penicillin. Penicillin, let's find it. Thank you for finding it. Okay, here we go. Raymond L. Libby of American Synamids Research Laboratories in Stamford, Connecticut, announces a method of orally administering the antibiotic penicillin. You know what? Let's go with that. Because this saves lives, whereas World War II kills lives. We've already learned the word for war. We've learned the word for massacre and great massacre and genocide. I think we're all right. Okay, penicillin. A group of antibiotics, that's a good word to learn actually, in Japanese, derived from common molds. I'm a medical science student learning Japanese, so I can go to Japanese for research. Awesome. So this is like your wheelhouse now. And it's good for our journey through time because it's kind of a different vector than I was expecting. I was expecting World War II when we got that, but I feel like we've had enough death for a while. Let's get some life. They are still widely used today, though many types of bacteria have developed resistance following extensive use. Among the first medications to be effective against many bacterial infections. So let's look at, a different kind of information here about the drugs. Routes of administration, intravenous, intramuscular, by mouth. Legal status, in general, prescription only. Metabolism, liver. You'll have to tell me what some of this means. Excretion, kidneys. And so we've got oxygen, nitrogen, hydrogen, right? What is this, like hydrochloride, something like that? I don't know all my atoms and molecules. Anyway, yeah, that could be a good word too, right? Good suggestion. By the way, I'm liking all the suggestions today in chat. This is a weird journey. It's gone really long. Let me look how long. So we've almost been live now for 5 hours. And if you look at this, we've gone almost 90 years. So we're going almost at the rate of a generation every hour. And I'm thinking it's been taking a little longer than expected. But with the help of Chad making suggestions of where to go, what words we might learn, I think we'll make it today. To make it to 2020, we can make it to the future today. which would be good. Right now we're in 1945. We can't play video games now. There are no video games. We need to get back to the present so we can play games again on Twitch. Twitch doesn't even exist. But yeah, sickness in general. We have learned some in general. For people just joining, we've been doing this for 2 years, so a lot of words we have learned. But good suggestions all. So, penicillin. So this is a common word actually by itself. You see the P there, so it is common. So I think this is fair game for a word to learn straight away. So it's in katakana as a foreign word. So a good thing to have after a genocide, something to cure people. Penicillin. 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 Kind of hard to say, kind of weird to say. I've got a kitty still attacking my feet. Kitty, I'll need some penicillin or some kind of medicine for my foot if you keep doing that, so please stop. I should not have given you that mouse. Stay over there, please. Okay. So where were we? Yeah, it seems like a good follow-up. So we have that word penicillin. We've already traveled in time one more year to 1946, the end of the war. So right away, penicillin already brought us to the end of the war, which is good. So Hakken Sarata. So it's discovered by this professor. Hakase is like a PhD or doctorate. Kitty, can you stop attacking my foot? He just wants to keep playing fetch, so I'm having to throw this mouse periodically. Bear with me. Sekkai Hatsu. So again, we see Hatsu, world first. I feel like we keep seeing Sekkai Hatsu, so why don't we add that in too? Sekkai Hatsu. Wait, what? We had that already? Why? I guess we got that for the world first aviation for the Wright brothers with their flying. Interesting. So let's delete that. But we also have Hatsu. I want to combine those, I think. So we have Sekkai Hatsu, first in the world. And then we have Hatsu later on. Let's leave it for now. Okay, anyway, so we have penicillin. Only 10 years for tic-tac-toe on a computer. Ooh, that's nice. We're getting closer, we're getting closer. I feel like... Yeah, so this is the word. Antibiotics. Kosei bushitsu. So it's not marked as a common word, but this is fairly common. So Sekkai Hatsu no Kosei bushitsu. The first antibiotics in the world. Okay, this kitty's kind of like biting my foot. So that's not cool. I think it's because I'm not throwing his mouse anymore. Okay, I threw the mouse. All right, so let's learn this word, antibiotics. Power level is going up. We're traveling in time. We're now in 1947 with the power of antibiotics. I realize that could be a tricky one for people, but this is a word that you see. Seibutsu by itself is living thing. So antibiotics gives you a sense of that. So biotics and ko is anti. So antibiotics, if that makes sense. Yeah, I should just put the cat cam here so you can see what's happening with this crazy kitty down here. So there's a kitty, keeps wanting to... Ow. Hit my hand on my desk. It's tricky having a kitty when you're traveling through time. So what other words here? Any suggestions you can write in chat. So Seirigaku, physiology. They got the Nobel Prize in physiology. You can see there. Nobel is a Nobel Prize. Ooh, that's actually common too. So let's learn the word for Nobel Prize. because you will see that. Noberu. And that's a very historical thing that you'll see often. Kitty, your mouse, it went away. It hid in the bookshelf. Now stop attacking me, please. So it took 10 years for it to be adopted after discovery for medical use. What is the program extension? This blue box is a Rikai-kun. It's a Google Chrome plugin. We actually have a command for it that has a link to it. If someone wants to do like exclamation point Rikai, you can see a link to it. If you want to do that command, anyone? Ah, interesting. So look at this. So this is related to World War II still with penicillin. So in World War II, which is this massively long word, so we actually can still learn the word for World War II. You can see Dainiji, which means like the second, Sekkai Taisen. So Sekkai Taisen is World War. So Dainiji Sekkai Taisen. When do we learn that word? Snarling Wolf. Konnichiwa. Good to see a snarling wolf in here. Can help us travel through time. So the World War II we'll put there. We've got World War II. So World War II is helping us escape World War II because each word helps us travel through time. This is a time machine powered by language. And then, so people from World War II, Okuno Fushosha, or Fushohei, injured soldiers. Ya, Senshosha, so war wounded. O, Kansensho kara sukutta. So we've learned this word. Suku is to rescue. I'm pretty sure we've learned that. But what we haven't learned, probably, is infectious disease and infection. So let's learn that. Because this penicillin protected people from infectious disease. Konnichiwa. I'm doing well. I think everyone's doing fairly well. We're traveling through time and getting to more peaceful times. So that's always good. So kansen, infection, contagion. It can be a pseudo verb. So kansen suru. I'm part Japanese. Was surprised to find this stream. Really? Yeah, we are on a time machine. We are traveling through time. A time machine powered by language, powered by the Japanese words we put into it. So hopefully this word infection, not a good thing to happen, but if you put it in a time machine, it can help power it. So that's useful. So we have kansen, infection, and then kansensho, infectious disease. That happened in World War II, and it would save people from that. Penicillin would. So let's just make sure we have that verb for to rescue. Suku. Yep, we did have that. I'm watching movies in Japanese recently. Kurosawa Ozu, great ones to see. We were looking at about some of Kurosawa movies earlier, like Seven Samurai and Yojimbo. And his actor, we looked at his profile, Toshiro Mifune. So we're now in 1951. I think it's time to go to 1951. We're traveling in time a bit further. Let's turn on our time machine to travel to 1951. This is the sound of traveling through time. Can you feel it? We are now traveling through time. Look at the bottom right. Current year is changing. We're going to 1951. The war is over. The baby boom is starting. Hope is once again in the world. You see, I'm able to make these kind of narrations. In the 1850s, I could not make these narrations because I really didn't know exactly what was happening. Now I do, to some degree. Most of us, I think, do, to some degree. Let's go to 1951. What happened in 1951? That's the question. We're now going to the 50s. So let's stop the music. We're now in the 50s. Let's read about the 50s in general. The 1950s, commonly abbreviated the 50s, was a decade, we know about the time. By its end, the world had largely recovered from World War II. And the Cold War developed. Durnets, yokozo! Japanese cosplay, welcome to our journey through time. We're right now in a time machine. It's a time machine powered by words. It's a weird time machine. The Cold War developed from its modest beginning into the late 1940s to a hot competition between the US, the Soviet Union by the early 1960s. Clashes between communism and capitalism dominated. The space race, the Red Scare, anti-communism, the beginning of decolonization in Africa and Asia. So quite a decade, a lot of changes. Let's look at this year, 1951. Anyone know anything about 1951? So again, chat, look at 1951. You can look at it at your computer as well. That's part of our time machine as well. And just let me know. Where should we go in 1951? Because I don't really know. May 5th, the Nimrod computer is presented at Science Museum, London. Designed exclusively to play NIM, using panels of lights. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, Unboxes, we're going hard. We're in 1951. We're getting closer to present day. We have what? 68 years to go. Or 69 years to go. I think we can make it. So there's plenty of people still alive now in the year that we're in. We're right now in 1951. Okay, so 1951, where should we go? First thing, we're talking about music. Tennessee Waltz, never heard of it. #1 single on the Billboard charts. The Korean War, the Third Battle of Seoul. So it's the Korean War now. The United Kingdom announces cultivation of peanuts. Interesting. The Treaty of San Francisco. Thank you again for mentioning in chat. There's so much now in 1951 now that we're in more modern history. It's hard to pick. There's so many things. Let's actually check. Before we were checking the 50s by the decade, Japan has less in general. Let's see if there's a lot more now. So now, yeah, even for Japan, there's a lot more events now. They're no longer organized by year with just a few. The Japanese page 2 has a lot more entries. So we see different types of entries. Senso to seiji. So war and politics. We learned this word today, seiji, politics. Senso, we learned way back in Xenoblade 2 when we were playing games. Let's at least look at the categories. We can level up from categories too, if people don't make a big suggestion. We have Keizai, economy. Have we learned that? Guitar says, I very much like the method of recording what you do learn on a spreadsheet. Going to have to start one myself. Yeah, it's a great way to learn. Like I said, I'm a Japanese teacher, but when I was learning too, I would use not a spreadsheet necessarily, but I use Anki, a flashcard program that's a similar idea. So Keizai, economy. So in Germany, there is the Keizai no Kiseki, the economic miracle. To be honest, I'm not sure what that's exactly about. Have we learned this word, though? Starling Wolf, yokozo, Japanese question. Welcome. So we've not learned even economics, Keizai. We've got to learn those big categories. So now we're in 1952 already. Let's keep going. Bunka, culture. We have learned that, I'm quite certain. So for culture, you see terebi ga fukyushi. So we have the spread of the television. So why don't we put terebi down? We have television is starting to spread. Okay, what else? Radio as well. So radio ni kawari. Shuyo na media to naru. So in place of radio. So ni kawari means in place of, instead of. So instead of radio, which we should also learn, TV takes over as the primary media. Now you might say TV is being taken over by internet. Do you ever talk about Ainu and Okinawa culture? I think we have a little bit, but not very much. But yeah, I actually saw a link that I was thinking of doing along those lines. So good comment. So we're now in 1954, just looking at some of these details of culture. So 日本ではジャズ喫茶. Interesting. So in Japan, jazz cafes started up. So why don't we put jazz, actually? Because that's Japan and around the world. So we have jazz. A lot of katakana is coming into play. Which makes sense. These things are all kind of related. And this kissa means like a jazz cafe. This is something that's talked a lot about in Murakami books, if you read Murakami. Cool, I'm Ainu, and I play Okinawan music. Really? Sugoi. Okinawa, ikitai na. Hontoni. I really want to go to Okinawa. I have not been there. I lived in Japan for 2 years, but never went to Okinawa. So we have bebop, bebop. We have hadobop. Not sure what hadobop is. Hard bop? Hadobop. I'll be honest, I don't know what that is. What else do we have? So in China, we have the kanji restoration or reformation. Kanji kaikaku begins kaishi. Hard bop, a kind of jazz. Interesting. So this is all for 1951, is it not? No, this is the whole decade. Okay. So that's just bunka. Nihon no seiso. So Neo has summoned a dragon. Welcome to this Dragon on Japanese Quest. Let's get some dragon hype in the chat. If people subscribe to Japanese Quest, you can summon dragons. That's what just happened. Here's another emote you can get, the yatta emote. Let's see if I can do that properly. Yatta. Subscribe. Arigato. So this tool is Rikaikun. It's very useful. If you want to read through Wikipedia or any website, I recommend reading through things like Amazon. Amazon reviews can be fun. Reviews of movies you like. Wikipedia, video game websites, all kinds of things. Very useful. It's called Rikaikun, and it's a free Google plugin, Google Chrome plugin. Rikaikun, someone can write it down. Someone can do the Rikai command, ! Rikai, you'll find it. Yeah, this is not a word that I've seen that much. Seiso. So what's happening in Japan, the Japanese society? So Minkan Hoso, commercial broadcasting started in Japan in 1951. Check it out. Toyota. Toyota started in 1955. Oh wow, Gojira. Godzilla started in 1954. Ooh, let's go to Godzilla. I think we gotta do some Godzilla. So where are we in years? We are currently in 1955, so this is fair game. Luckily, radio, TV, and jazz brought us to Godzilla. So we're now in 1955. Let's update our year. So we are now in a Godzilla movie. Hopefully we'll be okay. So think about it. We're only a few years out of World War II already. We have Godzilla, which of course is somewhat inspired by World War II and the anti-nuclear movement. You can see this here. Kaijo eiga, monster film, a kaiju eiga, tokusatsu eiga, so special effects film. Tokusatsu is special effects. Paniku eiga, it's like a panic movie, and also this Hankaku, anti-nuclear. So kaku is like a nucleus, or it can mean like a nuclear weapons. So Hankaku, anti-nuclear. and it's considered a masterpiece, meisaku. Or no, this one's keisaku de aru. So this word masterpiece is quite a useful word, actually. Godzilla, it's saying here, was a masterpiece, so let's add that to our power level. Slig! Ohayo. Genki. Good to see you, Slick Storm, as always. So we now have a masterpiece Godzilla there that we've added, helping. Godzilla is now helping us travel through time. You can imagine Godzilla giving us power to our time machine. In fact, the name itself is a better word in our dictionary, Gojira, a common word. So let's add that to our power level. Okay, really quickly, I'll be right back. I think I need to put Aki in a bit of a timeout because he just attacked my headphones and arm in a major way. So chotomate, I'll be right back. We have a new kitty named Aki for anyone joining from a while ago. And remind me not to put Aki in timeout for too long, but that kind of attack's not going to work. We can't travel in time. We got to put the kitty in a different part of the time machine for now. So that word Gojira we have here. So Gojira is what? It is a masterpiece. According to this article, I've actually not seen it. Anyone seen it? I've seen some of them. So we have Gojira, came out in 1954, and we have Keisaku, masterpiece. So you could say Gojira wa keisaku desu. Godzilla is a masterpiece. So Sputnik was in 1957. Really? That could be a cool one, though. Thank you for this suggestion, Orion. Why don't we go straight from Godzilla to Sputnik? Again, thanks for suggestions, because the more suggestions we have, the more interesting journey through time we'll have. Because right now we are in the year, let's update it, we are now in 1957. And the more chat suggests an interesting route, the better. We'll learn more about history, more interesting history. So 1957, we've been making progress. We're getting closer to the present day. Some people might know people born before this date at this point. I mean, pretty much everyone knows someone born before this date. Okay, anything else about Godzilla? I think that's enough for now. Let's put in Sputnik. Although one word, kaiju. This was one word that was on our bounty list that we could never find, but now we finally found it. I think we should add it. Kaiju monster, kaiju eiga, monster film. What do you think? Should we add those? I kind of feel like we should, because it's part of this journey. Let's look for kaiju here in the dictionary as its own word. So kaiju, monster. Let's look at the kanji. So kai means strange, suspicious, and then ju, monster, kaiju. We're leveling up here with the power of kaiju. So we're now actually in 1959. But I like the idea of going to Sputnik, so that's still fair game from 1957. We're making progress. Tyler, konnichiwa. Merry Christmas. So my Christmas was good, and it's good to see everyone in this holiday special of Japanese Quest. We're in a time machine right now, traveling through time. We missed Pong. Oh no, what year is Pong? There's so much cool stuff now, it's hard to find what we should do. So how about that bounty list? Yeah, that bounty list we have not used so much lately. So I hope you don't mind that I've just used kaiju here. Like, it's kind of funny to say because we're doing this whole time travel game, but the bounty list was a little too complicated, and I feel like for the flow of this channel to use often. But then today we're making this complex time travel game. So yeah, bear with me, but Kaiju. We've now unlocked, and I guess we can take it off the bounty list for now. So let's see, where are we now in time? We're now in 1959. Let's update that. So yeah, good question though. 1959. So here we are, and someone suggested Pong. Someone suggested Sputnik. I'm curious kind of about both of these just because they were suggested. And that's a great movie. Tom Popo, mentioned by Has Muffins, by the way. Let's type in Sputnik first. Sputnik. So we're seeing it in Japanese. Let's maybe switch to English. Sputnik 1, 1957, just like we thought. So Sputnik 1, the first artificial Earth satellite. The Soviet Union launched it into an elliptical low orbit, 1957, orbiting for 3 weeks before its batteries died, then silently for 2 more months before falling back into the atmosphere. Sputnik crisis triggered the space race, a part of the Cold War. The success of this Sputnik, the unanticipated success of the satellite. America could not handle it that they had the first, that Russia had the first satellite. Interesting. Sligstorm, you can't sleep, you're in the right place. A time machine traveling quickly through time as you fall asleep. That's kind of perfect if you think about it. Imagine yourself in this time machine, much like this Sputnik you might see here. Imagine yourself in here, traveling quickly through time, fueled with words. Soon it will bring us to the present and then into the future. Let's go. Pretty cool looking, actually. So let's look at this article in Japanese. Let's continue to power up. So we have Sputnik actually as a word here in Japanese. Not common though, we won't learn that. Sputnik. I don't know though. Maybe we should learn it, because then we'll know where we're going through history. I think we have to learn it. It's in the dictionary. So we have Sputnik here. So we went from a Godzilla to Sputnik. Before that, jazz. Before that, penicillin. Quite a journey. Before that, the Nanjing Massacre. Before that, Amelia Earhart. It's been quite a journey today. We're making progress. So where are we now? So Soviet Renpo, the USSR. So this probably would be a common word if it still existed. So Renpo means like a commonwealth or federation of states. Uchiageta, so is launched. This word to launch could be a good one to add. The first launched satellite. I think we have learned the word for satellite. This is the word for satellite, Eise. I'm almost positive we learned that recently. Yeah, we did. Kawaii ne, arigato. That is Griffin Kitty. Glad you like the kitty. Griffin Kitty is traveling through time too with us on this time machine. He is also uploaded into the time machine along with all of us. Okay. So you joined the Discord. Cool. Can someone do the Discord command? Since you mentioned Discord, you might as well do the Discord command. People can chat after stream. If you do ! Discord, you can find a link to it. Arigato, Amaxis. Thank you. So we learned that word satellite already, but we got the word for launch now. Again, we see Sekkai Hatsu, so world's first. We've seen that a lot today, a lot of world's firsts. Jinko Eise, so man-made satellite. Jinko means man-made. So Eisei can be just satellites that are not man-made. So why don't we learn that word? Jinko Eisei, man-made satellite. The first part means man-made. Jinko. So that's what we have. Ah, so Sputnik means, in Russian, Roshiago, it means satellite. I never knew that. I knew about Sputnik, but I never knew that. Interesting. Yeah, that's the word, Jinko. Now that you mentioned it, we should probably make sure we haven't learned, if we've learned that word. Yeah, Jinko can mean population, but can also mean artificial, man-made, and I think we did learn this. Well, it makes sense for the first satellite ever, calling your satellite satellite. So see, we have learned artificial, man-made, so we don't need that, but we do need this word. So someone else mentioned Pong. Let's type in Pong. So some great suggestions. Pong. Didn't someone mention Pong? It says 1972. We're not there yet. Did someone mention Pong? We can't go to Pong yet. What's our year? 1962. Let's remember. Okay, now we're traveling in time. Let's start up the song. So Pong, we're not to Pong yet. We are, however, to 1962. So Pong was made in 1958. Really? Why does it say 1950? Why does it say 1972 then? Pong, the arcade at least, was 1972. Oh, cool. You've been in Tokyo for 6 months. Awesome. That's good to hear, Sligstorm. I'm happy to hear it. I remember seeing you here a lot in the past. It's cool to hear what you've been up to. What everyone would like to know, what are some of your favorite things to do in Tokyo? Because all of us could aspire to do that, whether on vacation or living there, you know? Huh, so yeah, I'm not seeing Pong as being available to us yet. Let's type in 1958. So 1950. I see no 1950 anything in here, so let's hold off on Pong for now. But we are traveling in time. We're in 1962. Let's make that year go up. And it's been over 10 minutes, so I think I'll take Kitty out of timeout. 1 second. I'm going to let Aki out of his timeout. And let's see if he'll behave better. So where were we? So we're changing to 1962. Let's make that power level go up, first of all. Our year is now 1962. Okay. And let's go back. Can't you feel us getting closer? I can feel us. We're getting closer to the present. It's a very weird feeling. It's felt very quick. We were in samurai time. Suddenly we're looking at Pong. I know we're not quite to Pong yet, but we're close. We're already to satellites. 1962. Let's go to 1962 now. So we saw Sputnik. That was interesting. Good suggestion. So anyone want to check 1962? You can make suggestions for where to go next. So we're now in the 60s. Great decade. Let's look at the 60s kind of overall a little bit. So the 60s was a decade. Let's skip some of that. Refers to an era often called the 60s, denoting complex and interrelated cultural and political trends around the globe. This cultural decade is more loosely defined than the actual decade, beginning around 1960 with the Kennedy assassination, which is, so we're 1 year away from that, and ending around 1974 with the Watergate scandal. So any suggestions for where we're going with 19 and 1960? Let's go to 1962, our current year. So let's see what's happening. Cool. Sligstorm said, I recently got a Hatsune Miku figure from Akihabara. Oh, nice. Got it on sale. Very cool. I like Vocaloid music as well. Noob, konnichiwa. Christmas wa tanoshikatta yo. It's been good around here. How about you? 最近どう? Okay, I'm breaking out a mouse again just because this kitty's kind of attacking me again. We'll see how it goes. So where shall we go next? The Beatles audition. Wow, we're to the Beatles already. Wow. So the Beatles audition for Decca Records but are rejected. So the Beatles in 1962 are not quite good enough. Alright, should we have a vote? What should we go with? The Beatles will be one option. What's another good option to go next? So the Beatles or... what else? What's another suggestion? Wilt Chamberlain. 100-point game. Ooh, I love basketball. So I think I might have to do this one. The first version is 1858. It's weird it's not on the article. But yeah, don't worry about it. Thanks for the suggestion anyway. We're maybe learning more history than Wikipedia knows. So this happened in 1962. Wilt Chamberlain's 100-point game. The only time it's ever happened in the NBA. Kobe got kind of close. He got, I think, an 81-point game. But it's never even been close recently, other than that one. So I've got a kitty here I'm trying to deal with. I don't want to give you a timeout again, kitty, so be cool. So I wonder what they have for this 100-point game in Japanese. The single game scoring record for the NBA, scoring 100 points for the Philadelphia Warriors over the New York Knicks. Widely considered one of the greatest records in all basketball. They must have this in Japanese, don't they? They do not. What about Wilt Chamberlain in general, though? We can probably jump a few years with the power of Wilt Chamberlain. You might know Wilt Chamberlain, 7-1, one of the greatest scorers ever in NBA history. Also famous for, by his own claims, sleeping with, 10,000 women, I believe? Kathudo Yokoso, Japanese castaway. So he's a good, I was wrong. 20,000 women, apparently. A lifelong bachelor, became notorious for his claim of having sexual relations with as many as 20,000 women. He was also in Conan the Destroyer with Arnold. So we're in the times of Arnold now, a lot of people that are familiar. Okay, so we have traveling time, so this music we can turn off for now. Let's see what they say about him in Japanese. Wilt Chamberlain. So we have Wilt Chamberlain from Pennsylvania. You can see here. I don't feel like saying that in katakana right now. So basketball senshu. So senshu means athlete, and both of these words I think we could learn. Senshu, athlete. Have we learned that? I don't think we have. We maybe did. No, we haven't. And then how about for a sport? That's not a sport, that's Pennsylvania. Basketball. So let's power up with basketball. Let's power up with the great athlete that was Wilt Chamberlain. Kath, konnichiwa. Minna, konnichiwa. Good to see everyone. So we're now in 1964. What else can we learn from Wilt Chamberlain? A little bit more, maybe. His position was senta, position. Let's see what else. Seibango, the number on a player's back. Kind of an interesting thing, 13. Shinsho, height, he was very tall. So that could be a good word to get. Shinsho, height. I don't think we have this word. That looks good. So we're now in 1965. Maybe one more for Will Chamberlain. He went to Kansas Daigaku. So he went to college, Kansas College. And I think maybe we haven't learned the word for college. Adarza yokoso. Japanese quest. I am wrong. We have learned the word for college. What else? So he was a pro. So we can learn the word for pro. He is pro in the Harlem Globetrotters as well as the NBA. Wow, Aki is in hardcore mode right now with that mouse. You maybe heard some of that. Aki Kitty. He was so sleepy earlier. Puro, professional. So that brings us to 1966. Let's update our year. We can travel in time again here. Up to 1966. We're making progress. Does anyone know what happened in 1966? Can you feel us traveling quickly through time? All right. So now the year is 1966. Let's go to 1966. Here's 65, but we jumped that. We're now in 1966. Kitty, biting my foot like that? It's not gonna work. I'm gonna have to give you a timeout again, Kitty. So sorry about that, but the only way to get to the present is if at times we find a way to put this kitty in a different part of our time machine. So let's keep going. We're in 1966. Where do you suggest going next? So someone must know something that happened in 1966. Yeah, having a kitty is really nice, but sometimes it makes it hard to do certain things when they're attacking your leg and your hands and whatnot, and when you're trying to live stream. He's just really hyped up right now. As you can see, Griffin Kitty, you can see down there, is resting. So current year, 1966. Let's see what happened. A wildcat strike. Never heard of that. Transport workers union strike. There's a coup in the Central African Republic. The first acid test. Any suggestions for where we can go for 1966? There's a gas leak in France that kills 18. This is all just January. So we are now in the proper year, so we don't need that time travel music anymore. So Lyndon Johnson states that the United States should stay in South Vietnam until communist aggression there is ended. So now we're already into the Vietnam War. We're getting much closer to present times. A bloody military coup in Nigeria. Seems like a lot was happening in 1966. A lost H-bomb was recovered from the U.S. Navy. Wow, that's scary. Results in the amputation of his leg for the first African-American U.S. diver. Wow. Let's see what was happening in Japan in 1966. Let's do a search for Japan here. So we have 29 mentions of Japan in this year. Tyler, ja, mata ne. See you later. So in Japan we had a plane crash at Tokyo International Airport, killing 64 of 72 persons on board. Wow. Mostly plane crashes? Well, let's do one of them then. It's rare that I see plane crashes where it's almost half and half. People surviving and dying. Oh, was I wrong? There's only 8 survivors? Oh, of 72. So yeah, 8 survivors. I was wrong on my reading there. So 64 fatalities, 8 survivors. Wow. That's really sad. It's kind of rare to have any survivors. Okay, so let's look. So this kind of feels fitting after we saw the first airplane. We saw Amelia Earhart, and now we're getting to passenger flights with an air crash connecting Japan and that earlier thread. Yeah, I hear you, Unboxious. So this airplane, Canadian Pacific Airlines Flight 402, struck the approach lights in a seawall. There are a lot of seawalls in Japan. During a night landing attempt in poor visibility in Tokyo International Airport in Japan. Of the 62 passengers and 10 crew, only 8 passengers survived. An American broadcasting company news vice president who had been touring the network's Asian bureau was among the 64 fatalities. Very sad. So we see the crew. Fatalities origin was in Hong Kong. Stopover Tokyo. Destination Vancouver. Summary pilot error. Because of this poor visibility, they just seemed like they were very low. It's very sad. I didn't know about this. So at 850 meters from the runway threshold, so right near the runway, the aircraft's landing gear struck part of the approach lighting system. The pilot lost control of the aircraft as it hit several more obstructions, including the 2-meter seawall at the runway threshold, leaving a half-mile long trail of burning wreckage on the airfield. Imagine how horrifying that would be, no matter what side of it you're on. Totemo kanashii ne. And at this time, there's a cluster of crashes in Japan. This accident was one of 5 fatal air disasters in 1966. So I guess you were right, Unboxious, about that. One was extreme air turbulence in the lee of Mount Fuji. Wow. Killing all 124 passengers and crew. Wow. Let's switch to Japanese. Let's see if we can go beyond this year of horrible air crashes. So we see Shisha again for casualties. We saw that before with the wars earlier. But how about a new one, a good one? Seizonsha, survivor. Let's learn the word for survivor as well. Seizonsha. And how about just seizon, to survive? Existence, survival. Seizon suru, to survive. That works too. Let's learn both. Okay, so what else do we have here? So, Honkon Hatsu, starting in Hong Kong. This actually is probably a good word to learn. Hong Kong is still an important place in the world. A lot of news in Hong Kong recently. And this is a kanji you'll see from time to time for Hong Kong. This word here, Hong Kong. So it started from Hong Kong to Canada. Actually, Canada, we could add that word as well. Canada. We've been learning a few key country names today. We've been a lot of viewers from Canada. So some keywords from this event. And anything else? So it's Bankubayuki, so on the way to Vancouver. So Chakuriku is landing, and then Chokuzen, so just before landing. Tsuirakushita. So it crashed. So a couple of these words could be good. Shakuriku, landing. That was the goal, to land. But what actually happened is very sad. Tsuiraku, falling, crashing. Tsuiraku suru, to crash. And what is this? Jiko. It's an accident. We have learned that word, but this is a aviation accident. Koku jiko. Hudson, yokoso. Japanese Questへ. So this had a huge shock on Japanese society. Nihon shakai, Japanese society, ni okina shogeki o ataita. So it was a huge shock on Japanese society because these other accidents happened as well. Tyler, konnichiwa, good to see you. So this word shogeki, shock, might be good to learn as well. A big shock on Japanese society. Shogeki o ataita. So shakai society, I'm pretty sure we've learned. Let's just double check that we have. We have not. So let's learn that too. Of course, Nihon shakai, like you saw in the article, works too. So let's travel now to 1974, but let's first let out Aki. Hopefully it'll calm down now. ちょっと待って. We are almost back. Can you feel it? What are we in the 70s now? We are now in the 70s, I think. This time machine is getting intense. We're in 1974. What? I'll be honest, I didn't know if this idea would work well enough to actually get all the way here today. But I think we're going to make it. We're in 1974. Let's get some hype. We are time traveling. We're getting close. We started in 1858. We've been going for how long? Almost 6 hours. And now we are to 1974. That plane crash took us a lot farther than I expected. We are now in 1974. Can you feel it? There's disco. It's the 70s. The 60s are over. It's now the 70s. There's a lot of crime in the US, as I recall. There's some good movies at this time, but not as good movies as the 60s, a lot of people say. Anyway, so we're now in 1974. Let's see what was happening there. Anyone know what was happening in 1974? What about Pong? Let's go back to Pong. Are we there yet? Because that was suggested. Pong. 1972. We're good. We're good for Pong now. Let's check out Pong. Because that was suggested. Pong. One of the earliest arcade video games. It's a table tennis sports game featuring simple two-dimensional graphics. The game was originally manufactured by Atari. Ah, so that's Japanese too, which is awesome. Pong was the first commercially successful video game. So this really is appropriate for this channel. We teach Japanese through video games. Today we're traveling through time. This is the first commercially successful video game. And now it's part of our time machine adventure. During the 1975, we're not quite there yet, Christmas season. So Merry Christmas, just around now. Just like, 40 some years ago. Atari released a home version of Pong exclusively through Sears. Really, only through Sears. It was a commercial success and led to numerous copies. The game has been remade on numerous home and portable platforms. Huh. Interesting. So here we can see Pong, what the game looked like. The first ever commercially successful video game. You can see why. It's the gameplay. The graphics are simple. The game is fun. It's just like floor hockey, essentially. The first game developed by Atari. All right, let's go to Japanese and learn some words here. So, pong wa video gamen jou ni saigen sareta takyu game. So takyu is ping pong, table tennis. So why don't we learn the word for ping pong? For pong, that seems fitting. Because the sport ping pong also. Takyu, useful word there. Just looking at this really quickly. It's also called ping pong. So why don't we learn 2 words for ping pong? Why not? Did you ever think you'd travel in time 2 years just with words for ping pong? We're literally traveling through time. Not literally maybe, but figuratively traveling through time with ping pong balls somehow or other. Let's go back. No, let's go with literally. We're literally traveling through time. Okay, so it's a ping pong game. Atari yori happyou sare. So it was released, announced, published by Atari. Saisho no video game. So the first widely known game. Let's see if we have this word actually, the word for video game. If we don't have it, I've been failing. Because what we do is we teach Japanese through video games. We need the word video game, obviously. So we've finally now unlocked video games. We can play video games again, very simple ones. We're now in 1977. We finally have unlocked video games. This is good, we're making progress. Tennis for Two. And then Odyssey was a game. Huh, I didn't know this game. Odyssey. So what year are we in now? Let's go back to our power level. Let's go to next year. 1977. We're making a lot of progress. We're now to 1977. We're getting close to the present day. Closer anyway. So let's find 1977. So what happened in 1977? You can help me out suggesting the next course. Some good suggestions like Pong helped us get there. So we're now in 1977. Let's look at the 70s in general. Historians have increasingly portrayed the 70s as a pivot of change in world history, focusing especially on economic upheavals that followed the end of the post-war economic boom. In the Western world, socially progressive values that began in the 60s continued to grow, such as political awareness and economic liberation of women. Novelist Tom Wolfe coined the term the Me Decade for the 70s. So let's go back to 1977 now, I believe, right? Yep. Let's find what happened this year. 1977, we're getting close. And by the way, I do see some comments about various things and about Apple II was 77. That could be a good one then, getting more into technology. I'm not able to see all the comments, but it's good to have commentary all the same. So I appreciate all the comments. They can help us travel through time. So check it out, we're really getting modern now. The Apple computer was incorporated. 3 bombs exploded in Moscow, killing 7. Attributed to an Armenian separatist group. A rock band, a lot of rock bands now. Ooh, Minnesota Vikings were beating the Super Bowl. That's my team. I'm from Minnesota, so that's a good one for me. don't care about football so much. I'm more into basketball, which is why we went to Wilt Chamberlain earlier. Jimmy Carter, sworn in as president, 39th. He's actually still alive. So the first president that's still alive that we've seen in this journey so far. He pardons Vietnam War invaders. Interesting. Gandhi is on the scene. In northern Japan, a blizzard piled snow on rooftops, causing many to collapse, killing at least 31 people. Hiroi. That's terrible. Yeah, you know, the one suggestion I saw was about the Apple II. So why don't we go with Apple? We can see beyond Atari, beyond Pong, we're getting even more advanced. Apple Computers Incorporated in 1977. So we have Apple, something that obviously extends strongly to today. But Apple started in the year we're in now, 1977. I don't think we need to read all this. You kind of know the basics, but let's see what we get if we go into Japanese. Let's look at some of these details. So we have founders. We have when it's founded, the headquarters, number of locations, area served, key people, products, services. We can read all through this later if you want. Revenue, operating income, obviously massive. One of the biggest companies in the world right now, isn't it? If not the top. Anyone know those details? Anyway, let's look in Japanese at that same chart. We can power up with the power of Apple now. Yeah, the cats are doing pretty well lately. As I said that, my foot just got attacked a little bit. So let's see. So Setsuritsu founding. Kitty, that's not going to work. So I spoke too soon. This kitty might need another timeout. But I'll try to throw the mouse and see if you can calm down. Okay. So Setsuritsu, establishment of a business. Why don't we add that? Because this is the year when it was established. Actually, maybe 1 year before, but we were there. So that's fine. So Apple is established. And then what? So Gyoshu is the type of industry. So Denki Kiki, electronic goods is what we have. So we have Jigyo Nayo. So the contents of the business. I think we learned Jigyo earlier. Enterprise back with what enterprise was that? That was way back in the 1800s, wasn't it? No, that was with it was. It was with Thomas Edison. We learned that word with Thomas Edison when he made enterprise out of electronics, the first electronics there were. We started seeing this word, Jigyo, so we learned that then. What about Nayo, though? The contents. Contents are really important now, so let's learn contents, Nayo. And let's see some of those contents. So we see iPhone, iPad, iPod, all these AirPods now. Big item this Christmas. Apple ga kaihatsu. So they have created this. Anyone seen these iPods? They are like everywhere now. So they are made, manufactured, and sold by Apple. So let's see if we have these three words. If we don't, let's get these three words that are describing AirPods. Because Apple does these three things about them. I realize we're in the future now, but this is all uploaded into our time machine, so Apple extends to now. So Kaihatsu, development. We've probably learned that. Yep, we have. How about Seizo, manufacture? Maybe we haven't learned that. So they also manufacture those AirPods. So Walmart is ahead of them by revenue at least. Oh, interesting, okay. And then how about the third verb there? Hanbai, selling. So three important verbs in society today. So we've learned one of them for development, because we've seen those in video games and things, but these we did not learn. So let's bring those back. And now we are to 1981. We're getting close to our current age. So let's turn back on our time travel music. We're now traveling through time. And I think I might want to change my setup for now. We're now going to 1981. I'll bring the desk back down again. And maybe this kitty will calm down. Maybe not. We'll see. We can maybe go live with our kitty for a little break. Are you okay, kitty, or are you gonna attack me again? Let's find out. If you attack me, you will be on timeout again. So if you can relax, then you're okay. Oh, nice, Tyler. Sounds good. Bet you found an extension that works for you. So, the time is changing. Our power level is now 1981. We're getting close to the present age. I've seen some things that say 1981 is the start of the, what are they called? Millennials. So we're now into the very beginning of the millennials, potentially. So let's travel to 1981, the 80s, finally. Let's go to the 80s. 80s probably getting more familiar for people on Twitch. We're now in the 80s, so let's turn off our time travel music. I did not know we'd make it this far today. We're now in the 80s. Let's get some hype. Look at how much the world has changed in just a few hours. Color photography, the space shuttle, computers, all kinds of things. So where should we go in 1981? Let's go to 1981. Maybe read a quick overview of the 80s. This decade saw a major socioeconomic change due to advances in technology. Major boom in Japan too in this decade. So that's the main thing. Also, the end of the Cold War at the end of this decade. So let's go to 1981. So where do you think we should go for 1981? So we have arts, we have sports, all these different categories now. Let's look at Japanese for those categories. So wadai, topics for 1981. How about this word just topic? Have we learned that? There's so many categories in Wikipedia. So wadai is actually a very useful word. Topic. So let's keep going. Shuken koka, so sovereign nation. Not sure what that topic will exactly be about. Hyosho, public, like rewarding. So shidosha. So we have some leaders as a category. We have shakai again. We learned that today. Society, and within society we have seiji, politics, senkyo, elections, ho, law, keizai, economics, rodo, labor, and kyoiku, education. See, we've developed so much since earlier. We have all these categories now, just in a single year. It's very different. We have all these sports. There's so much information now that we're into the 80s. We have culture, bunka, geijitsu, arts. Where should we go, do you think? It's really wide open for the 80s, for 1981. Look, all these events just for a single day. Yeah, some of my favorite movies from the 80s, like Time Bandits. Time Bandits is a good one, actually. I think that comes out a couple of years after 81, though. Yeah, let's maybe switch it back to English. Ooh, Time Bandits is 81? Well, since it's the one thing that's been suggested, why don't we go to Time Bandits? If you have not seen Time Bandits, you should. Because what we're doing right now, it's not so different from Time Bandits. They travel through time there. We're traveling through time here. I don't remember their mechanism for traveling through time there. But it gets weird, I remember that. Tarek, yokoso. Japanese Questaway. Welcome. What I do remember, though, is that they travel through time, and so do we. We're traveling through time using language. Each word we learn, we travel in time by 1 year. So let's go to the Time Bandits, see how they travel through time. So it's a British fantasy movie. Highly recommend watching it. Adventure film by Terry Gilliam in all the different roles. He's involved with the Monty Python, by the way. He's made some other great movies. For example, 12 Monkeys is a movie I love that he did. Gilliam referred to Time Bandits as the first in his trilogy of imagination, followed by Brazil, ending with The Adventures of Baron Munchausen. All are about the craziness of our awkwardly ordered society and the desire to escape it through whatever means possible. Yeah, I've only seen the first one, actually, Time Bandits. I haven't seen the other two movies. I should see them, especially Brazil. I've heard a lot about. Interesting. Yeah, did you like Brazil? So the plot is here. We're not going to go through the whole plot. But this is quite a movie. Let's see how much is in it in Japanese. So the box office is quite good compared to the budget. Let's switch to Japanese. Huh. Totally different title. Interesting. It's really interesting to me seeing how titles change between countries. So no longer Time Bandits. You'd think it might be something like Jikan no Bandetto. Like Time Bandits. Jikan means time. But here we see Bandetto Q. So Bandit Q is what it's called. So 1981 English movie you can see here. Fantasy Eiga. So fantasy movie. The word fantasy actually is a pretty popular genre. It's really what this movie's about. So why don't we learn that word? Fantasy. We do a lot of games in the fantasy genre, you might say. Like Dragon Quest is quite fantasy. Tyler, okay if I share my stream on your Discord? What's the nature of your stream? I mean, it's okay, but it's like good if you do Japanese anything on your stream. If it's just general stream promotion that's not relevant to Japanese, then it's not so relevant to our Discord. But I mean, yeah, if you like, I'm not that strict about what people post on it. It's not really. It's up to you. But yeah, any people who use Japanese or teach Japanese on their channel are encouraged to post on the Discord. Oh, yeah. I mean, of course, that's fine. Absolutely. Yeah, Tarek, that's a good question. I've had the question before, so I've actually researched it since someone else asked it. Because there are different nuances that are kind of hard to explain on the spot. The main thing is that when you use na, it's always modifying a noun that comes after. Whereas oki, without the na, can like end a sentence. For example, like, ano neko wa oki. Like that cat is big, that kind of thing. Whereas with the na, it's always modifying a noun. Another thing that I saw people say was using na. These are Japanese people writing about the difference. They felt it had like a more of a cozier or cuter vibe to it. Whereas oki might be more for like buildings and things. If that makes sense. But if you want to Google them, you can write chigai to find the difference between two words like that. If you type in chigai, difference between two words like that, you can find what Japanese and other people say about those words. I recommend doing that. So now we have the power of fantasy. You can see there. Let's keep going. Any other words with Time Bandits? Nihon de no Kokai wa? Ah, so 1983 is when it was released. So Kokai, open to the public, we can put that too. Open to the public in 1983, which is fitting because we're right in 1983 now, 1984. So how about we now jump to 1984? Let's go back to our time machine. So we're now in 1984. Possibly getting around the birth dates of some people even watching. 1984. What happened in 1984? We will find out. We are now traveling in time to 1984. Close to the present day now. I can feel the present, the future getting closer. Let's change our power level to 1984. So what happened in 1984? Unboxed, all I know is Frank Herbert's Dune. Ooh, that could take a sci-fi. We just did fantasy. We could do sci-fi for Dune. Tarek, thanks. Glad I found your channel preparing for N4. Cool, yeah, and thanks for the question. We're always open to questions, even if we're traveling through time. We are here to teach Japanese. That's why we're doing this. The only thing is, today, we can learn Japanese and history. It's a win-win. So we're combining even more learning today. Yeah, Dune? You mean the movie Dune or the book Dune came out that year? So what happened? So U.S. and Vatican City restore diplomatic relations. The movie, okay. Yeah, wasn't Back to the Future that year, or was it the next year? I think it might be the next year. Because we should almost certainly do that movie, considering we're traveling in time. Who knows, without that movie, we might not even be in this time machine right now. It could be inspiring because I watched this movie when I was a kid. So, take a look here. Back to the Future. So look, production started 1980. So this movie is fair game to look at now. Because it was being made in 1984, surely. 1985 American science fiction film directed by Robert Zemeckis. Stars Michael J. Fox. Inspired possibly this stream. We are in a time travel situation. At the end of Back to the Future, I remembered as a kid thinking it's awesome that they powered the next time machine with garbage. So that may have led to this stream. This is like that time machine, but instead of garbage, this time machine is powered a different way. It's powered with language. Each word allows it to travel 1 year further. So there's a very good chance this stream is inspired by this movie. A time machine powered by language. Kind of like a time machine powered by garbage. Yeah, it's because we're traveling in time, but actually I should turn it off because we are now in the year, we have traveled in time, we're in Back to the Future now. But yeah, great music. GM, Ninjon, good to see you. So in Back to the Future, we'll look at it in Japanese, but first let's break it down a bit in English. So Michael J. Fox stars as a teenager who travels back in time from 1985 to 1955. Of course, we were there in 1955 a little bit ago. What did we do in 1955? Let's go back at our list and remember where we were at 1955. We know because we saw that. Yeah, in 1955, we learned the word for jazz. Also radio, TV around that time, terebi. And then Godzilla was right after that. So 1955 for us was jazz. So he went back to that time of jazz when his parents were teenagers. So really now into modern times, this is a pretty modern movie. So he meets his future parents and becomes his mother's romantic interest. I think they kiss in the movie. And it's kind of like a big moment. In the end, he tries to get back to 1985, much like we're trying to get back to the future in this stream as well. Our goal is to get back to 2020. So if you think about it, this stream is very inspired by Back to the Future. I didn't think about it consciously, but probably subconsciously. We're here because of Back to the Future, I might say. Let's check this out in Japanese. Interesting. So for this title, they did not retitle it. They just decided in katakana, Back to the Future. So it's an SF eiga. SF is a science fiction, of course. So ryakushite, so for short, BTTF or BTF. Interesting. So it was a huge hit. Daihito. Have you learned this word hit? So hit, I think we might have learned. Let's check. Hito. So we did learn that. Should we learn daihito, a big hit, like a popular item? I say we should, because this is a big hit. We need to be reminded you can add dai to things to make it even bigger. Just like earlier with the Nanjing massacre, we had Gyakusatsu, atrocity, Dai Gyakusatsu, genocide. A bit more positive feeling in the 80s, talking about a movie. But they're saying it was such a big hit that it brought on this like future phenomenon of movies. Future Gensho. Gensho phenomenon, we actually learned that earlier today. There's a different phenomenon. What was that phenomenon we learned? I forget. So what else here? So Satsue, photography, Henshu, editing, Gengo, language, English. Kogyo shunyu, box office revenue. You can see quite a lot for a movie at that time especially. And Jisaku, sequel. We have ongaku, music, so a lot of different elements of this movie. What about this though? Kyakuhon, script or screenplay. I think that's why this movie's so popular. Very good screenplay. So let's add that. So we have 2 words for Back to the Future here. Maybe one more from the story. So here's the story. Arasuji is outline. Have we learned that actually? We have not. Useful word you'll see it a lot of places like Wikipedia, but it's good to know in general. Let's just make 100% sure we don't have it in katakana or hiragana. Yeah, I thought we might have. So we did. It's more common written that way. I think we learned that recently, actually. So we see this word again that we learned today for state, California. So in California is where the movie starts. He lives in Hidubare, Hill Valley. He loves his girlfriend, Kanojo. Roku, he likes rock music. Well, we've gone through the era of rock music, so we could definitely add rock. Rock's a big part of that movie. Remember this rock concert as he's disappearing, which can happen depending on your model of time travel. Roku to Pepsi Cola. He likes Pepsi Cola. I didn't know that. We're in the world of Pepsi Cola now. The world has changed a lot. And skateboard. Ooh, let's add that too. Skateboards now exist. We've come a long way since the Edo period we started in. All the way back in 1858, we started with treaties between Japan and the US in the Edo period. A long time ago. We talked about the Namamugi Jiken. All kinds of different incidents between samurai and the new government in Japan. We've come a long way since then. All the way to skateboards. Okay, we're in 1988. Let's again travel in time. And by the way, Tyler, I see your comment. Good to see you. Ooh, Tetris. Ooh, what year was Tetris? Let's look up Tetris. We're traveling in time now to the time of Tetris. We're in 1988. Not 6, 1988. We're now in 1988. Let's see if we can travel to the time of Tetris. I'm not sure when it was invented, but I'm pretty sure we're safe to go to Tetris now. So Tetris. Switch it in English. Get a framework. So actually, yeah, 1984, the first completed version. Interesting. So we're free to go to Tetris. We can turn off the music because we're now in the world of Tetris. But maybe for this one, we should actually go to Tetris music. I think now is the time to go to Tetris music. Tetris music. I cannot spell music without looking at it. Let's go with a long Tetris. Too loud. Is that sound okay? Okay. So we're learning about Tetris now. We are in the future now. It feels like the future because we've come from 100 years or more before. So Tetris. A tile-matching puzzle video game originally designed and programmed by Soviet-Russian software engineer Alexei Pajitnov. Yeah, I actually knew that. I'm getting into things I actually know, which is cool. The first playable version in 84, we're now in 88, so we know it's out already. So when did it come out on Game Boy? So that's what I was thinking. Game Boy launched in 89, so we're almost in the Game Boy. Game Boy's being made right now in 88. It established the game to critics and fans as one of the greatest video games of all time. In 2010, it was announced that the games in the franchise sold over 170 million copies. Ma, konnichiwa. Your test is successful. Good to see you. Wow. Over 100 million mobile downloads. Paid mobile downloads. Sugoi. The second best-selling paid downloaded game of all time behind Minecraft. Wow, Minecraft is that big? Maybe for 2011, maybe you'll have to go to Minecraft. I had no idea. I knew it was huge. I didn't know it was quite that huge. Wow. Let's go to Japanese. Tetris. I think it's time to learn this word, because this is a legit Japanese word. Tetris is huge in Japan, obviously. So we now have the power of Tetris unlocked on Japanese Quest, which is, I think, probably good. We'll have to play Tetris again sometimes. We did play it once. Tetris Online. The 100 versus Tetris we played. What's it called again? I played it, but it was too addictive, so we had to stop it. So Ochimono Puzzle. So it's a puzzle game. So let's put puzzle into our words as well. So it is a puzzle game. Puzzle. So categorized as a puzzle game, bunrui, classification. Computer game. Shirizu no shogo. So shogo, a general term. for the computer games. Sekkai Kankoku Desu at various, like, internationally, all countries all over the world. Dai Ryukoshi. So it became extremely popular. So Ryuko, popular. I think we've learned that. But this is extremely popular. Genzai ni tarumare, so until now, yeah, it's still very popular. Samazama na kata de ishuku. So yeah, it's been arranged in many different ways. Interesting. So Hatsubai 1984. The day something goes on sale. D. Derelick, yokoso! Japanese Custaway. By the way, anyone joining? Today's a weird stream. We are traveling through time. We are almost finally up to 2020. We're almost to the present. It's been a long journey. My voice is possibly being compromised, but we must continue traveling through time. We will get there. This stream has gone longer than I thought. We've been going almost 6.5 hours. Our kitties even are sleepy again after being attacked over many generations of time. Our kitties now are back on my lap, resting. You can see Aki here. Say hello to Aki. If I can get an angle there. Hi, Aki. Aki finally got tired again. In the 80s, Aki got tired again. Okay, so let's see if I can get an angle on Aki. And then we'll move back and see what we can learn from Tetris.
Vegeta, what does the scouter say about his power level?
Power level is rising. We're now at 1988, but I think we went even beyond that. Yep, we're to 1990 now. Let's get one more word from Tetris. What should we get? So, ninsu, or ninzu, number of people. Seems a useful word. So one person or two people you can play. Yeah, Bakshis, thank you. I will not mess up my hip again, I hope. I'm trying to move around and trying to mix things up and not go too long. So ninzu, number of people. Let's go to 1991. I'll use Tetris as our soundtrack for traveling through time at the moment. Tres Quattro, konnichiwa, good to see you. Looks like you unlocked the Mo with your possibly points, the Twitch points. So let's go to 1991. Anyone here born on 1991 or around then? We're getting close into times that are probably familiar to people. By the way, don't have to say your age, but just thinking out loud. So let's go to 1991. So 1987, go beyond that. I remember this year because we, the Twins, my city baseball team, won the World Series that year. And we also won in 1991. So that could be the thing we do, although I'm not that into baseball, so we can pick something else. What should we do for 1991, do you think? Kind of wanting to move around here with the kitty here. So 1991, what happened in 1991? We'll keep the Tetris song for a little longer before we find this home in 1991. The Gulf War happens, or some Gulf War. So what's big in 1991? Dr. Kevorkian. Oh wait, let's update our year. We're now in 1991. Let's update that year. We're very close now to the present day. The goal, of course, is 2020. The Japanese asset price bubble burst? Ooh, good one. Where? Let's type in Japan. Let's do a search here. It's hard because I have a cat on me. So bear with me here. I'm trying to do find. Why can't I do this find? I think my cursor's in the wrong spot. Got a lot of windows I'm working with here in this time machine. Okay, Japan. Let's type that again. So what happened with Japan? Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev because the first ever visit of a Soviet leader to Japan. Interesting. We have a Japanese singer, Asuka Hinoi. So we're getting into people that people are probably more familiar with. Emma Roberts, born this year. Ed Sheeran, born this year. Do you think we should look at any of these people? Aaron Sanders, Pixie Lott. Interesting, those are the people they chose. I don't know most of those, actually. Any votes in chat, we can go there. Netforce says, Tim Berners-Lee introduces World Wide Web. Ooh. Let's do that. February 26th. I like that. So Ed Sheeran born here. I think he has one of the top videos on YouTube ever. February 26th. Oh no, I don't see it. What? I'm confused now. Oh, these are birth dates. Let's go up at Feb 26th here. Right, it's an event. Here we go. Oh no, it's not here either. What? Why? Huh. Let's just type in the internet. Because I think we're in internet territory now. Internet. We are now in the times of the internet. Global system of interconnected computer networks. It's what makes this stream possible. Let's learn a bit about it in English and in Japanese. I'll be honest, I don't want to read all this, but this is kind of cool. Internet was included. The new 7 wonders of the world. Interesting. Let's go to Japanese. See if we can learn more about the internet. So I'm sure the internet's in play now. In 1991. Internet. Let's see if we've learned this word. I think that this is one of the first 50 words we learned, actually. Let's just double check on that. So it's been. We did learn that. Okay. Fukusu no computer network o sougo setsuzoku shita. So all of these different computer networks connected together. It's a global network. Global network. So a couple of words that are common, but it doesn't seem that fun to add those words. So Chikyu Kibo, global scale. Jouhou Tsushin, information communication. So Jouhou is information and Tsushin is communication, and then Mo is network. Yeah, that's definitely true, Unboxious. Most people at this time did not have internet. I think I first got it in the mid to early 90s. Most people did. Network. So notice as we get further in time, there's more katakana words that come into play because the world becomes more globalized. So we have this word internet. There's a lot of options. Obviously a lot to read about. In fact, it's so much information, it's slightly overwhelming. Let's go to the last thing. The last sentence say. Tada. 世界的に見て, so looking at things globally. 利用者の割合が圧倒的に増えた結果. So because internet users have risen so much, I can't speak English. AMV ようこそ Japanese Quest へ. So fueru, to rise, kekka, result, attotekini, overwhelming increase, and then wariai, the rate of people with the internet. AMV, cool, yeah, what we do normally is play video games and teach Japanese through it. I'm a Japanese teacher. Today, though, we're doing a Wikipedia-based game, traveling through time, learning Japanese from history, learning history too. So a bit different today, this holiday special. In any case, yokoso, Japanese customer, welcome. So the more this rate of people using the internet increases, gyakuni. So conversely, have we learned gyakuni? Conversely, we probably have, but it's a really cool word. So conversely, let's just see if we have to learn gyaku though. Yeah, we've learned that, but not gyakuni. So then we learn gyakuni. So on the other hand, I feel like I should move because I don't want to sit like this for too long. Let's put our standing desk up for now. Sorry, Aki. It's good to move around. You got to move around as you're traveling through time. It's important to move around. So I'm standing here. Aki's still down there. Let's see if he's cool with that or what he's gonna do. Right. So it's talking about how people who are not on the internet, like older people or people in other places that they don't have them, it can be a barrier. They use the word hurdle here. Hadoru, hurdle, becomes a hurdle that cannot be overcome, that creates an information gap. Joho kakusa. Kakusa is a gap, and it becomes even more serious. Iso means even more, and then shinkoku, serious. Huh. So one word, koreisha. You're starting to see a lot more in this time because more countries are having aging populations. This is a word you see a lot in the news in Japan. Why don't we add this? Koreisha. Old people. Wow, we have learned that. No way. Gotta learn at least one more word for internet. What else? How about this word? Wow, this is not even on here. Smartphone? Smaho is smartphone. I'm surprised it's not on this dictionary. Oh well, let's go to 1982. And find something else interesting. Or 1992, wow. Far. Okay, so we're properly in 1992. We only got one word off the internet, gyakuni, for some reason. There were a lot of words we already knew. So how about 1992? What can we learn here? I feel like the Ninja Turtles might be around here. I kind of want to go to Ninja Turtles. This is my own bias from growing up in this time. Because now we're in times that are familiar to me. They must have come out around this time. Yeah, the late 80s, early 90s. So Ninja Turtles are now in the world. We've unlocked Ninja Turtles. I'm curious what kind of article it has in Japanese, actually. Because it's kind of a parody, satiric thing, right? But they're ninja. And they're turtles. So 4 fictional teenaged anthropomorphic turtles named after Italian Renaissance artists. So a lot going on here. Trained by their rat sensei in the art of ninjutsu. Living in the sewers, they eat pizza. People probably know this. There's video games. On and on. So in Japanese, it's all Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in katakana. So actually, 1984, so we're kind of beyond that. So it's Anikomi, an American comic book. Ame meaning American, komi meaning a comic book. And also animation series. So notice that for anime, that word is still used for an anime in another country, but manga is not used for our comics somewhere out of Japan. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. It's super long in katakana, right? Don't worry, we're not adding this word. I guess it works because each word individually is a word that's understood with katakana, so they work together. So originally, Shirokuro manga. Shirokuro manga. So I think I was wrong. It's actually, they do use the word manga here. Usually I think it's just used for Japanese manga, I thought, but no, it's used for this manga that was not produced in Japan. And became this anime series and a movie as well. We gotta learn some words from the Ninja Turtles. So this is the manga. We have learned that word manga. So, arasuji, again, the summary. So, Nyūyoku de petto toshite. Ah, petto. Have we learned the word for pet? If we haven't, I have failed because we have pets here all the time. Yay, we got the word for pet. So, turtles were a pet. So this word pet, we should have. We got this pet between my legs right now. It's ridiculous. We haven't learned the word for pet. And then to raise a pet is kao, to keep a pet. So petto toshite kao, to raise as a pet. Kao, to keep as a pet. And then they're turtles, kame. Have we learned that? I think we have, but let's make sure. Kame. Yeah, Unboxed, we just checked that. We did learn that, I think, pretty recently. Thanks for mentioning it. But I checked it about an hour ago. Right, so there's a mutagen. This mutagen changed them to be like humans. Ningen no yo. Ningen is human. So dobutsu o ningen no yo. So changing them, animals, dobutsu, to something like humans. Ningen no yo na sugata. Sugata is like the figure, the shape of a human. And what is it? Done by Chikara. Just like the same kind of power that made us travel in time, a mysterious, weird thing. Some kind of strange power made them into turtles. It's all about some weird power. And then they transformed. Henshin shimashita. That's a good word, actually. Transformation. Henshin. And we have learned it. So we're in 1994 now. Wow, 1994 is a good year. Why don't we go to 1994? There's enough turtles here. So we're now in 1994. Let's travel in time. I think we've had enough of Tetris. Maybe let's change it to a Ninja Turtles song. "10 hours of Ninja Turtles song." That'll work. You can see the era changing with the music here. I think the volume's about good. Because of the lyrics, I'll make it even a bit quieter. Is that okay? I won't do it for too long. So we're traveling in time to the year 1994. This is our new time travel song that we just unlocked. So we're now in 1994. Let's find out what happened in 1994. Any suggestions from chat? Suggestions have taken us far. So 1994, we're almost up to the present day. So 1994, what's going on? So satellite taking orbit, Soyuz. We have Bill Clinton is president. Enter the retro world. Ooh, what would that be exactly? Trying to move around here still. You can see that kitty down there. Maybe I'll give him a better angle because he's just laying down there. Chottomatte. See if you can see this kitty here a bit better. Michelangelo's a party dude. Okay. Linux kernel is released. I have no idea what that means, but good to know. So what else happened? Bill Clinton's president. 1994. What else? There's a massacre in Bosnia. The Scream is stolen, that famous painting. Yeah. See that painting? Stolen. What's a category we haven't really done? I feel like I want to do a different category. We've done flights. We've done wars. We've done movies. We've done internet. We've done Apple. Apple releases Power Macintosh. Good to know. What have we not done? Reebok? We haven't done shoes. That's a point. Reebok. Let's do Reebok. It's a very random... It's the kind of random comment I was looking for right now. Let's go to Reebok. Shoes are not a category we've seen yet, or clothing in general. So Reebok. Founded 1958. We were back there. Let's remind ourselves what happened in 58. So in 58, we learned about Godzilla and monsters. Kaiju means monster. So we were back in Godzilla times back then, and Sputnik was right around then. Which means satellite, by the way, in Russian. Learned that today. So Reebok was founded then, but came into its own around that time. The 90s. I remember Reebok being pretty big. So American former English footwear company. Subsidiary of German sporting good giants Adidas. Really? I didn't know that. Well, since 1995. That makes sense. Okay, key people, area served worldwide, headquarters, Massachusetts, founder, Joe and Jeff Foster. Why not Reebok? Industry, sports equipment, website, Reebok, parent, Adidas, products, sports, clothing. Yeah, it's older than I thought too. I didn't become aware of it till much later. Let's check it out in Japanese. Hey, look at that Aki kitty. That's a good angle on him down there. See this kitty down there? He's having a good sleep as we travel through time, learn about Reebok. Hi, Aki. Kawaii ne.
Vegeta, what does the scouter say about his power level?
Power level is now 1994 and rising. Let's find the power of Reebok here. Reebok, interesting. It's actually in the dictionary. I'm not sure if we can get away with adding Reebok to our power level list, but honestly, it's so random that I think we can get away with that. So we're now leveling up with the power of Reebok sneakers. Never thought I'd say those words, but we did. And let's look at some of these details here. So again, founded in 1998, actually. Oh, okay. Wait, why? What? I thought before it said the 50s. Eh? Maybe Reebok Japan was 1998. I don't know. Interesting. I wonder what that disparity is about. Huh. So Reebok. There's a lot of Reebok here. Ah, really? Reebok. So this animal is what gave the name of the company. So Shame is the name of a company. So Eime. So it's called a gazelle in English, obviously. Well, maybe not obviously, but Reebok. Reebok. Ah, it's a place. It's the name of a place in Africa where the very agile gazelle lives. I did not know that. Interesting. Let's jump to this gazelle then, because why not? We're traveling in time. We can use this power of this gazelle to learn something. Because we haven't looked at animals either, have we? We've, of course, looked at the Ninja Turtles, as we can hear, but we've not looked at an actual animal. So let's see what kind of details we have about animals here. So we have... Let's look at the category in English, actually. So kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, subfamily, tribe, genus. Obviously not all stuff you need to know in English or Japanese, but interesting to look at all the same. Because here you have world, gate, mon, amon, like the subdivision. We have ko, biological class. We have me, biological order. Amoku, suborder. So all those different categories. BTC, konnichiwa. Konnichiwa. Reebok, the German word for male deer? Really? Huh. Yeah, I thought they said it was a place. But that would make sense too. So, Gazaru is gazelle. But I'm wondering what word should we take to add and to travel through time here. I think it's time to start making some progress and reach the present day. So it's in the continent of Africa. Africa. So Africa we could learn, because we could learn countries. We haven't learned continents. Why don't we learn Africa first of all? Africa. Somehow Reebok brought us to Africa. Not sure why. Usually it's katakana though, so let's put the katakana. Alright, and Tairiku, continent. Let's see if we have that. Power up with the power of continents. Continents are now unlocked on Japanese Quest. We're 1997 now. Ooh, the size of gazelle, as you can see. Senshi Metru and Metru. Those are both words that we probably should learn, to be honest. A lot of katakana helping us out here. But a lot of times we don't see katakana. It's good to add. So, Meitaru. It's probably worth saying that Meitaru can be used with this symbol. It can mean meter. It often means rice, kome, but it's useful to see it that way too. Brett Word, konnichiwa. You're finding us at the end of a long stream traveling through time. We're almost at 7 hours, which for me is long. For a lot of people, it's not long. So we're now at 1999, the turn of the millennium. So let's go to the year 1999 now. So what from 1999 should we learn about? Let's go back to that year, back to Reebok, back to Gazelles. We were in 1994. Let's now go to 1999. Almost up to the present day now. Yeah, this is very long for me. I didn't think we'd be going this long, to be honest, but it's taken longer to work through time. Travel through time is not easy. Time travel is challenging. Now we're in 1999. We have 20 more years to go. We can do it. But we gotta work hard here. So what happened? There was a terrible earthquake in 1999. Let's change the year. I think that's enough of Ninja Turtles. Let's go back to the other time travel song from Chrono Trigger. Okay, so we're now in the year 1999. Let's pick where we're going, then we can turn the music off because we'll have stopped there. Any suggestions from chat? Where should we go? 1999, we're getting into pretty familiar years. Bill Clinton is acquitted in impeachment proceedings. something that might happen soon again to the current president. We just had the most recent impeachment since then. 20 years it's been. Wow, so going around the world in a hot air balloon. A new endurance record. Very cool. So where do you think we should go? Any suggestions? And yeah, BTC Fly, I see your comment. The Clinton scandal. So what was the most interesting thing that happened in 1999? Ooh, let's change the year. Forgot to do that. 1999. Anyone remember that year? I think it was a good year. Shakespeare in Love won Best Picture, starring Gwyneth Paltrow. I think she won Best Actress for it. I think I actually watched that Oscars, maybe. So where should we go? Bill Gates' personal fortune makes him the wealthiest individual in the world. Due to the increased value of Microsoft Soft. How about we power up with the power of Bill Gates here? Became the richest man this year, 1999, still obviously on the world stage. Born in 1955. As I recall, that was back in the times of jazz, 1955. Let's see, let's go back to 1955. So yeah, that was the time of Godzilla. No, jazz, 1955, Godzilla, 1956. It's been a while since we were back there. That's when Bill Gates was born. He's now 64. In the present day, 1999, subtract 20 from that. I guess 44 or so. So let's see here. American business magnate, software developer, investor, philanthropist. Some of those words we can learn in Japanese, maybe. Best known as co-founder of Microsoft. Yeah, we could get a major power up off of Bill Gates, most likely. Blues has now become a party member. Yokoso! Japanese Questway. 1989, we're 10 years past when maybe you were born. Let's see what we were doing in 1989. Tetris we were playing in 1989. It came out a bit before that in 84, but it got big around 89. So we learned words like Tetris and puzzle. And let's switch this into Japanese. Learn some words, power up from Bill Gates. It's a different picture on the Japanese site. Bill Gates. Shokugyo is occupation. I think we learned that. Let's make sure we did. So let's find his occupation of Bill Gates. So we did learn that. Good. Let's look at his many occupations here. So we saw this before. Jitsugyoka. Industrialist or businessman. Ooh, this one I don't see that much. But this is like philanthropist. So Jizen is philanthropy. And then Katsudoka. So philanthropist. How about philanthropy? This is a big one for Bill Gates now. So Jizen, charity, philanthropy is a good one to add. You can power up, unlock philanthropy. It's a good thing to have in the world. Better things than we had back 80 years ago, as I recall. Or even just 60 years ago. Gijutsusha. So engineer, we learned that word earlier today from Thomas Edison, actually. Ooh, this is a new one. Programmer. Sakka, author. Ooh, that could be a good one. He's an author as well. We can level up with the power of an author or a writer. And then, ooh, nice. Kyouikusha. An educationalist or someone who works with education. Kyoiku, education, I'm sure we've already learned. Let's get a bit of his bio here. So we see all his jobs there again. We see Microsoft. He founded Microsoft. And then we see also the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So Saidan Foundation. A lot of great work here. I've got to say, Bill Gates to me is one of the most inspirational people out there in the way that he's transformed into creating so much positive change for the world. This is bizarre. The last thing it says about him is his height. 178 centimeters. Good thing we just learned the word for centimeter. We learned Shinsho today too, actually, from the height of Wilt Chamberlain back in, I think that was even the 50s. Bizarre, that's the last thing about him. In English, it is not the last thing about him. The last thing about him in the English version is, the foundation works to save lives and improve global health, and is working with Rotary International to eliminate polio. It's kind of a different kind of final word for his intro than in Japanese. His height is 178 centimeters. Eh? Kind of odd. Anyway, what's our power level now? So we're up to 2001. Let's switch to the new millennium now. 2001, we're almost there. We're now first time over 2,000. Originally our goal this year was 2,000. We're now over 2,000 with the power of this time machine. We're at 2001. Sugoi! Let's get some hype in this chat. Let's get some hype in this chat. We've reached over 2,000. Power up. Yatta ze. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break. So check out 2001. I will be right back for this final push through the 2000s. I will say BRB, I need to rest for this final little bit. So think about, if you want to look ahead, what is in 2000, some suggestions for things from 2001. What should we do? That actually came out much earlier though, but that's an idea. So suggestions for things from 2001. I'll be back. Itakimasu. Let's see some suggestions. I'll be right back. Tadaima. Okay. Game grammar. Ah, Raid, arigato. Sorry I was gone. I was on my break. I took a short break before our final march to 2020. We're at 2001 right now. Welcome. It's good to see all of you. Yokoso. Japanese Quest Toy. Welcome to Japanese Quest. Today, it's very different than usual. Because today, we're in a time machine. Let me explain. This is the island, the world of Japanese Quest. As we learn words in Japanese, our power level goes up. Current power level, 2001. I'm a Japanese teacher. I've taught high school Japanese in the US and other kinds of Japanese. That's neither here nor there. What is here? We're now in the year 2001. Today we started in the year 1858. We're almost back to the present. We have to learn just 19 more words through 19 more years. It's hard to explain, but there was a time slip, so we're right now in a time machine, moving forward through time. So bear with me. The question is, what happened of note in 2001? Because right now, that's what we need to figure out. Because if we were in 1999, now we're going to 2001. Take a look. So 2001. Yeah, you're right. 9/11. How did I not even think of that off the top of my head? So 9/11 was a big event that happened, obviously, and we know what that date that was, September 11th, right? So let's go there. So a big event here. Around 3,000 victims and family. We can turn off we're not traveling through time, so I'll turn this off for now. That's the sound of our time machine. So, I mean, everyone knows 9/11. I don't need to read it, but let's see it in Japanese. But the basics of it, I don't know if you would remember it, but I definitely remember when it happened. A lot of people remember where they were when it happened, in the US especially. And, oh no. I clicked on the wrong thing. The attacks. So the World Trade Center was attacked. It fell. It was a terrible, terrible tragedy and terrorist attack. So this word, terrorism, we maybe didn't learn in Japanese yet. So we could check that. So why don't we go to Japanese and see what we find. So, Tero Jiken. So we've learned this word with a lot of events throughout history already. Jiken, event. But I don't think we've learned this. Terror, Tero. Let's add that to our power level. So we've seen a lot of events through all this. TIG 6, Yokoso. Japanese Quest Toy, welcome. So we've seen a lot of terror and terrible things already today. We saw like the Nanjing massacre, for example. So we saw that was in the 30s. We learned some words for that as we've been traveling through time today. We have the Nanking Jiken, the Nanking incident in China. And with that we learned the word for atrocity or massive killing, Gyakusatsu, and also Dai Gyakusatsu, genocide. Is this a conspiracy channel? No, but that doesn't mean that there aren't some people that post what they want to post. No, we're just looking at different events throughout history. We're traveling through time. So this is a time travel channel, not a conspiracy channel. More specifically, I'm a Japanese teacher. It's an educational channel. Like, my own opinion is that for there to be any conspiracy around something like this magnitude of an attack, it just doesn't really seem realistic, because whoever carried out that conspiracy, if it was found out, whatever group they were a part of would be done forever. So if anything, I'm anti-conspiracy, if you want to know the truth. I'm into logic and evidence in general. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. But yeah, Game Grammar has the word for conspiracy. We could learn the word for conspiracy since it was brought up, and it certainly is a word that's brought up around this event. However, I don't know if we probably don't need it to be connected directly to looking this up. Anyway, so we did learn the word terror. Also, extremists, kagekiha. You see a lot in the news now. Kageki means extreme. Ha means like a group or faction. Steins Gate. Yeah, that could be a good game. By the way, Game Grammar, how did your stream go? I know you went super long. How long did you end up going? It must have been... You must have gone over 12 hours. How long did you go? We're over 7 hours here. Sugoi. 14 hours. That's got to be your longest ever. How does your fundraising goal go? So check out Game Grammar if you have not. They were doing some fundraising, I think, to get a Switch. How did your fundraising go? It seemed like you definitely made some money. If you don't want to say, that's fine. But maybe people watching might want to, I don't know, give more to you or to Japanese learning in general. So don't think it's a bad thing to talk about fundraising, considering the reality is this kind of teaching, you normally don't make that much money. But if you did, more people would do it, and you could do it more, and you could get more resources. It was okay. Cool. That's good. In my opinion. いいですね。よかった。So Soshiki is an organization. So Tero Soshiki is a terrorist organization. So why don't we learn those words as well? Because that's kind of what is happening with this incident. Is we have an organization and we can put them together. Sometimes when you get 3 words for the price of, I don't know, 2, it's kind of nice. Even if it is about terrorism. So basically we have terror organization and terror organization. Tero Soshiki. Tero Soshiki. All useful words to know. And yeah, Rikai-kun's a good one. This is Rikai-kun. And today we're playing a game through Wikipedia, traveling through time with Wikipedia. So we're now to 2004. Why don't we jump to 2004 now? Let's turn back our time travel song. Notice it's from Chrono Trigger, which is all about time travel. It still works. It works well for me for this stream. I've been using it for 2 years now. So we're now to the year 2004. Let's update our power level. Look at our current year at the right. Let's make that go up. 2004. We're almost getting to the present. Anyone remember what happened in 2004? What event should we learn from in 2004? That was enough of 9/11 for me. We could have done more, but let's go on to 2004. 2004 was designated as the International Year of Rice. That I did not know. The International Year of Rice. Let's see if there's some words for rice that we've not learned yet. Let's type in rice in the dictionary here. We like to learn Japanese from all angles on Japanese Quest. So I don't know why thin rice porridge is the first thing to come up, but we've actually learned the word for porridge, strangely enough. However, kome, husked grains of rice, we may not have learned. Let's check. If it's the year of rice, let's go. Ah, funny. So we did learn just the word for meter with the same kanji. Actually, let's put those next to each other. That kind of makes sense. It's the same kanji. It's usually written with kana, but it can be written with that same kanji, which is kind of good to know and fun to know. So in 2004, well, we're actually now already in 2005, so let's now go to 2005. So Rice leveled us up again. So we only have 15 years left, and we'll be to our goal 2020 by 2020. And you can see your kitty below my legs down there. I'm trying to move around. It's been a long amount of time travel. I thought we'd do it in 5 hours, but it's now been over 7 hours. thought it'd be about a generation per hour. And it has been about that, but it's been shorter generations than I thought. So what happened in 2005? That's the question. Let's see. Deep Impact is launched. Don't even know what that is. I thought it was a movie. A NASA space probe. Cool. George W. Bush has a second term in the U.S. North Korea announces it possesses nuclear weapons. So speaking of North Korea, let's click on that. So I think earlier we learned the word for Korea, but I don't think we learned the word for South Korea. Normally it's Kita-chosen, North Korea. I think that's a word worth learning, since North Korea was in the news this year. Okay. Now that we're getting close, I kind of want to keep going to each year. So now let's go to the next year, 2006. So what happened in 2006? Commodore, you're a fan of North Korea? Okay. 2004, Team America came out? That could be. Let's check that out. Let's look up Team America. His comments in chat are helpful too. Team America World Police, 2004. So we now are in the world of Team America World Police has been unlocked in 2004, which... Let's see if there's even much of a Japanese entry for this one. But you know it's a parody movie by the makers of South Park. Well, there is a Japanese option. Notice how it's all in katakana. Chimu America. World Police. So chimu, team, we might not have that word, but that's a super common word. That would be good to know. So we powered up with team. Anything else for Team America World Police? South Park. So it's the people who made South Park. And Ningyo Geki. So it's a puppet show. Ningyo is puppet. I think we've learned the word puppet. If not, let's add that. Let's go to our dictionary again. Jisho. So puppet. Why all of this has brought us to puppets, I do not know. Ningyo, puppet. I feel like we have learned this. We have not. We now leveled up with the power of puppets. Always good. Imagine a puppet being put into our time machine, powering us through these last few years. Okay, so where are we now? So Seiji, government, but it's not just about government, it's Fushi, satire. So satire is a good thing to add. It's not a word that you see that much, but it's labeled as common here. Let's add satire to our power level. Satire is now unlocked in your brain, in Japanese. If you put those kanji together, it's kind of interesting. The first kanji for satire, wind, or style, or manner. The second one, stabbing. So imagine satire is kind of wind that's stabbing. Maybe in a kind of metaphorical kind of way. Chimu is very commonly used for team. Good question. So we're now to 2009 with the power of satire, teams, and dolls. I can't believe Team America World Police brought us 3 years into the future, but here we are. Let's go to 2009. So what happened in 2009? Let's make our power level go up. So we're now at 2009. We've come a long way. From the samurai in Japan and opening up to the US to Team America World Police. It's been a long journey. So where shall we go in 2009? Let's confirm that that's the right year. Yep. So just a few more years left. 2009. I can remember that one. The first blockchain of the cryptocurrency. Ah, that could be interesting. Let's do cryptocurrency. This is totally different than stuff we've done, at least in some ways. We haven't really looked at currency. So let's look at cryptocurrency. So we're done traveling in time for now. By the way, this YouTube, there's a YouTube for Japanese Quest 2 if you want to check it out. Haven't updated it for a while though, but we will. Everything from here goes there. I was thinking this is so long, we could like break it up into like 50-year chunks maybe. What do you think about that concept? So cryptocurrency started in 2009, a digital asset designed to work as a medium of exchange that uses strong cryptography to secure financial transactions, control the creation of additional units, and verify the transfer of assets. Cryptocurrencies use decentralized control as opposed to centralized digital currency and central banking systems. Anyone have any cryptocurrency? I think that I do not, but I've considered it. Bitcoin, first released in 2009, is generally considered the first decentralized cryptocurrency. Since the release of Bitcoin, over 6,000 altcoins have been created. We very much feel in the close term now. This is the modern world. We're into Bitcoins and cryptocurrency. It's only like, 11 years ago? 10 years ago? We're still in 2019 after all. BTC Fly says, I bought at 70 and sold at 1,000. For Bitcoin, really? That's amazing. That's awesome. So let's switch to Japanese. Okay. Ango Tsuka. Cryptocurrency. So Ango is password. Tsuka is currency. We can at least learn that word, currency. Ango for password, I believe we have learned. Let's double check that though. Ango, we have learned for a code or a password. And Tsuka, currency. So cryptocurrency makes sense. Ango, so it's like a crypto can mean Ango. Okay, so we have currency for one word. We're up in 2010. Only 10 more words needed. What else do we have here? So it's about this word. Torihiki, business, transactions. If we haven't learned that, let's learn that and move on. That's a good word. Torihiki, transactions. You can imagine kind of a push and pull of negotiations, because if you look at the kanji, the first kanji is to take, toru, to take. So you're taking from people and you're giving back to people. It's kind of a back and forth. By the way, Kelvito Yokoso. Japanese Quest away. Welcome to Japanese Quest. And hiki is to pull. So push and pull is business dealings, giving and taking. Imagine that. You can do it with cryptocurrency. You can do it with other things too. So we're now in 2011, only 9 years left. So let's move beyond cryptocurrency. But this is kind of cool. Baraiku. Yokoso. Japanese Quest away. Welcome. The world ended in 2012. It tried to, but it didn't. So samazama na logo. So we have different logos. Logo is a kind of cool word, actually. Should we add logo to our power level? Why not? Samazama na logo. Different logos for different cryptocurrencies. So with the power of logo and the power of business, Torihiki, we are now in 2012. Let's make our power level go up. So back into our time machine. Let's turn on our time machine. This is the sound. Kelvito, arigato. Love the idea for your channel. I learned a lot of languages using video games too. Hello from Brazil. Hello! Usually we play video games. Today we're playing a Wikipedia game. You can play games through different mediums. Wikipedia is so vast now. If you gamify it, just like we kind of gamify games to learn language, you can learn history and language at the same time, which is very cool. That's what we're doing today. So current power level is 2012. Let's make that go up. We got 8 more years to accomplish our goal. To be honest, I can't believe we've made it this far. Been going almost 7.5 hours, all the way from 1858 all the way 2012. We have 8 more years to go. We're almost there. So 2012 is where we are. So let's find what happened in 2012. Really? You kill zombies by typing words? That sounds good. Ah, yeah, gamifying learning to type. That's a good way to do it, seems to me. So we're now in 2012, so where should we go? We haven't voted for a while on where we should go. Why don't we vote in chat? We often vote on Japanese Quest to figure out where our journey will go. Because I'm the guide here on Japanese Quest. I'm a Japanese teacher, but really all of us are party members on this journey through games and today through time. So what happened this year? Any suggestions in chat? We can do that. Let's see. Iran suspends oil exports to Britain and France. 46 years since Encyclopedia Britannica discontinues its print edition. Oh, wow. It finally stopped its print edition? That's kind of sad. Because now it's all online. Chua yokoso, Japanese Questway. So there's a coup in Mali. So what happened in 2012? People probably remember at this point what happened that year. Vladimir Putin is elected president of Russia. So, rapid fire. Wagazaimasu. Good morning. Good to see you. And, so I'm not feeling all of this here. Ooh, Tokyo Skytree. The tallest self-supporting tower in the world at 634 meters is open to the public. That's perfect. Let's go there. Ooh, Gangnam Style was probably that year too. Good suggestions. We could really check out the Mayan end of the world thing. Ooh, that's true too, because that was 2012, wasn't it? Okay, let's vote. Okay, vote. We're gonna vote for where we go. Tokyo Skytree will be number 1. The Mayan calendar 2012. The end of the world. That's number 2. Let's just say those. I don't have a number 3. So what do you think? Should we go Skytree? Should we go 2012? Oh no, or Gangnam Style. Sorry, Gangnam Style number 3. So 3, Gangnam Style. So 2 is 2012 Mayan calendar. Sorry, I'm writing it kind of wrong here. So we have a lot of votes for 2. 3 votes for 2. That sounds good. What would I search for that exactly? 2012 Mayan calendar. I'm cool with it. I'm okay with not going to Skytree. We could always go back there because it's still there. 2012. So there's a film. I saw this film actually about the end of the world. Huh, I don't see any more info about the end of the world. Let's click on the film. Refers to Mayanism and the 2012 phenomenon. Let's click on that. The 2012 phenomenon was a wide range of, so this means the end of the world, beliefs that cataclysmic or transformative events would occur around the 21st of December 2012. The date was regarded at the end of this long cycle of the Mesoamerican long count calendar. And festivals took place on the 21st, so right before the end of the world. Interesting. The world, of course, did not end. Scenarios suggested for the end of the world included the arrival of the next solar maximum, an interaction between the Earth and a supermassive black hole at the center of the galaxy. I like that one. Or the Earth's collision with a mythical planet called Nibiru. Where did they get that one? What in the world? Scholars from various disciplines quickly dismissed the predictions. And astronomers rejected various proposed doomsday scenarios. Let's see how much there is in Japanese for this one, because this is quite long in English. Yep, so this is way longer now. You see, it's a much shorter article. So Jinrui, humanity, Metsubo, destruction, and Setsu, theory. So the theory of the end of humanity. How about this word Metsubo? The destruction, have we learned that word? Not sure that we have. We have not. Good word to add to our power level. We have the power of destruction. And then Setsu is theory. I think that can work too for a common word to add. That works. And Maya Bunmei. So Bunmei is civilization. We could use that word too. Although I think we have learned the word for civilization. Bunmei. Yep, you can see it's green, so it's a duplicate. Good review though. Yeah, so Choki Deki. So for a long calendar, it was thought to be the end. Also, this word comes into play. Yogen, a prediction or prognostication in various occult magazines. So, Akaruto, we could add the word occult. Why not? It'll give us an idea of what we're getting into with this article. And then Yogen, prediction. I think this word we have learned though. Yep, we have. Okay, why don't we go to the year 2015 then, because we don't have many more years left. This is pretty recent, actually. Anyone remember 2015? Super recent, actually. So what happened in 2015? We're traveling in time again to 2015. Here's the sound of doing that. So 2015. Let's make our power level go up. Look at the bottom right. Power level is now 2015. Yeah, you're right. We got hoverboards. That could be. What else do we have? We need. How many more words? Ichi, ni, san, shi, go. Just 5 more words to reach our goal. And we will be in the future. And then after that, we will go deeper into the future with the power of language. By the way, the future ends here currently, but I can increase that later. Okay, so 2015. So any suggestions? What happened in 2015? Ukelon raiding with a party of 18. Yokoso! Japanese Questaway, welcome to Japanese Quest. 今日は Wikipedia で日本語を教えています。ちなみに僕はアメリカの日本語の教師です。Akira と言います。よろしくお願いします。So nice to meet you. I am Akira Sensei. I'm a Japanese teacher in the US. Today, we are learning history and we are learning Japanese from Wikipedia. We are traveling through time with the power of language. 言語の力で、日本語の力で、今日はタイムトラベルしています。さあ、一緒に行きましょう。But as you can see, we only have 5 more years to go. Currently, this is the world of Japanese Quest. Our current power level. 日本語の戦闘力は2015. So we are currently in the year 2015. The goal, of course, is 2020, the new year. And then someday the goal is 8000 以上, or in English, it's over 9,000. That's the goal. Fluency in Japanese. So Kalon, good to see you. Konnichiwa. Check out Kalon, awesome Japanese streamer. Click on their name and follow them because Kalon is awesome. Kalon-sanをフォローしてください。 すごいですよ。とても優しい。さあ、一緒に冒険しよう。日本語で、英語で、タイムマシンで。Let's do it. So we're bringing it back. And what happened in 2015? That's the question. So we had government raids in Boko Haram. This is getting a lot more familiar now, more recent. What else happened this year? Any suggestions in chat? You can suggest them now. Again, thank you very much for the raid and all the new follows. Yokoso, Japanese Castaway. This is a learning stream for history today, but usually Japanese from Japanese games. 普通にゲームで日本語教えますね. That's what I normally do. Teach Japanese through Japanese games. So there's a solar eclipse that year. I remember watching that maybe. So what else happened? Witcher 3 was released. Ooh! I just saw The Witcher yesterday on Netflix. So let's do The Witcher. That's a good idea. The show on Netflix is quite good. The Witcher. The Witcher 3, of course, the video game. But it comes from stories from this Polish author. So The Witcher. Some great games. And I just heard that there might be new games now too because they renegotiated the deal for the rights to it with that same game company, which is awesome. So The Witcher, a Polish fantasy series. We learned the word for fantasy earlier in Japanese. Fantasy. Novels and short stories written by Polish author Andrzej Sapkowski. We can turn off this music now because we did travel in time. We're now in the year 2015. The Witcher is almost bringing us to current. We might play a Witcher game someday on stream and learn Japanese from it. You can play Witcher 3 in Japanese, by the way. There's a version on Switch that you can get. So Witchers are beast hunters that develop supernatural abilities at a young age to battle wild beasts and monsters. We've come a long way since the 1800s, the Edo period in Japan. We're now talking about wild beasts and monsters in the Witcher series. There's 3 video games, 2 television series. The Hexer, this is the Polish series. I just read about it yesterday, actually. And The Witcher, now on Netflix. Which I think is pretty good. I just saw the first episode so far. The books have a cult following in Poland and in Central and Eastern European countries. The video games have been very successful. As of March 2018, they've sold over 33 million copies worldwide. So yeah, basically a Witcher is an exterminator of monsters. So let's see this in Japanese. I mean, since I just saw the Netflix show, maybe I'll click on that too. It's the Witcher TV series, American fantasy drama web television for Netflix, starring the guy who played Superman, Henry Cavill. He's playing the Witcher. Anyway, let's go back to this and see it in Japanese. Interesting. They have a picture here of the author, which I think is appropriate. This must be the author of The Witcher. And Shousetsu Shirizu, so a novel series. Let's type in novel. I think we've learned that word, but if not, we could add that word. Really, we have not. So we have a novel, Shousetsu. Any more words from The Witcher? So it's a Slavic myth that is using Witcher, that it uses as the theme, Slavic myth. Shinwa theme could be a good word to add if we've not learned it. Because you can see how myth, even in this modern age, reaches deep into our culture and onto our television. Yeah, there's a few words for novel. Good question. Is there another word for novel? Let's just type in novel. There's a bunch, but that's one of the most common. Shousetsu, novel. Of course, Hon is book. I'm guessing Shosetsu will be first. Yep, it is. So we have Shosetsu novel. This means novel as in new. That's different. So all these are about just new as the meaning of novel. Detective novel. So again, Shosetsu you see. So by far the top one is Shosetsu, as you can see. The word that we just learned here. This word history we've talked about, but I'm pretty sure we've learned that. Because we've been going through a lot of history today. If we haven't learned it, it's time to. So yeah, those are the most top ones that you're seeing there. So currently 2017 is our power level with those 2 new words. Why don't we move on beyond The Witcher? Let's just see if there's any words that really jump out. Ninki Geimu, so popular game, The Witcher series. So it was translated as Geralt the Magic Swordsman, basically. Kenshi is swordsman, Maho is magic, and then the name of the main character, the Witcher, is Geralt, and that's how it was translated. How about the word for translation? That's pretty relevant to our interests here, since that's like what we do. Honyaku, translation. That seems pretty relevant. So we just have 2 more words we need to learn. What will they be? We need to be a little bit strict on these last 2 words. If we can't find anything better than Honyaku, we might have to change that to 2020. So we're now in the year 2018. Let's go to that year. So what happened in 2018? We're now very close. You know what happened in 2018? Japanese Quest started in 2018. So we could start words related to Japanese Quest. Reiwa, that would be 2019. Ooh, that could be a good word for our last word, actually. That's a great suggestion, Reiwa, the new era in Japan. The problem is Rikaikun doesn't have it, but it will be in this dictionary, Reiwa, the Reiwa era. Started in 2019. There is not a wiki entry for Japanese Quest. We need to level up more before that happens. Otherwise, we could use that. I don't think there is. And probably we'd need to get several levels higher for us to do that. Right now, we just passed 4,500 followers. If we multiply that by, say, 100, we'd start to be in the ballpark of a Wikipedia entry, I'd say. So Reiwa, this is a great one to add. So it starts in 2019. So really that should be the entry for next year. So let's add Reiwa for 2019. Let's just copy and paste this, actually. The Reiwa era for 2019. Let's see if I can do it without making it like that. Okay, so let's type in Reiwa. See if my computer knows how to do it. It does. Nice. Okay, so what should be the word for the future then? For 2020? That's the question. So 2018 or 19, Reiwa seems appropriate. Let's look for 2020. This is the future now. So there's already predicted and scheduled events. I guess we can use this. Yeah, something about the Olympics, because there's the 2020 Olympics in Japan. That's a great suggestion. The Summer Olympics held in Tokyo, Japan. Let's click on that. So it's coming. The Olympics in Japan. It's going to be huge hype. Let's find some words about the Olympics. So it was Rio. It will be Paris. This is a great thing to have for our 2020, I think. That's very appropriate. Good suggestion from chat. You've been making this journey a lot better. So let's see. The 2020 Summer Olympics. How about just Orimpuku? That seems fitting. The word Olympics. It's sometimes called something different in Japan, in Japanese as well. Let's type in Olympics. There's a few words, yeah. I'm not sure which one would be best for our word. We can only pick one for right now. Yeah, this is the one I thought that might be higher than Olympics on this dictionary. So 5 rings. Gorin, because you know those 5 rings for the Olympic symbol. You can see those 5 rings here. And that's why in Japanese, the Olympics. Rebellious Red, thanks for all the content. Invaluable stream. Subscriber. Arigato. It's fitting at the time, the end of our journey. 2020. It's still 2019. It's still Reiwa. Let's make that power level go up. We're not there yet. We have one more to go. We're at 2019. We are now at the current year. We're back to present. But there should be one more. So those 5 rings, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, is the reason Olympics in Japan is also called Gorin Olympics. So rin means a ring or a circle. So Gorin, 5 rings, the Olympics. So what do you think? Should we add Olympic or should we add Gorin Olympics? Or should we add both? Let's do a vote, because our goal was to get to 2020. We could even go above. I didn't consider that really, but let's do a vote. For this last word, I feel like all of Japanese Quest must be voting on this. So Gorin, vote 1. Olympic, vote 2. For both, vote 3. I'm fine with all 3. So vote in chat. Should we go with Gorin? Should we go with Olympic? Or should we go with Ryoho, both? Ryoho means both. So we have a few different votes. Commodore goes for Gorin. Rayfish goes for Gorin as well. So people are liking Gorin. In a way, it seems fitting to end on 2020, doesn't it? However, Hey wants both. Like, in a way, you do kind of want both, because then you have both words covered. But we could just learn the one next time, but keep it Gorin for now. Okay, so we get 4 votes for Gorin, 2 votes for both. So I'm thinking for now, let's go with our final word, completing our goal, will be, as per the vote, 5 rings. The Olympics. Gorin. It seems fair. Considering the Olympics are in 2020, that's perfect. And then we made it. Sugoi desu ne. Let's go to the world of Japanese Quest. We've now reached our goal. We have reached power level 2020. We've reached the year 2020. We've made it back to the present and beyond into the future. So we now, again, can play video games. Video games now exist. We started in the 1800s, but we finally somehow made it. Let's get some hype in the chat. Because honestly, I did not think we would make it. Must get much hype. All the hype that I can muster, let's put in the chat right now, because somehow we made it. My legs might be angry at me tomorrow, but we did make it. Yatta ze! Dekimashita ne. We need some kind of like a celebration, I think, to make it. What should we do for a celebration? Because we got to our words. We made power level 2020. We got our language goal. We got our goal of traveling through time. We made it somehow. So everyone, Rebellious Red, Trez, Hey, Commodore, we've been streaming now for almost 8 hours. It only took us 8 hours to get through over 150 years of world history. Not too bad. So let's go back where we were. Let's go back to the cat cam. The kitty is still here with us. Aki has been here with us through pretty much all of it. So let's write the current year on there. 2020. We finally made it. And there must be some celebration song that we could listen to. I gotta get it on. 2020. We made it. Let's get some hype. And Let's give this kitty a cuddle because he deserves it. He's been with us the whole way, these 8 hours, wanting to play much of the time. And we made it. Let's see if I can sit here. Kitty, you're kind of in my spot for sitting, but that's okay. I can sit by you. The NACO power helped us get here, even if at some times he was fighting against our progress. We have made it. You've been a good boy, Aki. Very good boy. So I feel like some song should close us out. Maybe back to our Time Machine song. Seems fitting. So we made our goal. We made it back to 2020. And Japanese Quest will continue in the new year. And we've unlocked video games because it is now 2020. You are in the future right now. We can go farther. We'll learn more words. Our power level will go up from here. We'll go farther into the future with language. So I think we will end the stream here for today. The question is, should we host someone? Should we raid someone? And then if so, who shall we raid? Because people have hosted us and raided us, which is very cool. The future is now. Let's get some hype. And remember, word 2019, Reiwa, the new era, and then 2020, Golden, the Olympics. Trez, glad you liked the stream. This is very experimental. I hope you liked the experiment. If you liked it, you can join us on Twitter. You can join us on Discord. Well, let me put it in a couple of those for people that want to check it out, because the journey will continue after today. Let me see if I remember our Twitter command. If I do !Twitter, you can find our Twitter there. That's where we first announced this journey through time. If you want to chat with people after stream, you can check out our Discord as well. By the way, we actually have a command for Game Grammar. If you just do !GG, you can check out this other channel that hosted us, Game Grammar, because they also teach Japanese through Japanese games. So check out Game Grammar too, follow them. If you want to support them financially, they would like that, because they're saving up for a Switch to play more Switch games in Japanese and teach through those. Which would be cool for us too, because we have a Switch. We could do like a team Switch game with Game Grammar, which would be very cool. So please give Game Grammar lots of money. And then if you have money left, you give us money too. You never know. And always helps to support Japanese education. We have a YouTube as well. Check out our YouTube. That's probably enough links. Now let's do one more. We have a command for katakana as well. Now let's do Rikai. People kept asking about Rikai-kun. We've been using it all day. So there's a link for Rikai-kun. It's a tool to hover over words. There you can see the definition. You can copy them, and that's how that works. So click on that link if you want to see Rikai-kun. So all these commands, follow these. You can find us in various places. Japanese Quest. We traveled in time. We'll be here next year. So who shall we host today? That's the question. I think we should raid someone. Now that we're back to the present, we can raid people. We have the technology. So let's see, who shall we raid? We could raid Nawaria, playing Dragon Quest X. That might be a good one. We could raid Daikon, playing Grandia 2. That's probably in English. Dragon Quest X, it's certainly in Japanese. Let's raid Nawaria. So I know there's a new thing on Japanese Quest. These points. You can unlock different emotes. Have you done those before? Let me try. I think as the producer, I have unlimited points. So let me make an emote. You can modify an emote. Let me modify the Griffin Kitty and add a Christmas hat. So I've unlocked it. Now let's share our new emote. Check it out. We've got the Griffin Cat, so people watching, I guess, can get those points. And apparently if you join the raid, you can get a bunch of points too. So if anyone wants to join the points and get a bunch of points for Japanese Quest, you can join that raid as well. You can see Griffin Kitty there with the Christmas hat. So let's raid Nowaria here. You can probably see the raid now. Let's start the raid. Let's give her a big raid today. And you can join the raid and ask her about learning Japanese. She teaches Japanese on her channel sometimes. She plays Dragon Quest in Japanese. So Jabba today, say hello from Japanese Quest. Tell her we're traveling through time and we came to the present just so we could raid her stream and see a modern game like Dragon Quest. Ja! Matane, see you next time. I think I can raid now, so I think I will do that. Ja! Matane, see you next time. Japanese Quest will continue. We are now in 2020. We are now in the future. Let's go farther. Ja! Matane.